Righteous. Red Chronicles, Book 5. Written by Kendra Meeks. Digital narration, powered by 11 Labs.
Prologue. Schloss Wolfsretter, 1687. They were almost there. A few more steps and they'd be safe. Andreas held Gavolta up on the stairs as another labour pain struck. Or it could have been that he held on for his own support. Wolves didn't favour heights, and Gavolta fought with all her strength to keep the silver stairs near the top of the tower solid beneath their feet. Walter? I will not let us. The contraction gripped her womb constricting, driving fire into her core, crushing her determination. Gavolta doubled, pushing her hands out in front of her, catching the edge of the steps. Andreas breathed a sigh of relief as the stone landing held them up. He stopped on the stair above, turned, and blanched. He was so gaunt, so unnaturally wan and weary in a way she'd never seen any other lupine. Gavolta never knew a werewolf could become beleaguered, but that had been before she and Andreas had been forced to flee, running the length of God's green earth just to keep their own lives. He pulled Gavolta to her feet, or tried, for the pain still held her captive, and even her strong will proved incapable of resistance. "Walter, please," he begged, gently coaxing her. "Just a little more, my love. We're almost safe." Her words were more cries now than voice. "I'm coming." The wolf found a shade of white lighter still and assumed it, even as he whisked them into the first room he came to, the matron's bedchamber. "I am sorry, Walter, this will hurt." Without warning, her mate heaved her up, pulling her into his arms and carrying her to her mother's bed, even as the bolt of anguish gripped her once more. "Andreas!" She squeezed shut her eyes against the suffering, seeing red without the benefit of sight. "A moment more, love, and we are here." Gavolta took what relief she could from the cool sheets beneath her thin, torn frock. Andreas knelt at her side, pushing pillows under her back. "I don't know what comfort I can offer, but ask it of me, and I'll do it. Just promise me that you'll do whatever it takes to make sure our child survives." The lupine wrapped her frail hand in his, drawing Gavolta's white-knuckled fingers to his lips. "I swear to it." The tender moment passed as the ache of labour lit her body on fire. Gavolta dropped Andreas's hand, planted her palms flat against the bed, threw her head back, and screamed. "The baby is coming!" These words were not from either of them, but from a third who had just entered the room. Andreas teetered on the edge of shifting. "If you try to hurt her now, matron." "Cease your fight, cursed wolf," Gunderfaust snapped, even as she closed the door behind her, and worked to move what heavy items the room offered in front of it. "Do you think I fought beside you below just to kill you up here? Now, step aside, unless you know how to birth a baby. Guard the door. The others will make their way here soon enough." The emotions cycled through the lupine's face: anger, spite, frustration, and finally, acceptance. "If another member of your clan enters this room, I'll tear them limb from limb, but please, save my pup."
Chapter 1. But you must see that the best way forward is together. If we don't ally as one nation against the Dracula, then... Mother's words cut off as hysterical curses poured over the phone line. She passed a look around the council table, in the Schloss's former throne room. Instead of other matrons, however, only Marcus and I were seated there to lend silent sympathy. With a huff, Brunhild continued, "I would remind you, Yanyu, that regardless of half of the council's retreat from Germany, I am still Grand Matron. Think of that twice before threatening me again." Once upon a time, I would have believed in fairies, before the idea that someone would try to object to Brunhild Klein. Now, our allies in the hood houses had fallen away like flies. The first to bolt. No surprise. My mother had barely finished decreeing that all Asenaics were now recognized members of the community when the House of White's matron showed Schloss Wolfsretter her backside. The Greens followed in her wake fast enough to share a cab to the airport, taking away the Atlantic seaboard on both sides of the ocean as safe zones. God willing, Vlad didn't decide to head to NYC, because the Big Apple was now a Brunhild-Klein-Can-Suck-It designated zone. Pressing her forehead against a balled-up fist, Mother waited for the other voice to give her an opening. And then, "Of course, I understand that what I've done has gone against centuries of tradition by treating werewolves as our equals. But we both knew the day was coming. When the most powerful and vicious vampire in the history of creation declares war, you find your allies where allies are to be had. What better time to move us forward? And if you just listen to reason, then..." The other side went dead. Marcus's words wrapped around the lollipop he sucked. "Guess the House of Orange is a no?" Brunhild closed her eyes. "Indeed." She cycled a breath, then turned to me. "Where does that leave us?" I examined my notes. So, pretty much all of Asia and the UK have told us to bugger off. Casa de Amarillo is still with us, though that's probably more, because they're the ones who helped hide the Asanaic line all these years. And the Blues are confirmed, so if the vampires invade either the fjords or Minnesota, we're golden. My attempt at comedy was a drop of water on a hot stove. Pushing off my sarcasm, I set aside my notebook. It's a 50-50 split. But Mädchen, that's more than enough. There are only 3 ravens left, and Vlad's just one vampire against, what, a few hundred of us? He's not just one vampire, Gervalta. He is the vampire. And with Igor Karmarov dead, he's now the paterfamilias of his bloodline. It's a position many still revere. Brunhild let out a long exhale as she planted her hands on an old, ornately carved chair and leaned into a stretch. And I fear he may be targeting the other Asanaics now. Behind us, sitting on the side of the room, Tobias coughed a laugh. The matron spun. "Something amusing you, Mr. Klein?" "Mr. Klein? My name is..." Tobias's face screwed up. No dice. You're not going to stick me with my mate's family name just because you decided it's convenient if I'm one of you now." I crossed my arms. "And just what's wrong with taking the wife's name? Or did you assume that because you're a man, I'd take yours automatically? Why wouldn't you want to be a Sumfield? It's a great name. Jerry Sumfield, Gerwalta Sumfield, Mrs. Sumfield. Rolls off the tongue like sugar now, don't it?" He stood, walking, number stalking toward me. Tobias raised his hand to trace a finger down the bridge of my nose and over my lips. "Don't you want to be my Mrs. Sumfield?" Behind me, my mother choked on her annoyance. "You too must learn quickly there is more to marriage than sex." "You're so very right, Brunhild." The corner of Tobias's mouth pulled up. Given only a few days, he'd learned all the best ways to piss my mother off. "I hear it also comes with tax benefits in your country. Maybe even a green card." The chair legs groaned as Brunhild pushed them into the table. "I hope that at least you're using protection. This is hardly the time to knock up my daughter." And she, it turned out, had learned how to push all of Tobias's buttons. "You're very crass for an old autocrat, you know that?" "What I was laughing at," he said, like that part of the conversation had been on pause, and all he had to do was hit play again. "What made me so giddy is that I guess it should come as no surprise that there are other Asanaics you know about and we don't. You were covering up quite a few things, it seems." "Yes, I was." Brunhild crossed her arms. "If I didn't, old-school traditionalists like Zhu and Smith of the House of Green would have hunted them down and killed them long ago. So, you're welcome, Tobias, for my efforts which kept you and your family alive all these years." I sucked in a breath through my teeth as I turned to watch the crater of that verbal shell form. Tobias's hands balled into fists. Last I looked, I'm the only one left standing. Dracula killed my brother and my da. And oh, my mate too, so tell me again why I should thank you. My mother's eyes tracked to the floor, a gesture anyone who didn't know her the way I did would take for shame. Only, my mother didn't do shame. There was only ever one reason for the matron to not look you in the eye. Mother, you're hiding something? She didn't deny it. Why would she? It was her privilege as the unquestioned, well, until recently unquestioned, leader of our people to keep whatever secrets she wanted. I stepped forward. Fess up. What do you think she can tell you, Jerry? Tobias said, that my father and brother aren't dead. I buried them myself. That Kara isn't dead. You were there for that funeral with me. An image of Tobias's first mate's grave in the Paradise Cemetery flashed in my mind. No, Tobias. I would not tell you they're alive, nor deny that I was aware of the possible target they represented for the Dracula. But there is at least one other member of your bloodline who carries the Asanaic traits. More than the fear that Vlad may come for her, I fear that she may welcome it. My mate scoffed. I don't have sisters or aunts. Both my grandmothers are dead. Who possibly could there still be? Brynhild lifted heavy eyes. Your mother. Chapter 2. Between us, Mina fussed, refusing to go down easy for the day. I just can't believe it, Tobias mumbled for perhaps the 5th time since we'd settled into bed. My mom died when I was 8. I felt it happen. You can lie about some things, but you can't fake a preternatural sensation like that. You believe what my mother said then? I continued to tap Mina gently on the bum as she lay on her stomach, a trick we'd learned to coax her to sleep. Your mother might hide more secrets than Houdini, but I've never heard anyone accuse her of openly lying. Unless you include lying by omission. Just because my mother and I were on speaking terms again didn't mean we were going to suddenly become the Brady Bunch. Deciding not to kill my mate started us down a path toward reconciliation, but the pain of years couldn't be sewn up in just a few weeks. Not going to pretend that it's good, love. She should have told you about your true heritage. Spun my head around to find out I was part Hood. Finding out your true blood mother is half-slayer over your Asanaic father's corpse? That's gotta burn. Whatever. We can't change the past. We just have to move forward with knowing what we do now. I pulled back my hand as Mina finally nodded off. So, when do we go? Go? His brow furrowed. To England, I said as I stood, gently scooping up the baby to put in her bassinet. Tobias, God bless him, rolled up to his feet and headed for the windows. Why would we go to England? I'm not homesick, if that's what you're thinking. I blinked away my surprise. You don't want to see your mom. His face screwed up. Why would I? Your mom said she appears to be living her best life in that little riverside cottage. If that's true, it means she left her family willingly. Or at the very least, she chose not to come back to us. Good riddance, I say. You don't honestly believe that's true, do you? I said, as I pulled off my sweater. Schloss Wolfsretter made for a good postcard, but at the end of the day, or the beginning of one, as the case might be, it was still a medieval castle and drafty as hell. Why would a mother leave her kids and husband? And don't tell me it's for the city life. London ain't all Mary Poppins and Paddington Bear. Plus, it doesn't explain why you felt her die. We have to go. You need to know the truth. Tobias unbuckled his belt. I don't need anything but my mate and my pack. Dumplings wouldn't hurt, though. God, Jerry, when's the last time we had dumplings? Is there a Thai restaurant in Freiburg? Your mom is alive. Vlad the Impaler wants us dead. And you're thinking about dumplings? What? I'd share. He moseyed my direction as his pants fell to the floor. Things I knew about werewolves. They feared heights, hated perfume, could tell a fake diamond from a real one without a microscope. And they never wore underwear. My jaw dropped at the sight of the luscious figure before me. The time with Vlad had taxed his body, but muscle had begun to rebuild over hardcore sexy sinew. The cuts and bruises had mostly healed, leaving behind virgin flesh and a body that was anything but. He pulled closer. "Seeing the sunrise with a root, pet?" I guffawed. "We just got Mina to sleep." My head jerked in the bassinet's direction in the adjoining alcove. He twirled a lock of my black hair around a long finger. "We've learned to be quiet enough." I felt his smile as he pushed a kiss beneath my ear. "Usually." "Fine." I let my shirt drop to the floor and wrapped my arms around his neck. "Root me, Mr. Klein." The whole who takes whose name question. Yeah, it hadn't been settled. The warning in his eyes promised delicious payback. "Why, Mrs. Sumfield, you devil. I ought to take you over my knee and—" I pressed my lips to his before he could finish his sentence. The next night, I was trying to score in a completely different way. In a sparring match with a slayer in Schloss Wolfsretter's underground training gym. "Damn it. Stop moving so fast." Caleb ducked as my swing went wide, sending me spinning. "Think Vlad's going to slow down for you? Vampires are lightning fast, and a slayer's only chance is to be just as quick, if not quicker." "I'm not a slayer." Another punch flew over his shoulder as he lunged to the left. "Let me hit you," I said, each word punctuated by another attempt to land a blow. "We're not dating anymore." Caleb's flattened hand drove hard into my shoulder, sending me staggering back. "I'm not going to pull my punches. Vlad won't." Barely grabbing my balance back in time, I froze. "Wait, you mean the entire time we were together in training, you let me hit you?" "I mean, I was trying to get in your pants and I—" A drop of silver grafted beneath my shirt heeded my unspoken command, racing up my shoulder, down my arm, and into my hand. Caleb flew as the metal powered my silver solarium, or lunarium as we'd been calling it, and blasted him to the floor. "What if, Chest working, hands bracing for the impact, Caleb turned up wide eyes on me. "What the heck, Jerry?" "What?" I played innocent, letting my hands drop out of attack position. "You said Solaria don't hurt slayers, and a lunarium is only a really weak solarium." "I said they don't burn, not don't hurt, and that was like point-blank range. Seriously uncool." He peeled off his singed shirt to examine the damage. Reddened skin looked more like a probable bruise in the early stages than a burn. "You know what? If Vlad comes for you, I'd lead with one of those babies as big as you can make it, then slice off his head while he's trying to catch his breath. That might actually work." I offered out a hand to help him up. "Are you sure that I just shouldn't let him try to get in my pants? Seems like that could work too." Caleb grunted as he regained his footing. "Jerry, I didn't mean anything. I was trying to make you mad enough to hurt me." Big checkmark on that one. I examined the training tape I'd wrapped my hands in when we started, watching it fall to the ground, blackened and ashy. Word to the classically untrained: anger is dangerous in battle. When you fight angry, you're not focused on what defeats the enemy, you're focused on what makes you feel you're getting your way. And that's a guaranteed way to lose. His hand swung as he pointed at the floor. "Did you or did you not just land me on my backside because you were angry?" I shook my head. "Like you said, it was point-blank range, and you were giving me an open window to strike. In actual battle. Save it. I've heard all your hoodwolf blah blah blah. He turned, grabbing his bottle of water from a table on the side of the room. I tried to ignore the slim but solid definition of his torso as he lifted it and tipped it, pulling the muscles of his arms to attention. Memories of my mouth exploring that plane of flesh resurfaced. If I hadn't already been flush from sparring, I'd light up red on the spot. Oh, I had no intention of doing anything. But there was a little bit of jealousy on the edges of my consciousness for the woman that would eventually land that in her bed each morning. Slayers and vampires don't think like hoods and wolves, he continued after he'd had his fill. We're all about the passion, the heat of the moment. You fight fire with fire if you don't want to get burned. Or, in our case, a deadly allergy to sunlight with balls of magical solar energy. I guess that's why you all sleep around so much. All that passion and being in the heat of the moment. Caleb feigned confusion. He was a terrible actor. Come on. Amy tells me what goes on in that cottage. She said it's practically a reality show. He crossed his arms over his chest and clicked his tongue. Excuse them for celebrating their liberation by engaging in a little adult recreation. I couldn't tell from his tone if I'd actually insulted him, or if his flirtatious nature was just acting up. Maybe I confused habit for nature where you're concerned. Just because hoods are so prim and proper when it comes to sex doesn't mean I'm dissing slayers for being the complete opposite. I'm just, kind of curious. No, it's not that, it's just... Goofy smile and all, Caleb leaned back into a wall. I mean, this isn't awkward for you, talking about those kinds of things with me. I'm not asking for intimate details, just a view from 40,000 feet. Besides, I'm mated now. Anything we discuss about the physical is just academic. It so wasn't about the fact that since discovering that I was a quarter slayer, I wondered if that was why I'd been such a rebellious teenager, going against tradition to date not one, but two werewolves. Come on, Caleb. I'm not stupid. I got the player vibe off you the first time we met. I know you got around before we were together. Yeah, well, I did, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I leaned in, putting a sympathetic hand on his arm. Performance problems? What? A gurgle erupted from his throat as he gagged on the suggestion. No, it's just... Caleb pushed off the wall, running a hand through his glistening ebony hair. It was different when I thought I was the last slayer, because I could sleep around, and it didn't really matter. Not like I was trying to knock anyone up, just the opposite, because I figured if I was the last and under so much pressure, any kid I had would get it just as hard. Then I met you, and you weren't one of my kind. At least, I didn't know you were part slayer then, and my perspective changed. For the first time, I thought there might be a chance. And now... I read the writing of his unspoken words. Now that you know there are others, you feel like you have some kind of holy mission. I mean, I wouldn't call it holy. I'm not exactly saintly over here, but yeah, I feel like it's time to grow up, settle down, raise a family, be a man and all. Be the leader my people need. My hand moved up to his shoulder, squeezing. You're going to be awesome, and I get what you're saying, but I don't think that means you need to give up on love. You deserve that. He shrugged. Who knows? Maybe I'll find it. Caleb's eyes glistened when they met mine. But why couldn't it have been with you? Awkward personified, walked into the room with a marching band in tow. The slayer's hand lifted, cupping my cheek. The pull between us. It was a delicious nostalgia, like an old favorite song that had suddenly come on the radio and made you want to relive the first time you'd heard it. He started to lean in, his eyes drawing closed. And I... Suddenly, Tobias bounded through the door, chest heaving, eyes wide. Although nothing had happened, other than my heart going full rabbit mode, Caleb put distance between us, whisking across the room in a flash, leaving me alone to face my flustered mate. A curl of anxiety blossomed in my belly. Had he seen us? I'd been a moment from putting my hand up, pushing Caleb away, turning the radio off. Surely, after all we'd been through, Tobias wouldn't think I'd betray him. Remember who you were named after, my inner voice heckled. I do, I told it. But I also remember who I am. The werewolf walked over to me, eyes downcast. Okay, we're going. I put my hands over Tobias's chest when he stepped into me, giving my heart space to slow its roll. Going... where? England, of course. We're going to London. My anxiety began to ebb. We'll make arrangements and leave tomorrow. On the far side of the training room, Caleb motioned himself through fighting forms, as though he'd been doing that the whole time, completely uninterested in my presence and existence. Maybe he was a better actor than I thought. Does that mean I can sing the song now? We both turned on the Slayer with blank expressions. Song? I asked. Caleb put up his index fingers and stuck them to the sides of his head. Werewolves of London. Beneath my fingertips, I felt the muscles in Tobias's chest ripple. That song is a bloody insult to lupines. Dude, chill, I didn't know. It's not like I was trying to... Caleb cleared his throat and clapped his hands. London? Great. Why are you going to London then? To rescue my mother before any vampires find her. Caleb stumbled back. I thought your parents were dead. So did we, I said over my shoulder before turning back to my mate. What changed your mind? I thought you decided she'd left you, and you were going to do the same to her. Tobias shook his head. Even if she is scum for leaving, that doesn't mean she deserves to be a blood bag for some youth-worshipping vampire to suck. The Slayer's ears perked up. Vampires? Annoyance curled my features. I'm sorry. When did you become a part of this conversation? I think it was the moment you mentioned vampires, Caleb said. If you're up against the undead, I'm going with you. Tobias dropped away to flash his teeth. Stay out of this, lightning boy. It's a family issue. Caleb shook his head and crossed his arms over his chest. Not if it involves vampires. Look, I don't like the fact that I've become the de facto Don Corleone of the Slayer world either. But if you've got an opportunity for me to make someone an offer they can't refuse, I'm not going to let that slip by. Oh, well, since you want to come along for the right reasons... Tobias held his hand up and flashed me a look that was so New Jersey it was hard to believe he was an American. It practically screamed, what is it with this guy? The size of the pear on him. Time to use my 1/4 Slayer, some complex mathematical formula, portioned-sized wolf, and the bred-in practicality of a Red Hood to be the peacemaker. Tobias, honey, I think it actually makes sense if Caleb came with us. My mate spun on me. Why? The two of us can handle anything that happens just fine. But if we run into an unfriendly vampire, it would be an opportunity for him to gain a reputation. I could feel the pulses of anger under Tobias's skin. But it's my mother. But our daughter is half Slayer, and you and I can't help that part of her. Mina needs them to be strong enough when the time comes to help her understand her own power. Caleb being their superhero action star is a big part of that. And this is a way for him to gain clout. He turned his eyes on me. Is that what I just saw when I came in? Caleb helping you understand your slayer? Parts? Damn, Tobias had seen us. 1,000 curses screamed in my mind, but my heart overpowered them all. I knew where my heart lay. Leaning in, I planted a kiss against his lips, curled my hands around his back, and focused all my energy on making Tobias feel the strength of my emotions. When I pulled away, the big bad wolf was howling at the moon from the waist down. I flicked his nose. I don't need anybody but you to help me understand my parts. Coughing, Caleb threw a towel over his shoulder as he walked by us. I'll let you guys have the room then. Just remember to wipe everything down when you're done. And don't be too long. We're sending the others away at dawn. Tobias waited until we were alone to reach up and stroke my cheek. You wanted me to come and tell you when Mina woke up. I sucked in my bottom lip as the heat between us plunged into ice-cold water. Do we really? He pushed an index finger to my lips. We've been over this. The closer Mina is to us, the more danger she's in, at least until we off the ravens. But who can protect her better than us? And how will I be able to keep focused not knowing if she's okay? And what if Amy can't get her to sleep, or she comes down with a cold, or... Tobias pushed a finger against my lips, stopping me. You and I have to agree on this now. Mina will never be safe. The most we can do is kill anyone who tries to harm her. That's why we're sending her with the Slayers to Chicago. They'll protect her while we do away with the enemy she already has. And if the Slayers don't take care of her... He gave me a one-shouldered shrug. Then they really will be extinct. Chapter 3. 6 cars sent exhaust swirling through the early winter air. Most of the Slayers had already found a seat, but one passenger had a special place in the second car from the front of the queue, one with a 5-point harness and facing the rear. I kissed Mina's head, for the 3,000th time. Every time I puckered my lips and exaggerated the sound, she smiled, and my heart broke a little more. Okay, Jerry. Let me have a turn. Tobias swooped in and took the baby from Amy's arms, lifting her in the air. Come, little pup, give me enough honey to tide me over. Amy pulled up alongside me as Tobias twirled away. You'd think he got a custom-made suit the way he slipped into being a dad so easily. My heart leapt, because apparently I was a totally sappy mate. It's just because he's a wolf, I said. They're really family-oriented. Even if Mina was someone else's pup and just a packling, he'd... Jerry, stop it. I turned to my friend. Stop what? This. Amy vaguely motioned to the air between Tobias and me. You're in love. You're married or... well, whatever, close enough. You got a good man who cannonballed into becoming a father overnight, and more importantly, he finally made my little Red into a woman. It wasn't just dumb luck or instinct or whatever else you want to write it off as. It's because you deserve to be happy. I know, but all this coming together like it did. Sandcastles fell with the smallest push of water. What if this is the best it gets and it's all downhill from here? Amy threw an arm over my shoulders. I'll take downhill from this any day, over uphill from my love life. The Slayers sitting in the courtyard turned and rushed to their rock star as Caleb walked into their midst. Amy's feet stayed planted, but her imagination put on its sneakers. My head jerked in Caleb's direction. That looks like your kind of hill. Why don't you climb it and lay out a picnic? Maybe if you put out a good spread and... You're killing my metaphor and turning it ugly, Klein, Amy said, cutting me off. But she wasn't getting off that easy. I nudged the Huey with my shoulder. There's chemistry between you two. I picked up on it. Doesn't matter. I'm not taking your sloppy seconds. Besides, Caleb is effectively my boss now, both like supernaturally and corporately. Okay, fine. I wouldn't try to play matchmaker. But was it so bad I wanted an excuse for my best friend to stay in the soup world as long as possible? Your parents must have been thrilled to hear you got a good job at WWL. I didn't know what Caleb's motivation had been in drafting Amy as his human interloper, if he'd done it to give her an excuse to stay in our world, or as a roundabout way for him to stay in mine. I didn't even know if slayers needed day people the way hoods once had, a huey face to interact with the diurnal world, while the soups were all tucked into their wee little beds. Regardless, it was decided that the slayers, having only recently been liberated from captivity, and with varying levels of experience with the world outside the Ravens compound, could benefit from having a mortal liaison. Officially, she'd be Caleb's executive assistant when he returned to Chicago to take over WWL. Unofficially, she'd be an ambassador from the Huey world to the supernatural one, helping a rediscovered species find its place once more. Amy shrugged. Mom was more perplexed than anything. Wanted to know why I was going to stay in Chicago when I could come back home and work at her store, selling overpriced dresses to underdressed women. And Dad has yet to share any comment. Tobias swooped back then, redelivering Mina into Amy's arms. Now remember, she likes you to tap her backside when she's trying to fall asleep. Nappies are fine, but only cloth. None of that paper plastic thing you Americans fancy. The pack outside Chicago is already building up a breast milk supply. They'll drive it down to you as soon as you arrive, and every few days after that. Mina's going to want more than milk soon, though. Huey baby food is fine, but try mixing in a bit of ground lamb or goat when you get a chance. Raw. Always raw. That top tooth is about to break through and she'll be wanting fresh meat. Amy's jaw dropped. Fresh meat? Tobias, she's only 6 weeks old. Lupine babies mature faster than your lots, he said. A wolf knows how to wolf it down, we say. Amy's smile was short-lived. You guys are going to be safe, right? I thought that was the whole point of staying here in Triberg. The one place Vlad wouldn't dare attack, you said. Now you three think you can go all James Bond and stuff, and just pull some kind of high-level extraction without anyone chasing you? It's not an extraction, Tobias rebuffed. My mom is an Asinic, but she might not even know that. We're just going to give her a heads up and offer her protection with us if she wants it. Honestly, I'm hoping she doesn't. Amy nodded. You know, Tobias, if I had known that you had so many mommy issues, you and I could have bonded much sooner. I don't have mommy issues. The werewolf huffed himself into calm. No, he's not me. I opened my arms, pulling in my friend. Come on, Popowitz, one for the road. Take care of all the slayers until Caleb gets back. Cradling Mina in one arm, Amy put her head on my shoulder. Keep him with you as long as you like. Or just dump him in the Thames and let him get nice and soaked so his powers don't work. Seriously, he's letting this Solari thing go to his head. He thinks he's the Slayer Messiah. More like Moses, except instead of Egypt, he delivered his people out of Turkey. I backed away enough to trace a finger down my Mina's cheek. Seriously, though, watch out for her teeth. She could take off your pinky if you're not careful once that tooth drops. Amy laughed, but her gaiety flatlined when my face remained stoic. Seriously, there were at least 5 other subleases when you showed up in Chicago. You had to rent mine? What can I say, Amy? I reached out and squeezed her shoulder. You needed me. What became clear in under 2 hours was that, of the 3 of us, I was the only one not prone to seasickness. Caleb's head hit the doorpost, his eyes cast wide across the water to the land undulating beyond. I've been watching the same spot on the shore for about 10 minutes now, Jerry. It's not working. I still feel like I'm going to hurl. Any other tricks? Not unless this boat has some secret stash of ginger candies, I said. I can't believe you guys. This is the Thames, not Class 3 rapids. It's one of the gentlest rivers there is. I stroked Tobias's hair as his head lay across my lap. What's your excuse? Don't tell me wolves don't like water. Every male in Cody's pack is an avid fisherman to the point of domestic unrest. No, not a wolf thing, just a Tobias thing. He clutched his stomach. You sure we can't just ring the doorbell? You know, the one by the door on the front of the house, by the door, on land. We're on too many hit lists these days to wander into soup territory blind. And besides, just because I sense a wolf, it doesn't mean it's your mom. Not to mention, the wolf I did sense had an energy that was hard to hold on to. Like she was blanking in, out of existence. I wanted to size up the subject with my eyes before plunging forward with my hopes. I set down the binoculars, freeing my non-nursing hand as my naked eyes swept for movement. Shuttered windows had refused to yield clarification. Tobias and I discussed using my ability to lure wolves to me, but that could cause more problems than it'd solve if the person inside was, in fact, not Margaret Sumfield. I shivered as I examined the petite, wood-sided houses standing in a tightly packed row, each with just enough yard between for a grown man to pass. Sneeze, and your neighbor could toss you a box of tissues without leaving their house. It certainly wasn't a place I'd have suspected of hiding forest folk like a lupine. It was so crowded, so restricted. Something about this feels off, I said, shaking my head. It's much too urban for a werewolf to be comfortable for too long. And it must be able to sense me by now. Why wasn't it investigating my presence? Was it hiding? Or as Marcus had suggested, was it possible I was reading wolf, and indetectable in the way our kinds usually were to each other? Okay, that's enough of this. Without warning, Caleb assumed the captain's chair, as much as there was one on the wee fishing boat we'd rented for the night, and turned on the motor. We're going in and getting this over with. Caleb. Immediately, the craft skipped over choppy waters. Both my hands shot out, grabbing the sides of the boat like that could stop our advance. What are you doing? Life is short, Jerry, and I have to pee, so we're going to go knock on the door. There's no point to this charade. I don't sense any vampires. You only sense one wolf. Everything checks out. The dock built along the shore had been intended for a boat, with a little more height than ours. But that didn't stop Caleb from leaping like it was a stepping stool. He might be a total flirt, and a male. But he wasn't exactly without impressive badass bona fides. Tobias and I followed in his wake as soon as the boat got a little closer. 3 steps on, I put my hand up, forcing a halt. Tobias circled in front of me, ever the protective mate. What is it? I shook my head, unsure. Do you smell muscle cream? The werewolf took in a thorough sample of the air. Yeah, and butterscotch. It's a toffee, actually. All 3 of us assumed attack forms as a figure emerged from an open door on the backside of the house. He must have been waiting there, watching us for who knew how long. Close up, I could see that the windows weren't impenetrable because of curtains like I'd assumed. They were severely tinted. No, not just tinted. They were outfitted with Athenian glass. The same thing WWL used on their lobby back in Chicago. Why would a werewolf be staying in a house made day-safe for vampires? A question for another time. For the moment, that wasn't my biggest concern. The man with a long-barreled pistol in his hand was... Idiot! My mother screamed inside my head. You were so hung up on if there'd be soups, you never stopped to consider the possibility that there may be Hueys. He appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s, a stack of wrinkles across his forehead, and his high hairline had the start of some serious salt and pepper. His raised eyebrows suggested surprise, but quickly those eyes beneath them narrowed. Diagnosing, examining. He wasn't scared of us, that was for sure, but he wasn't exactly happy to find us there either. I'd put a 20 on a hopeful wager that he had silver bullets in that weapon. Caleb cleared his throat and assumed a relaxed posture. "Good evening, sir. I was wondering if I might use your loo. That is what you call it here, right? The loo?" The tan corduroys and college prof sweater combo didn't match the gruff, barking voice. "Do you mean the pisser?" Caleb clapped his hands. "Yes, the pisser. Aptly named. Do you mind if I—" With a grimace, the Huey hooked a thumb in the direction of the house. "Second door on the right through there." "Great, thanks." Within seconds, I was yelling in air as the Slayer disappeared inside the house. Typical, thinking with his organ. Even if it wasn't sex, but a full bladder channeling its will through his manhood. The Huey flicked up the barrel of the gun. "Now, care to illuminate me on what you lot were doing on the Thames at 1 a.m, piddling just off our dock?" Tobias stood before me, a wall of muscle growling lowly, baring his teeth and sparing few words. "Step out of the way, old man." "Men." I rolled my eyes. Seemed I would have to be the diplomat. "Sorry for the weird entry, sir, but I promise, we aren't here to cause trouble. We're looking for a woman named Margaret Sumfield. Someone told us she might be here." The old man chewed on that. "Might," he said in a tone that made it hard for me to know if he was giving an answer or asking a question. "Whatever. I'd take the chance. Would it be okay if we spoke with her? This is her I pointed vaguely in my mate's direction. "A relative of hers." Doubt clouded his expression in the form of squinting eyes and a lifted chin. "Relatives who arrive on a fishing trawler in the middle of the night?" He lifted the gun, aiming for my chest. "What kind of fool you take me for, stupid girl?" That was the straw that broke the werewolf's back. Tobias lunged forward, grabbing Mr. Huey by the collar. "I'd take you for a dead fool if you don't step out of the way." His voice, like his will, could barely hold back the animal within. "Insult my mate again and I'll—" The gun fell to the ground, and when it did, my world exploded. "Tobias!" Pain blossomed under my ribs like a meat hook had run me through, tied to a cord that was being yanked forward. Sucking in a breath through clenched teeth, I doubled over. I pushed a hand into my stomach, against the pain, expecting the warmth of my own blood. Only when I pulled my hand back, there was nothing but clean flesh. "Jerry!" Tobias was at my side in a moment, bracing me. Mr. Huey lay in a heap. No doubt he'd been dropped or thrown when I'd cried out. The pile of mundane twitched, telling me he hadn't been killed in the act. "What's going on?" I stood up straight, slowly, cautiously, looking around like the answer to that was over by a stubby little garden gnome. Tobias's fingers wrapped around mine as he pressed the back of my hand into his palm. I thought he shot me, but... Another wave crashed. My world went red as my eyelids slammed shut, my jaw seizing and my breath flying from my lungs. This time, I gave in to the pull, finding that the pain ebbed with movement. Another step, and I felt the ringing of my kidneys slacken. A third, and air refilled my lungs. Love. Words. Tobias framed me, his arms on my hips, ready to catch me if I faltered. I took another step, then another, each one bringing more and more comfort. Something is compelling me forward. His furrowed brow lifted as understanding came into his eyes. It's like when you do your thing, pushing and pulling wolves, only with hoods. It made sense somehow. You never said she could do that. How would I know? Tobias let me go, lifting his gaze and his voice toward the house. Stop, or I swear by God I will rend you limb from limb, mother or no. Mother? The Huey pushed himself up on the palms of his hand. You mean you're one of those little brats she left years ago? Tobias ignored him. Thank God. Turning to me instead. Do it back to her, Jerry. Make her come out here and face me. But, Tobias... Spit flew from his mouth, his voice a cawing bark. Do it. I'd never seen Tobias so mad. Not when Kara had died. Not when Vlad Tepes had captured him. Not even when I'd silvered him in the WWL lobby, what seemed like a lifetime ago. With a single nod, I dug in my feet and focused on the she-wolf's energy, digging in my mental daggers and pulling on the tether that connected us. The sensations morphed from anguish into curiosity, then panic, each shade darkening as my pain lightened. She fought me, she begged me, but my hood nature fed on the wolf's weaknesses. The more she resisted, the stronger I became. And then... she was just there. Gray hair, wild and long, fanned out, its tendrils curling down over her shoulders and past her hips. She wore her years in her curves, and her suffering in the bags beneath her eyes. The skin over her neck was a patchwork of pink and gray. They'd fed on her. Not recently, but consistently. Jesus. How many times would a vampire need to fang a lupine to inflict so much permanent damage? Her tired, bloodshot eyes rose slowly as I released the pressure, sending me stumbling back. I reached for Tobias, but he paid me no mind. His universe was the haggard form standing in the garden. Mum? She gave a slow nod, looking out through memory and regret. Yes, Tobias, it's me. And you never should have come here.
Chapter 4. Caleb. As I closed the bathroom door behind me, I was sure Tobias and Jerry were as confused as a chicken in an igloo. But what was I supposed to do? Obviously, there was no vampire threat. The Huey threw us for a loop, but one old human wasn't anything either of them couldn't handle. Which meant the only thing to really confront in this situation was an awkward mother-son reunion. Family politics was nothing unique to Soups or Hueys, however, and I wasn't about to be a witness to that kind of drama. Besides, I really had to go. Zipper. Toilet. Was that pine tree scent? Good choice. And then, I heard Jerry cry out. Curses. Couldn't the two of them go one darn place without getting into trouble? I zipped up like my life depended on it, and bolted. At the back door, I found myself looking at the backside of a woman, her hair gray and straggly, her figure, not bad for an old chick, frankly. But when she turned her head, giving me a view of her neck, my whole body shuddered. Underneath a dimpled chin, fang scars, a minefield of them. Mrs. Robinson had not only been fed on, she'd been milked routinely. My eyes were the sole part of my body in motion as I dragged my gaze over her. Margaret Annabelle Sumfield? She spun. Maggie, just Maggie. And who the bloody heck are you? Well, I could see where Tobias got his elegant conversation skills. My name is Caleb. I'm a friend of your son's. Well, I mean, not friend, really. More like a colleague. I mean, he kinda stole my girlfriend, but we're keeping things professional and... With every roll further into Rambleland, her eyebrow arched higher to the sky. I cleared my throat. Point being, I'm here to help Tobias and Jerry. Bad people are looking for... people like you. He's come to offer to take you somewhere safe. She is safe here, the old Huey said, taking a step forward and drawing his hands from his pockets. And if she's not now, that will be because of you lot showing up, won't it? In an instant, my solarium sparked, its light pushing long shadows behind the Huey, making a giant shadow puppet on the cottage wall behind him. I didn't even think about if he'd understand what was going on, or if he was aware of the soup world. Who cared? He squared his stance and tightened his jaw. Huey Union Jack here had his hackles up, and I wasn't about to be taken by surprise. Now, son, put that away before someone gets hurt. Don't think so. If I screwed up my first mission as the Solari, there was no way I was ever going to last as head of my people. Only, as usual, Jerry refused to just let anyone else have a moment. Come on, Caleb. He's just a guy. Besides, I'm not sensing any fear from Maggie. I don't think she's in any danger. Then why does her neck look like it's been used as a motocross track? I said. Do you know how much feeding it would take for scars like that to stay on a soup? A storm blew across Maggie's expression. She dropped all her nerves and summoned her inner, female canine spirit, marching between me and the dude. Yes, I do. And Horace here saved me from the ones who were doing it, so pop off, muffin, and click down your Zippo before I eat your throat slowly. I'm not going anywhere. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Helsing, put that thing away before you blow up the house and everyone in it. Tobias ate up the in-between, drawing equal with his mother without dropping the scowl. He drew her attention, forcing her to turn. You don't want a safe escort out of England, Mum. Fine, I don't give a fang. But I refuse to leave here without an explanation of just how you faked your death and why you never came back. Maggie scowled, talking through her teeth. You want to know what happened? Fine, I'll tell you, but after you'll leave and never come back again. Horace turned toward the house. Guess I'll put on the kettle. His eyes narrowed on me as he moved inside. My hob works fine, Slayer, so you can put out your fire. I'd give it to Somfield. He had the patience of a saint. No one spoke more than utilitarian words as the others settled around a table. Well, settled was perhaps an overstatement. Resigned, maybe. On one end of Horace's 8-seater was Maggie. On the other, the much-confused son. Jerry flanked him while the Huey attended to servicing drinks. I stayed on my feet, my solarium a hidden marble in my hand. Something about this wasn't adding up. According to the werewolf, his mom had died when he was a kid. She'd have to be scum to have kept her continued existence hidden out of some vengeance. I didn't like Tobias, but that was personal. He wasn't a bad guy. So why was his own mother treating him like some unwanted pest? It's like she wanted him to leave. But why? That combined with the fact that Horace, the Huey, and Maggie knew I was a slayer, and weren't shocked to see one of my kind alive, concerned me. Outside of the hoods at Schloss Wolfsretter, who knew we were alive and kicking, only the Dracula. The gravity of the room pivoted from Tobias to Jerry as Maggie diverted her attention to the woman sitting beside her son. You're the hood, I sensed. Jerry's face screwed up in the cutest way. I'm Gerwalta Klein. Klein? Maggie repeated, tasting the name on her palate. Isn't that the same as the Grand Matron? She's my mother, but I'm also, well... Tobias's hand skimmed over Jerry's as he laced their fingers together. Mum, Jerry is my mate. The she-wolf went bug-eyed. You mated the... Maggie choked on her words. You're with a... Tobias pulled forward in his chair, his arm stretching across the table. Jerry's not just a hood. She's an Asinaic. Like us. So you know. Maggie's mouth snapped closed, her jaw working, before she finally said, and so is she. Well, I've heard the rumors that the Reds were keeping a secret. Speaking of secrets, Tobias tapped the table. Where in Hades have you been since you somehow faked your death? Maggie's arms crisscrossed her chest. I suppose you want me to tell you some glorious story about how I really wanted to come back to you but couldn't, don't you? Well, you and your hinny can pick right on up and tow along now, if that's what you're after, because you won't get it. Tobias chewed on the words, his clenched teeth absorbing the brunt of his anger. So you wanted to leave your family behind, did you? Didn't say that now, did I? She lashed her head to the side to stare at the wall. No mother wolf with love in her heart would ever want to leave her bairn. So just me da then? Like the fog rolling over the river outside, Tobias's Geordie accent seemed to thicken. Did he know that when you mated? That you were capable of deserting your family without consequences? Maggie gestured to her throat. Does this look like there wasn't consequences? Horace tried to lay hands over Maggie's shoulders, but she managed to shoot to her feet just in time to avoid him. My eyebrows knitted. There was something here I wasn't seeing, and the curl of anxiety tinkling in my gut told me things weren't going to move in the direction we needed them to if we just left the wolves to their griping match. I leaned forward. Tobias, let her say her piece. We can't stay here all night for you two to Dr. Freud it up in here. Maggie took that as an invitation or just continued like I'd never spoken. It was difficult to say. No, your da didn't know what I was when we mated. But when I became pregnant with your brother, I felt he should know. He still loved me, he said. But how could he not? He'd mated me, bonded to me. I could tell him I was the Grand Matron herself, and his heart would have remained true. But as time went on, his behavior changed. He could love the part of me that was a wolf and hate the part that was a hood, all at the same time. It was hard to know which I'd get each day, loving Alpha or Big Bad Wolf. Then one night I had to go into Newcastle to fetch some things. That's where the vampires found me. Even at the mention, the solarium in my hand pulsed. I thought nothing of it, of course, Maggie continued. I'd seen vampires before, and we just mutually ignored each other. Not that day. Those ones seemed to know I was different, and that made them curious. They managed to feed off me, but I got away somehow. And when I came back home, the Big Bad Wolf was waiting. Yorda refused to believe me, insisted I'd wanted to be with them, that they wouldn't have been able to feed off a true werewolf unless she wanted it. He exiled me from the pack. Lie detection wasn't in the Slayer playdeck, but I'd been to enough bars in the world to recognize the tells. Maggie might have the others fooled, but she was either straight up lying or dancing around the truth. Only curiosity about what she hoped to achieve kept my tongue tied. The incredulity etched into Tobias's face began to soften, however. Maybe that was the point. But what that would have done to him, to the pack. You and your brother were so young you probably couldn't tell between the sensation of an exile and a death. Your father told me if I ever tried to return to corrupt his boys, he'd make me pay. Jerry, her hand in Tobias's, spoke with unusual softness. But how did you survive without a pack? Maggie huffed a smirk. Those Newcastle vamps? They started collecting wolves to keep me company. Tracked me down a few days later when I was too distraught to resist. Then for years others would join. But those poor wolves who they captured? Maggie shook her head, her eyes falling to the table. I can't explain why, but one by one they'd go moon mad and I wouldn't. Because I'm an Asinaic? Possibly, but who can say? I didn't know what that truly meant, only that it was shameful, that the enemy's blood ran through my veins. The vamps fed off me for years, only letting me off my chains during a full moon. Over time, I lost the ability to heal. The scars, she ran a hand over her marred skin, are the result. I thought I was in a hell I'd never escape, but it couldn't be worse. And then one day she showed up. Tobias asked the obvious question, even as Horace slipped from the room. The others were too distracted to notice or care, but I listened as a drawer in the kitchen opened, then to Horace rummaging around in it, and the sound of the drawer closing again. Maggie looked up. Her name was Cynthia, and she called herself a raven. The air in the room grew heavy. I lectured my muscles to unclench. Oh, she did she? Maggie's head snapped in my direction. She heard about the Newcastle clutch that had been drinking werewolves, and that my blood wasn't just life-giving, it was intoxicating. That must have been years after they captured me, and that's when the real torture started. The truth hit me like a ton of cinder blocks. You were the source. That brought everyone's attention to me. Jerry leaned forward. What are you talking about? The source of what? Hesitation plagued me, but what the hell? Inga was dead. Tepes was out in the open. The slayers he'd held, saved. WWL was under my control, or at least would be soon. No point in keeping a dead woman secret when, what was the saying? The truth would set you free? Inga told me that Cynthia was in Chicago at Vlad's direction, trying to develop a serum that would undo werewolf mating bonds. But the active ingredient in the formula was something we were never able to trace and won. Cynthia and her conspirators were getting more and more stressed as their supplies dwindled. That's why they were in Chicago working in Igor's lab. Inga feigned cooperation to keep an eye on their progress. But Igor told me his work was about restoring the Slayer lines, Jerry said. I nodded. His was, but he'd agreed to give Cynthia workspace at Inga's request. Keep your friends close and so on, you know? She hoped to find out who Asenaic Zero was, since every one of them Igor and Inga knew of was accounted for. Tobias glared at his mother. So they took Da, only turned out he wasn't an Asenaic. Then they came for Nick, but he wasn't an old used-up alpha, weakened by his own loose mating bond to an exiled she-wolf. Nick fought back and they killed him. Still got what they needed, though. Enough blood to get a temp solution. But then they needed to test what they'd developed, so they took my mate. Maggie's face screwed up, focusing on Jerry. The Dracula seized a hood? His throat bobbed as Tobias swallowed down his pain. No, her name was Kara. Horace rejoined the table just in time to steeple his hands. Are you trying to tell me you've had another mate besides this hood, boyo? Jerry nodded permission to Tobias to answer, like she would have been insulted or something. Yeah, that's the truth of it. The Huey huffed into his hands. I thought lupines only ever have one mate. Some of them with time may be able to have relations again, but a mate is forever. The way Maggie hid her face at the term relations told me Horace knew that from personal experience and that it hadn't exactly been something she was happy about. Whether that was contemporary to its happening or only in the rearview, I couldn't say. Tobias's mom may be a werewolf, but she was also a victim of kidnapping and torture, and if this ingrate had taken advantage of that, I didn't care if he was a Huey or a Soup, I'd flambe his rear end. Not Tobias, Jerry said. He's claimed me as his mate, and I him. We think it might be possible only because we're both Asenaics. I see. Horace stood up, pulled down the hem of his sweater, and left the room once more. What in the heck was that guy up to? Maggie was half out of her chair when Jerry reached across the table and laid a hand over the she-wolf's. Maggie, stop. I don't know what's going on here, but I can see enough to know he doesn't have your best interest in mind, she said. Good to know I wasn't the only one picking up on the passive-aggressive vibe. He's going to use your vulnerability right now to exploit you and make you stay here. You can't. Danger is coming. Think you understand what's going on, do you? The she-wolf reclaimed her acidic glower and snapped her hand free. You have no idea. No sooner had the words dropped than a wave of nausea rolled through me. In a moment I crossed the room, pushed a suddenly standing Jerry and Maggie behind me, and placed myself between them and the front of the house. Tobias shot to his feet. Helsing, what the f— I cut him off. Vampire! Front door! No doorbell, which meant either it was attempting to get in unnoticed, or he could sense a Slayer's presence, and who knew what effect that had on his plans. Can you tell who? Jerry peeked around him, her little hands settling on my forearm. I don't get unique buzzes off different vamps, Jerry. It's more of a universal check engine warning. Horace appeared in the hall before us the moment the doorbell did ring. Vamps were kind enough to observe proper social etiquette when they showed up to attack you. He gave Maggie a smug glare before marching forward. I rolled my eyes even as I left the others behind to trail him. 2 more steps, Jefe, and I'll make you a baked Alaska. The old man thumbed his chin at me before turning for the door, but before he could even lay a hand on the handle, it flew open. The Huey lunged. My solarium flew. But that wasn't what killed Horace, or what made his head take a permanent departure from his body. As the headless form dropped away, its departed capital asset rolling until it bumped into a potted fern, I saw the source of my preternatural heebie-jeebies. A barrel-chested vamp held a bloody sword, the medieval instrument a sharp contrast to the finely tailored black suit the perp wore. Armani, if I wasn't mistaken. An SUV as sleek as his ebony hair stood in the driveway outside, and was probably worth more than the house in which we stood. The vamp lowered the sword and stepped over the body, his eyes falling to the second burning ball of solar death in my hand. Immediately, his weapon fell to the ground, and he held up his hands. "Peace, Slayer, I'm not here for you." "So it's just coincidence that you happened to show up the same time we did?" I asked. "Right. Coincidence is never coincidence." God, his Italian accent was thick. "But if any of you want to still be alive 2 minutes from now, you'll get into my car immediately. The Dracula are coming."
Chapter 5. Jerry. Someday, eventually, I'd think how cute it was that Tobias and I both tried to protect each other as a dark-haired vampire decapitated a Huey and stepped over the still jerking corpse. For the moment, we looked like fools, bumping into each other to become each other's human-ish shield. Caleb took a position as sentry, the power of the sun balanced on his hand. The vampire, a man who defined tall, dark, and handsome with broad shoulders, ebony locks, and intelligent gray eyes, dropped his sword and pressed flat palms to the air, as though the danger we felt was from any weapon he might hold. "I will not harm you." Never before had an Italian accent more suited a person, and something about it was so familiar. I knew his voice, but I couldn't place why. We are both enemies of the Dracula and of the Ravens, in particular. "Just because we both are gunning for Vlad doesn't mean we're simpatico," Caleb said. "Name and explanations now, or I toast you." The vampire didn't move, as his gaze swept over Tobias and me. "My name is Massimo Brunelli. Igor Karmarov asked me to assist you if I became aware that the Dracula were coming for you. 2 days ago, I learned they were. This Huey was a Dracula initiate here to spring a trap." Tobias squared his shoulders. "Igor couldn't have asked you to do anything. He's dead." Massimo prickled. "Obviously, the request was made before his recent demise. The Dracula who call my city home understand that I expect loyalty to Republic before bloodline. They oblige, and those who do not are permanently removed. But Tepes now claims he has the blood of an illustrian at his disposal, meaning the protection they may have felt before knowing he could do nothing to destroy them is gone." "But he doesn't have the blood of an illustrian. The vampire jerked his hand up, cutting me off. "Do not tell me anything more, Hood, or you'll burden me with unwanted knowledge." "Your city?" Caleb asked. "You don't mean—" Massimo's chin tilted perceptively. "I watch over the Republic of Venice for Dark Ones and assure that they behave in such a way as not to endanger our community as a whole." "Venice?" Suddenly, my memory snapped. Then I did, literally, and pointed an accusing finger. "You're the one I saw in my vision after Mina was born. Vlad asked you for sanctuary." Beside me, my mate's gaze narrowed. "Was he? I can't remember much about that time. I was so drugged up, so beaten." "No need for further inquisition." Massimo volunteered the truth. "It was me, Mr. Somfield. I was in the very room where you were being held." "And you let him just stay a prisoner?" Caleb cocked back his arm. "Well, that settles that. Goodbye, Massimo." "No, wait." The vamp fell to his knees, throwing up his hands. "Bloodlines are not the only thing dictating the court's actions. Politics plays a bigger role than sanguine considerations. To have allied Venice with the Ravens would have been to declare the other republic's enemies. Vlad does not respect much, but he does honor nobility, at least where vampires are concerned. Fortunately, he yielded when I said no." A quick look at me, a chance to read his expression, and I knew there was more to it than that. He wasn't lying, necessarily, but he wasn't telling the whole truth. "To have allied..." Caleb trailed off. "Wait, you're the Doge?" "Since 1687, Massimo acknowledged, And until such time as I meet the sun, adio piacendo. The 8 vampire courts of Italy remain intact, though some in nothing more than name. That was around the same time Gervalda Faust and Andreas Baron died, I said, more reflectively than anything. So, you know your kind's history, signora. Massimo tipped an invisible hat in my direction as he stood. I felt like a fanatic chasing after celebrity gossip. You knew Gervalda Faust? I considered seducing her. His face broadened into a grin. Until it became clear Herr Baron would personally chew my arms off if I tried. It is my weakness. I've always had a thing for redheads. Maggie, who had stayed silent, suddenly injected herself into the conversation. So you stood by while the ravens kidnapped and tortured my son, and now I'm supposed to trust you with my escape? I have a plane standing by at a private airstrip not far away, Massimo said. We should all leave England as soon as possible. I assume you're bound for Germany, back to Schloss Wolfsritter. I nodded. It's the only place we think Vlad wouldn't dare to attack. It holds too many advantages for us. Maggie will be safe there. Like Hades, I will, the woman in question retorted. How can a wolf be safe in the hall of the enemy? Tobias summoned his inner brat. Good news, mother. The Grand Matron declared that all Asenaics are now righteous hoods. You're now an official Wolfsritter, Tobias said, using the old German term. Mazel tov. Maggie blanched, and looked as though she may argue before Tobias cut her off. We go to Triberg, at least until we figure out what to do next. Then I will assure you, return there without harm. Massimo looked at Maggie. If you wish to depart to Germany with your son, signora, I will assist you. I also extend you an invitation to my court in Venice, as I have no doubt the Dracula will be eager to reclaim you, and my city is now safe from their tyranny. I can protect you where I failed to protect your son. Honestly, however, I believe you will be safer under the protection of the Red Matron. Maggie rounded us with slow, haunted steps, her eyes fixed on the body whose only legacy to this moment would be the stain of blood he'd leave on the floor. Mum? The delicacy with which Tobias looked at his mother when I turned was a complete reversal from the attitude he'd spouted since we arrived. Maggie looked away, her tough act softening around the edges. I hoped if I was mean enough, I could drive you away before Horace called them. I never wanted what happened to me to happen to you, too. Mum? He stepped forward. What do you mean? Every day and every moment for years. Her hands raked over her scarred neck. I've lived in fear that you would find me. And then, they'd do it to you. Silence clung to the air, and only Massimo, reasserting himself into the conversation, snapped us all back to attention. I won't force any of you to leave with me, he said, pointing out the door to his vehicle. But I suggest you do if you still wish to be breathing come dawn. Just at that moment, our slayer clung to one of the dining room chairs for support. Whoa. Caleb? He'd gone so suddenly pale. Caleb, what's wrong? Vampires. His knuckles bleached as he fisted his hands. I've never felt so much energy. It has to be, 50, 60, a lot more than in Istanbul or Spain. Massimo had the gall to look smug, bowing, and once again motioning us toward the door. The three of us exchanged one more look before picking up our feet. Could we trust Massimo Brunelli? I didn't know, but I did know that it was a lot easier to kill one vampire than 60. A block away, a dozen vamps stood between us and the path forward. They knew there was a good chance a slayer was going to be with them, Caleb said. In the front passenger seat, he rolled up his sleeves. He wasn't wearing his usual designer garb, given the limited options of what Schloss Wolfsritter could provide. But old habits died hard. and he apparently didn't want his clothes singed if he conjured up bigger Solaria. That's why they weren't right by the house, ready to strike, why they used an average Joe as a watchdog. They wanted to make sure the trap was sprung before closing in. They promised Horace they'd take him into the creche if he pulled off the operation. Sitting in the third row, Maggie's flat voice matched her distant expression. He's been licking their boots for a decade, trying to win a maker's bite. Blow got what he bloody deserved. We are not all such hostile creatures, Mrs. Sumfield, Massimo said. Tobias, seated next to me, turned. Mum, I'm not blaming you for what happened. Not in the least, but you're a werewolf. If it was just him and you, why didn't you attack and try to escape? That's simple, is it now? Her sudden caustic smile chilled me. Where would I have gone? Any response was cut off by the engine growling. Massimo posturing to the horde that stood silent, waiting for us to move. I can plow through them, but they will pursue. The fastest will catch us. How many of them you think qualify as the fastest? Caleb asked. The Doge gave a one-shouldered shrug. Hard to say. Full throttle speeds like I'll be able to do this time of night? Maybe 1 in 10. Then again, these are likely all Dracula, the strongest bloodline of my kind. Caleb grew a cocky grin. But you forget, Mario. I'm a Helsing, the strongest bloodline of my kind. My name is Massimo. I'll care if I survive. Caleb opened the door and shifted out of the seat. Tell Amy I'll get to Chicago as soon as I can. Caleb? I managed to grab his shoulder. What are you doing? Making sure you guys get out of here safe. His eyes twinkled as he winked at me. Don't worry about me, Jerry. I got this. Massimo, if I find out anything happened to them, that's your fault. I'll personally come to the Venetian court and engineer a bloody coup. Massimo coughed a laugh. You are definitely a Helsing. And just like that, my hand was empty as the car door slammed. Caleb! I lunged, jerked back, lunged again. Tobias. What are you? Let me go. He can't be out there alone. He's doing it so we can escape. Tobias's arms wrapped around my hips, pulling me back even as I writhed. Don't make it worthless. Massimo took no issue with the Slayer's beounce. Barely had Caleb stepped out of the vehicle when the engine growled. One of the vamps, either too slow or distracted, hit the windshield and went flying off the back. I followed the body, turning to see it land in the street behind us, all as the Wimbledon of solarium tossing lit the rear view. Boughs of light exploded, casting our shadows forward. Behind you! Massimo's warning let me turn just in time to discover an olive-skinned vamp materializing in the seat next to Maggie. He must have smoked in when Caleb left. The she-wolf's eyes went wide as she flattened herself against the window. It was a honking big SUV, but it was still a tight space. If I swung a silver sword, I was as likely to get Maggie or Tobias with it as the vamp. I pulled an ounce or two of silver from my stores, rolling it down my arm and into my hand. Massimo, if this is a rental, I hope you got insurance. His gray eyes found me in the rearview mirror moments before I turned. What do you... My lunarium illuminated the car. A shadow fell against the back window for a flash, right before it blew out the backside. Cracked glass flew, as much blowing out as falling in. Tobias did his best to pull his mother into his protection, with a seat back between them. The vamp had just enough time to turn its black eyes on me before my weapon robbed him of his skin, just like it had done with the ravens. A shriek unlike any I'd ever heard flew from the stricken creature's lipless mouth. My hands flattened against my ears even as the impression of a high school anatomy illustration watched cinders chase up his knuckles, his palm, his wrist. By the time the damage reached his elbows, most of his hand had fallen in a heap on the back of my seat. One more time. The vamp's eyes met mine. Slowly, his mouth cracked open as he let out a dead man's sigh. And then, just like that, he was gone. I turned to the Sumfields, pulling them off the side of the car's interior where they'd sought protection. "Are you okay?" Tobias nodded, chest heaving but his relief evident. Maggie, however, wore a novel expression, curious and perhaps even frightened. "You're not just a hood girl, you're the devil's spawn." "It sometimes takes a devil to kill a dragon," Massimo said as he squealed around the curb. "Hold on. I'm going to do the only thing I know to get us out of this alive. Drive like an Italian."
Chapter 6. Amy.
Remember your instructions. Follow them. Call me when everyone is settled in Chicago. Sincerely, your beloved Solari. P.S. No screwing slayers, Barbie. They need to breed. With each other, not you.
Clearly, Caleb Helsing was the Shakespeare of texting. Chalk up another point for Mr. Jerky McJerkface. Forget the fact that, according to something someone had said, the male slayers that had been rescued were infertile. Caleb was convinced that something WWL developed could fix that, and he thought practice would help his guys hit one out of the park when the big game came around. And by the way, as if. I mean, a few slayers weren't so bad, but even I had some humanity. I wasn't about to go mattress hopping with a man who'd spent most his life imprisoned, and the last month of it chained up in a basement with water coming up to his shins whenever the sun was down. I huffed as I slid the phone into my bag and got ready for takeoff. Did he sign it? Solari, again. To my right, tiny Takeo managed to hold a baby on her lap and look comfortable in a coach seat. Of course, to her, to all the slayers actually, the extreme economy class section could be Buckingham Palace. It was the first time they'd all been on a commercial airliner, and only the second time they'd been on a plane at all. Seeing as their previous experience had been while fleeing for their lives from Count Dracula, Takeo probably felt like the bag of overly salty peanuts Mina held was as good as caviar. Yup, I squirreled my phone out of sight and into my pocket before a passing stewardess slipped me the evil eye again. At least it wasn't Solarian God's gift to all women like it was last time. Takeo shrugged. He's arrogant, but that doesn't mean he's not valiant at the same time. Mina's eyes fixed on a rattle Takeo shook just out of her reach, seeing it not as a toy, but as a thing to be hunted. She'd be walking by the time she was 6 months and getting a fake ID in preschool. He can be arrogant. He could be valiant, but I don't think he's capable of doing both simultaneously. I pulled the belt on even as the one male steward aboard opened his mouth to say something. Some people always found a reason to complain. I really wish Jan hadn't told him about that title for a chief slayer. Caleb already thinks he's 3 stars better than anyone else. Now that he's got something to put on a business card, he's going to be impossible to live with. Takeo shifted Mina in her arms. "Oh, so he told you then." "Told me what?" "That you two will be living together back in Chicago," she said, like it was obvious. I was pretty sure I looked like a patient just told she had some horrible disease. "Shut up!" Eyes wide, cheeks reddened, the slayer diverted her mask of shame. "So now," I was Jerky McJerkface. "Oh, Takeo, I didn't mean... I keep forgetting you guys were so isolated and uber serious all the time. I wasn't trying to insult you. I just... But did he actually say that?" She turned back hesitantly. "Caleb said since you're only a Huey, he's worried the vampires won't respect you unless they see you as his claim. He says you two need to appear close." That could be perfectly true. Very sexist and a knock on eons of women's lib, but every day I discovered the supernatural world didn't follow human rules. "Plus," Takeo continued, "Mina will be staying with you if anything happens to Jerry and Tobias. He'd want to be near her. Don't tell him I said so, but I think Caleb's smitten." I pushed a finger into Mina's chin, pushing down and making her smile. Duh, I hate babies, and I think she's the most adorable thing ever. Takeo grinned. I wasn't talking about Mina. Then who was she? Oh, nope. 1,000 times nope. I fixed this woman with the glare of the criminally insane. Caleb and I are not a thing. Maybe not, she shrugged. Or maybe just not yet. Or maybe just not ever, I said. Takeo, there's no delicate way to say this, so I'm just going to say it. Caleb is a jerk, and understand I say that with the utmost respect for all his Slayer awesomeness and respect as the leader of your people. But on a very personal level, flaming backside after spicy food, he sees Huey women as bullet points, as in, the summary of their importance is to point his bullet at them. He's what you Hueys call a player, then. The Slayer's eyebrows arched. Funny, I learned that word from Tobias, but he was using it to talk about you. Add one Tobias Somfield to my scum list. Maybe I used to be, but I haven't slept with anyone new in over 6 months. Jesus, had it been so long, no wonder I'd turned into the world's biggest grouch. Besides, I continued, Caleb needs to be with one of you and make little bouncy Slayer babies if you all are going to survive. I pulled out my phone and woke up the screen, sharing the recent text message. See, he wants to make sure you all start with the sexy times as soon as possible. Actually, he was telling you not to make with the sexy times, she said, because he wants you for himself. As his glorified secretary, and that's all he's getting me for, so case closed. Thankfully, Takeo let it drop then, but I didn't appreciate that coy little smile of hers one bit. Heck, even Mina was grinning. I focused my glare at the baby just as the wheels of the plane left the ground. Dream on, baby girl. It ain't going to happen.
Chapter 7. Jerry. I felt like a betrayer as the tiny private jet left English soil, which, given my name, I supposed was appropriate. The moon was nearly full, and the sky was cooperative enough to illuminate an earth tone palette beneath us. Caleb was down there somewhere. Dead or alive, I didn't know. If he had been killed so we could escape, how would I live with myself? Beyond what it would mean to the Slayers, I lingered on what it would mean to me. He'd proposed, I'd declined. In hindsight, all my difficulties with the physical part of our relationship made sense. My heart was already bonding with Tobias. That kind of dedication wasn't supposed to happen until the couple slept together. But who knew what it was like for Asanaix? Who knew what it was like for me? But that didn't mean Caleb didn't have a place in my heart. In the last few weeks, he'd shifted into the big brother I'd never had. I needed him. Needed my family. Cold drink, miss? A woman's voice fetched me from my reverie, wherein I'd sunk so deep I hadn't even realized the others were talking. Who knew such a small plane had flight attendants? Then again, if said plane was owned by an Italian vampire prince, anything was possible. The glass clinked from a superfluous amount of ice cubes as I took it. Thank you. You're welcome, miss. She made similar offers to both men sitting with me before moving to the back of the plane and disappearing. I sat up and shifted my thoughts and my eyes to Maggie Sumfield. She sat in the back seat, just as focused on what lay below us as I'd been moments before. Across a dinette set, though to call it something so plebeian seemed to undersell it, Massimo answered whatever question my mate had asked. There were complications when Vlad dragged you through Venice. Though, here and now, please allow me to offer you my most humble and unworthy apologies for my inaction, the vampire said. I found myself in a situation where it was necessary to play politics and expedite the Raven's exit from my city. Also, after we met and later that evening, he did try to kill me. So, it occupied some time, Tobias's drink paused at his lips. Suppose that's a good excuse, and you did just save us now, so all's even and such. I slid into the conversation, picking up the loose thread. What complications? Massimo's eyes darted around the cabin, before finally his gaze fell upon a window. I was attempting to woo a woman. Oh, well, if that's it, then. Tobias threw up his hands as he slumped back in his seat. The vampire shook his head. You do not understand. I wasn't simply trying to get someone into bed. I can do that easily enough. If Vlad had discovered that I was so... His words cut off, but I could still see the story written in his eyes. If he knew you loved her, he could use her as leverage and force you to do anything. Massimo's desperate gaze caught mine. Yes. I knew the feeling, had experienced the reality of it being carried out. Except for Igor, however, Vlad didn't threaten vampires. He saw them as some sort of sanctified creature. Then why would he... Oh, she's human. The realization fell from my mouth at the same time it dropped into my brain. I looked to Massimo, who didn't mount a denial. Instead, his jaw and fist tightened, as though I'd reminded him of the obvious, and he was gathering his resolve. His love for a Huey could fuel his determination, but it was also an incredible weakness his enemies could exploit. But at least for a vampire, there was a simple enough solution. You could turn her, I suggested. I mean, assuming she feels the same way about you. I am not a maker, the Italian said. Besides, it would be cruel of me to do so. To have won her heart, only to leave her behind when I meet the sun sometime in the next century. The math was quick enough to do. That's when you'll be 500? He nodded. Then, for some reason, I proceeded to suggest something amazingly stupid and against my own self-interest. Blame it on my history within sympathy for otherwise doomed relationships. But you know you could extend that, don't you? Drinking supernatural blood, you could keep going as long as she would, and then you wouldn't lose her and she wouldn't lose you in... The vampire put up a hand to stop my babbling. I do not wish this. Besides, he grinned. She loves watching the windswept fields of sunflowers dance in the twilight. Why would I take that away from her? What did Igor do for you? Maggie's voice took us all off guard, and we turned to see her eyes fixed on the window. Good. She might be in shock from her sudden freedom, but she was still engaging with reality. I had no idea where her head was, though. My inner hood chided me. An injured wolf can be a very dangerous thing. Massimo's response refocused me. He assisted me in expelling the ravens from Venice the first time, then with seizing control of the court from his daughter, Luciana. Or as I believe you know her, Inga Rosathorn. Who is also dead now, I said. How did Igor go up against the ravens, exactly? It's not like he could threaten to kill them. How did you two pull off a bloodless coup? The vampire grinned. By recruiting the aid of your ancestors. Gervalta Faust and Andreas Baron, of course. He shook his head as he swiped a drink from his glass. A shame what happened to them. They were so fiercely in love. Oh, when I knew them, they were still working that out for themselves, but anyone could see it. Their eyes pledged it with every blink. I couldn't help but look at Tobias then, wondering if I'd find that same look in his eyes, but my mate wasn't a man easily distracted. Tobias scooted to the front of his seat. You're lying. The vampire's head snapped back. Obviously, the Doge wasn't challenged often. I haven't said one untrue thing. Fine, Tobias huffed. Then you're holding back. You didn't rescue us because you owed Igor anything, though it made a good excuse, I'll grant. You rescued us because you think we're the most likely way to kill off Vlad. You said it yourself. politics plays a bigger role than sanguine considerations. Now, why would a politician like you suddenly throw his lot in with a bunch of half-breeds like us? What's changed since the ravens dragged me through your court, beaten and delirious? Suddenly it snapped. Unwanted knowledge indeed. He just wanted to earn our trust and get us somewhere that we couldn't run away from him. He already knows about Mina. Saying he didn't want to say anything wasn't about respecting our privacy. It was because he didn't need us to say anything. The vampire chuckled. You named the Illustrian after a character from Bram Stoker, and they say irony is dead. So Tobias had hit the nail on the head, but that was only the beginning of the hammering. Now listen to me and listen good, Massimo. I don't give a tick's left ball if you did just rescue us and sweep us away on your luxury jet. If you threaten my daughter in any way, I will personally slice off your head, dip it in wax, and stick it to a pike in the middle of your city. Sounds as though your time at the side of the impaler was most educational. No matter. Massimo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The woman who'd given me a drink emerged from whatever crevice of the plane she'd stashed herself, carrying a silver tray. Silver. I doubted that was a coincidence. This time, instead of refreshments, it bore a tiny leather checkbook. The vampire took it with one hand while drawing an ink pen from inside his jacket pocket with the other. State your price. My own remaining silver laced over my hands, grafting onto the end of my fingernails and giving me claws. You sick vamp. Do you think there's any amount of money that we'd sell our child for? Your child? His dimpled cheeks looked so eerie without the full ability to blush. You quite misunderstand. I don't want your child. All I want is a vial of her blood. Tobias managed to push me back in my seat before I went all Catwoman. Imagine that. A werewolf out-disciplining a hood. The answer's the same, my mate said. I'm sure whoever it is you want to kill with Mina's blood has given you cause. But the moment word gets out that an Illustrian's blood will let a vamp kill any other, including one of his own bloodline, there'll be hordes trying to find her. Kill vampires? The Doge threw back his head and belted a guttural laugh. Is that what you think it does? No, my children, an Illustrian's blood isn't deadly at all. Tobias's head tilted. Then what's your interest in it? More importantly, I thought to myself, what was Vlad's? The Italian's eyes turned to slits, like he was questioning our sincerity. Could they really not know? He said in every way, but with his tongue. Finally, he leaned forward, hands pushing against his knees. I suppose if you consider that an Illustrian's blood cures vampirism, takes away any potential for immortality, then yes, you might say it kills them, but that's a matter of perspective. Cure vampirism? To some, that might be a fate worse than death. But even if it was true, I wasn't ready to pull in my claws. Hueys are a hell of a lot easier to kill than soups. It'd sure help anyone get rid of their enemies. I can't deny the potential for that, Massimo admitted. But that's not my intention. No, dear little hood. I want the blood to use on myself. I'm in love with a human, and the only thing I want now from this world is to grow old with her. Your daughter's blood can let me give my beloved Portia a partner in this world, and a beloved in the next. The truth of it then punched me in the gut. That's what Vlad wanted. If he could make Igor human, he could do away with him without killing himself in the process. Leaving him the senior member of his line, and giving him tremendous influence over Dracula everywhere. Massimo nodded. Illustrian blood is the way a paterfamilias goes from being an honorary position to a deity. If he can kill his own, he commands them. And that's why they're, all doing what he says now, because most vampires still fear death, perhaps more than a Huey. Now, he took up the checkbook again. This is drawn from a bank account I keep in New York, which should help prevent tracking. The EU, as you probably know, has abolished the use of paper checks in recent years. It's not for sale. Massimo's gaze rolled up to meet mine, and for the first time, I saw a challenge there. I'm prepared to give well into the high six figures, contingent, of course, on the death of all remaining ravens. I think for either of us to cede our positions before that carries too much risk. But just think of the comfort you could enjoy with so much money once that comes to pass. Her blood is not for sale, I repeated. Then, after a drawn-out pause, but I'd be open to an exchange. Tobias squeezed my wrist, pruning his words. What are you doing? What I have to. I covered his hand with mine before turning back to Massimo and discovering an arched eyebrow. Good. He was interested. Maybe this could all work out after all. I will offer you a vial of Mina's blood, I said, in exchange for your life. The vampire choked on the words. You don't have much experience negotiating, do you, Mrs. Sumfield? My name is Klein, and on the contrary, I'm actually quite good at it. I leaned forward, ignoring Mr. Klein's gnashing of teeth. I'm not asking for your death, Your Grace, just... I don't know. 10 years, maybe? Not long to a vampire, but significant to a human. And if you're telling us the truth, you'll be human, won't you? Massimo leaned back in his seat. I'm afraid I still don't understand. Neither the bloody hell do I, Tobias snapped, pivoting to me. Jerry, once this gets out, imagine the consequences. I would think that someone as aged and wise as the Doge of Venice, whom I sure has many enemies and even more friends, would have a plan to disappear himself, I said to my mate. And if Caleb's going to have any luck resurrecting the Slayers in anything more than name, he'll need help. Guidance, training, a link to norms and traditions from someone who's been around long enough to have seen it with his own eyes. I looked to Massimo. You're an old vampire in a position of power. You must have known a great number of Slayers in your time. He turned his palms up. A necessity of my position. Then help them, I said. Dedicate the first 10 years of your reclaimed human life to serving the Solari, and I will give you the blood you want. A broad grin erupted across the vampire's face. A moment later, his elegant hand struck out. Done. My office will reach out to coordinate after the Ravens are terminated. I'll need some time to settle my affairs and ensure a smooth transition in my court as well. My bride also probably wouldn't object to a honeymoon before we join you in Chicago. This time I swore that Massimo did blush. In the end, I suppose I am still a romantic. Beside me, Tobias crossed his arms. You say that now, but wait to see if she takes your name or forces you to take hers.
Chapter 8. Brunhild. And this one? Becky held up a brown leather jacket, the elbow worn by use and age. In a moment, the memory overtook me. A motorcycle ride across the pampas in the moonlight, a field of golden grass swaying in the breeze, a blanket. The smell of new leather as Pietro slipped the jacket over my shoulders. My head turned up, my eyes wide, my lips parted. I'd wanted to kiss him for a week, and then I was. According to my mother, Pietro was an abomination, one of the few living descendants of Diva Raderin and the grandson of an Argentine wolf killed for the crime of loving a hood. But he was kind, compassionate, and yes, very, very sexy. My senses filled with his scent, musk and leather, and the breeze of the grasslands. I knew in a moment there was no hope. He could have me, if he wanted. The decision was entirely his, because his consequences could very well be permanent. But he did want me. Despite all my biases when we'd first met and all the particulars of my heritage, he vowed to always love me. Then, a month into our mating, I confessed my secrets. With crossed bloodlines of my own, my mother had forbidden us to have children. I waited for him to show that his heartache was stronger than any mating bond he had. I'd expected him to leave me, to ask the Grand Matron for an annulment. Mother would have granted it before the words even got out of his mouth. But no, he stayed. He stayed, and he loved me through my fears and doubts, filling in the cracks of my anxiety with the warmth of his devotion. I wished he were still here to do it again, but Pietro was gone. I'd lost my husband. For a while, I'd lost my daughter. If I didn't bring my people back together soon, I'd lose any chance to keep the hoods united in a time fraught with division. We were heading into a future that demanded we change. I only hoped we could. But to move forward, I had to leave behind the things that tied me to the past. "The garbage box," I finally said. "It's far too worn to give to charity." Becky nodded and shoved the jacket into a bag filled with Pietro's things, destined for the dump. "I see now why you wanted to have this house away from the Schloss. Must have been hard for the two of you, keeping secret what you both really were, all while the eyes and ears of the entire community were on you. Pietro had a rougher go of it than I did. So few living hoods had even seen a slayer that they wouldn't know what to look for in me. But Pietro, sometimes during full moons, the wolf in him took over. Not physically, of course, but he still felt the spirit of it. It's the reason he was the one I always sent out on patrol on Feuernacht. It was both a way to hide his secret when hardest, and to allow him room to lean into the nature unquestioned." Becky gathered up the garbage bag in her arms. "This one's full. I'll run down and put this in the garage with the others. You want me to bring a cup of tea or something back up for you?" "No, thank you, Becky. I'm fine. A nip of something with a bit more poison, then?" Despite my sorrow, I cracked a smile. "No, but please partake of whatever you like." It was several minutes later when Becky rushed into the room to the extent that someone near 90 could. "Matron, they just pulled into the garage." I dropped the pair of folded socks into the charity bin and jumped to my feet. "How many are in the car?" "Only 3, madame." Halfway to the door, my feet froze. 3? So Margaret had said no. "Gerwalta and Tobias," Becky continued, "and another woman." My heart took the liberty to beat again until guilt struck a chord within me. "The Slayer didn't make it?" "They didn't say, ma'am. They asked that you come down immediately." I arrived in the first-floor hall just in time to meet Gerwalta's eyes. It only lasted a moment, that look, the residual disdain mixed with the longing to be my little girl. I'd done that to her. I'd driven her away only to spite her for not pulling back. If that was the price for her survival, however, I'd learned to live with her contempt. Tobias Klein followed in her wake. "The Slayer?" I asked. It was the werewolf who spoke as my daughter swallowed her emotions. "We were separated in the escape." "Escape?" My mouth suddenly felt dry. "Escape from what?" "Dracula," Jerry said. "Dozens of them. Apparently Vlad's recovered enough to claim his role as the bloodlines' paterfamilias. Interesting tip, by the way. Did you know that that was a thing? Kinda like a matron or a pack leader. When Igor died, Vlad became the eldest in the bloodline, and now they all obey him. So that's just super. I'll contact the Green Matrons nearest London. They might mount a search. Even if they had withdrawn from the council, it was in all our interests for each and every Slayer to prosper. What about Margaret Sumfield? Did you find her? No sooner had I said the name than the woman came into view, standing in the shadow of her son. Haggard. It was the only word that captured it. Hair that may have once been blonde hung limply, brass falling over her knobby shoulder. Wolves usually aged with a great measure of grace, but Tobias's mother could stand in line with a Huey 10 years her senior. Her most distinguishing feature, however, was the tortured flesh that ran from under her ear to where her skin disappeared beneath the collar of her shirt. The she-wolf loped a modest distance from her pup the moment she was through the door, clinging to the wall for support. It seemed the mother-son reunion wasn't the warmest. Noting the distance of my own child, I had a feeling that Tobias's mother and I had more in common than the secrets of our overlapping heritage. I straightened my sweater. No cloaks in Rot House. It was a rule Pietro and I made early on. Mrs. Sumfield, welcome to... It's Maggie. She cut me off as she walked further into the house, surveying the kitchen at the end of the hall. We all followed in her wake. Am I your prisoner? The query cut me short. Not unless you're experiencing lunacy or count yourself among my daughter's enemies. The intention was to rescue you. I don't give an ounce of catguts about your daughter, one way or the other, and I'm not moon mad. I blinked when she headed me off a second time. If she had been a hood, I'd have sent her to shackles for a day. Even though I'd declared the Asenaics de facto hoods, I didn't think there would be much gained in the act. A cough cleared my throat. Let me restart. Mrs. Somfield, I am Grand Matron Brunhild Klein. Up the hill. I motioned vaguely in the mountain's direction. Is Schloss Wolfsretter, where I stand in dominion over all the wolf watchers of the world. I understand that it is a place synonymous with prison for many lupines, but it is also one of the few places we believe Tepes would be reluctant to strike. Insofar as we believe he may now be in pursuit of Asenaic blood in order to recover from some recent injuries, we also believe it is one of the safest places for you to be. It's where I've been staying with Jerry, Mum. The son looked at the floor while talking. How very curious. Ever since they freed me in Spain. If the hoods freed you, and you aren't a prisoner, then what are you still doing here? Maggie's face screwed up until she rediscovered Gerwalta. Ah, that's right. You've mated the enemy. Guess that being disagreeable thing wasn't all an act to drive us away then, was it? Tobias huffed. If you keep insulting my mate... That's enough. 3 sets of wide eyes turned on me. Despite my softening of late, perhaps they had forgotten that, while I was a hood, I was the master of this situation and of every situation. We don't have time for family drama, I said, stepping between the 2 wolves. Maggie, there are no prisoners here. If you want to leave, no one will stop you. But this is no time to be alone. It's obvious the Dracula have organized, and rather solidly. I'm not an expert in vampiric history, but I don't recall stories of their type having mustering tendencies. Except, of course, the last time it happened, when Vlad tried to embed the Ottoman army with vampires to destroy the werewolves of Europe. For the moment, I'd make a hopeful wager that his energy and commitment are focused solely on obtaining Asenaics and slayers. You're part of a small target up against a much larger missile. Then I'll stay. The she-wolf squared her jaw. For now. Nodding, I turned back to my daughter and her besotted mate. I will call together the remaining members of the council for a meeting a half-hour before dawn. You 2 will brief them on your experiences in England, and together we will decide the best course of action going forward. For the moment, get some rest. The battle is upon us now, and ere we close our eyes again after tonight, it may be eternal. Typical of her history, my daughter rolled her eyes, not caring for what she used to call my melodramatic speeches. But as I watched her disappear into the sitting room, en route to the bedroom. I knew in my heart I wasn't being dramatic at all. I turned on Maggie, who remained resolute and yet uncertain which direction to go. "I'm sorry." Her face curdled. "I can imagine 15 things you have to be sorry for without effort. You have to be more precise." No use in sugarcoating or distancing myself from my truth. Whatever Maggie Somfield had been through, she was a mother. She'd hate me, but she'd also understand. I'd heard rumors that the Dracula had an asenaic for its senior members in England a year ago, but the last thing I wanted to do was expose anyone whose secrets might lead to my daughter's own. Then, last week, one of the Green Hoods informed me that you were the one being held. Obviously, it was a setup. "So you sent your own daughter into a trap." Maggie crossed her arms. "I don't know whether to be more surprised by your deception or your betrayal." Greens are arrogant. They probably thought my relinquished daughter, a gigolo slayer, and a lone wolf stood no chance of outmaneuvering their conspirators. But they don't know my daughter, and they certainly don't know your son. Even still, Maggie cut herself off as knowledge lifted her eyes. "I think I know you, Brunny. You didn't send my son to rescue his mother. You sent a hood to extract an asenaic, make sure I wasn't passed on to Vlad for his use. It wasn't until I became a strategic weapon that you had any interest in me. I'll accept any blame you want to assign me, but I will not apologize." I swallowed my anxiety, reminding myself I had nothing to be ashamed of. He cannot win, Maggie. I may die. My actions may lead to the martyrdom of many a fine hood and wolf alike, but Vlad cannot win. Maggie expected no less, it seemed. "I don't blame you any more than I blame a mosquito for its bite. It's your nature. I'm free now, all the same." "Yes, you are, to the extent that you may make your way or stay on, but I will not allow you to become their prisoner again. So leave if you like, but know if you do, someone under my command will be your shadow, with the order to kill you if you're ever taken again." So what you're offering me, really, is the illusion of freedom. On the contrary, I'm offering you the terms. I turned into the living room. "Feel free to claim any available room in the house, and to join us when we depart for Schloss Wolfsretter before dawn. If you require anything, ask Becky. She'll provide a sympathetic ear. She knows a thing or two about being held against your will." Maggie chortled as I got the stairs. "Another asenaic you took pity on and freed from the blood pits." "No, she's a Huey, and I didn't free her. My mother did." I paused and fixed my son-in-law's mother in my gaze. "From Auschwitz." The depth of desertion did not hit me in full until I stared across a table half empty. Gone were the greens, the whites, the browns. Still with me, the blacks, the blues, the yellows, though I wondered if that was out of respect to Pietro and not to me personally, and the oranges. The edges of the room were filled with as many of the castle's remaining hoods as could fit. Gerwalta stood at the back, safe in the arms of her beloved after debriefing those present on the events of England. I'd watched as the cloud covered the moon, leaving every face in the chamber pale. They all understood now. The Dracula were coming for us. Yes, for the moment, only for the asenaics, my daughter in particular. But soon, we'd all be on their list. What they didn't understand was why. I only prayed that what I was about to tell them would explain, worrying that it may only confound them more. In 1684, Gerwalta Faust of the House of Red, known to us as the Betrayer, died in this very castle. At the time, she stood convicted of the highest crime our kind recognizes, coupling with a wolf. Later that evening, her body, along with that of her mated lupine and the child their union produced, were skewered by silver and burned in the bailey just outside these doors. This, every hood knows. However, it's not the entire truth. In fact, Gervalta Faust was carrying twins, and while one burned in the fire with her, the other survived. The cloud turned again, this time from silver to black, a storm of disbelief thundering off the walls in the form of whispers and gasps. I put my hand up as I stood, calling for silence. The surviving Asenaic child was smuggled into Spain, where she was taken in by Casa de Amarillo, but not before vampires living nearby discovered her blood's unique quality. You see, vampires are not, in fact, immortal. I looked to my nephew's lover as I said this, Jan. As our resident vampire, he may have wished to silence me, giving away their most treasured secret, but the time had come for the end of secrets. Jan did nothing as I continued. The Maker's bite freezes time for them, but only 5 centuries, after which their lives come to a natural end. Supernatural blood, however, can delay this fate. Hood and Wolf for a few weeks. Slayers for a few months, Asenaics. In truth, we do not know for certain. Years, perhaps, though there's evidence that the effect lessens over time, requiring more frequent feedings. It's this blood which Vlad Tepes wants, blood he can find in the remaining descendants from that infamous union. And I found Maggie in the crowd, in those who are the product of more recent unions. "Can you speed it up a little?" Gerwalta said suddenly, drawing all the eyes in the room. "Stop being all mysterious and retrospective. Get to the vital information so we can make a fecking plan already. I'm tired of breathing every second, knowing the most lethal vampire in history is gunning for us." I crossed my arms, even as I heard my mother's voice in my ears. "If the child wants rope, give it to her. Then let us see if she builds bridges or nooses. Please, Gerwalta, why not tell all of us what you feel is crucial, since you're clearly the only one with skin in this game, the only one who will suffer, the only one in danger." The fight died in Gerwalta's eyes. Clearly she had been expecting resistance. A tiny part of me took pride in the fact that she had the courage to stand up to authority. If only she could now stay on her feet. But then, her mate stepped forward instead. Vlad Tepes doesn't just want Jerry. She's just the short-term goal, because her blood can heal him quickest after the beating the Grand Matron gave him in Spain. The Dracula see all supernatural creatures as cattle that they have open rights to feed on. He would rule over the vampires, use slayers for food and pleasure, and destroy lupine society merely out of some century-old sick form of fecked-up revenge. What's so special about Jerry's blood? I looked to my left, to the orange matron of the council, Rona. The First Peoples of the Americas had stuck with us, even when the much closer greens of the British Isles had not. "You too are an Asenaic, are you not, Mr. Klein?" she continued. "Why is Jerry's blood more desirable to them than yours?" My daughter's eyes went to mine, asking permission. It was my truth now that they'd circled, my moment to see who would still stand with me after. I crossed through the crowd as she explained. "It's because there is one blend of blood that holds more power than an Asenaic, and I have it," Gerwalta said. "I'm more than an Asenaic. Yes, I'm a descendant of Gerwalta Faust, and my great-grandfather, it seemed, was also Wolf. But it's more than that. It's because she also has Slayer blood running through her veins." I turned as I took a position at her side. The blood of my biological father, a Slayer. Whatever soft chatter had buzzed about the room came to a succinct stop as the English words were rendered into a dozen other languages. I decided to take the opportunity to just lay out the truth as I knew it. In 1953, a few years into my mother's tenure as Grand Matron, a slayer by the name of Hugo Victorius visited Schloss Wolfsretter. He believed that the reason their population had dwindled was due in part to the fact the slayers and the vampires they policed had become too close. The need for vigilance seemed moot, and many lost interest in continuing tradition, training children for a threat they believed had waned. Victorious thought that by liberating the slayer's most infamous enemy, he could revive the community and bring those who'd lost interest back into the fold. He convinced my mother to help him, revealing the hiding place of the silver jars in which the Dracula's worst spawn, the ravens, were imprisoned. The product of that partnership was twofold. Vlad Tepes and his generals were re-released into the world, and I was conceived. Gerwalta stumbled forward. Wait, that would mean you're like... Her mouth moved for a moment without sound. 75 or something? How is that possible? The confusion was understandable. Hood's aged somewhat slower than Huey's, but not so much to allow for the discrepancy. Slayers live much longer than other creatures. All the sources I've consulted suggest almost twice as long, but this is not what concerns us now. Neve Larson, a blue hood in residence studying the genealogy archives, emerged from the crowd. What then does concern us? She said, accusation rife in her tone. You have been the most outspoken of us all on the importance of maintaining the bloodlines, and the whole time you hid the impurity of your own? You dare to stand before us and call yourself Grand Matron? How could you? Jesus Christ, you two-bit hood, you're the very example of why she didn't. I, and everyone else among us, did a double-take when Maggie Sumfield spoke. The weight of so many stares landed on her with all the mass of a feather. The werewolf strode forward into the crowd of those she'd been raised to consider the enemy. Are you really that far up your own asses that you don't understand? She knew you'd react this way. That's why she didn't tell you, you bleeding tarts. Is it true that she's a raging hypocrite for pushing a policy she herself couldn't meet? Of course, but if she didn't, she was afraid you'd come after her daughter. Because if she didn't, she thought suspicion might grow about her own mate. Because if she didn't, you'd come after her. She's had to keep her family safe all her life from your bigotry and hate. So she seized the opportunity to become Grand Matron. Big flipping deal. She had to, because it was the best way to protect the people she loved. Neve proved unashamed. And that's all she's doing now, too, she said. She's in a pickle, what with Tepes coming, and she's confessing because she thinks she can manipulate our emotions. Seriously? Tobias planted his balled fists on his hips as he glowered at the blue hood, taking to his mother's side. Newsflash for you. You're all in fecking danger. Vlad Tepes doesn't care what hood politics are, or what lupine families it destroys. He nearly wiped out the slayers, and the few that were left, he kept in a harem or locked in a dungeon. He forced a slayer to rape a werewolf to conceive a child whose blood would be lethal to other vampires. Brunhild recognizes this is bigger than her secrets. It's bigger than your judgments and your biases. Why can't you? She's trying to help save you, to save all of us. But if you want to stand there and cry about your wounded pride, then just go right ahead. I intend to stand with her and fight, because it's the best way I know to protect my mate. It's the only way to protect my daughter. Off to the side, Jerry beamed as Maggie Sumfield guffawed, saying, "What daughter?" But the son ignored the mother. "I'm going to avenge the deaths of my father, of my brother, and of my..." His voice broke, and for a moment, I thought he was done. Then, Gerwalta walked to his side, wrapping an arm around his waist, and whispered something into his ear. The werewolf nodded before his eyes shot back open. "I'm doing it to avenge my first mate, who the Dracula kidnapped, experimented on, and tortured. So, yes, I will stand by Brunhild, and I don't care if she's half hood and half water buffalo. The question is, are all ye hoods as willing to give your lives to save your own, like the lowly dogs you think we are? As I looked around, a room gone silent, there was no need for words. They understood the sentiment that had won the day. The hoods were going to war, and the wolves would be right beside them.
Chapter 9. Jerry. To anyone not in the know, it only looked like a garden shed. The structure lay outside the medieval walls of the compound, but within the modern 1960s security fencing. Inside, instead of hose or a lawnmower, one would only find the top of a spiral staircase leading down into what was once a massive bomb shelter. Nowadays, it served as the Schloss's gymnasium, and it's where I found myself, unable to sleep. I continued my forms as the shed door above opened, a red light blinking on the far wall indicating someone was on their way down. I didn't have to wonder who. There were only 2 wolves on the property, and Tobias was back in our room, asleep. I swear, that man could slumber through a hurricane. I grabbed a towel and pressed my face into the cooled linen as a breeze carrying the scent of she-wolf brushed past me. "Hello, Maggie." I turned, pointing to a row of folding chairs on the side of the mat. "I was wondering when you were going to corner me." Maggie assumed a seat. "A daughter, eh?" she asked without pretense. "She's not an Asenaic," I said, anticipating the meaning behind her furrowed brow. "But she's not whatever I am either." "I see," she said in a tone that made it clear she didn't. I pressed on. "Vlad forced a slayer to bed a wolf. The product of that crossing is Armina. We adopted her after her mother died. The father we were led to believe is dead long ago. It seems I'm a grandmother then." A smile flickered onto her face, one I wasn't sure was born of joy or pain. "Do you love her?" A bead of defensiveness drew down the lines on my forehead. "I don't give a damn that she's not blood. She's my daughter. Your son loves her too, by the way." "I'm certain he does. His emotions run deep, always have. Even as a child, he—" She cut herself off, pulling back in on herself both figuratively and literally. "I wanted to ask you something. Something I must know, but I can't risk. I don't want to upset Tobias." "Shoot." Her head cocked to the side. "What's the question?" I amended. "He mentioned having a first mate. What happened to her?" I half wondered if she expected to hear me say that I'd killed Kara. The Dracula experimented on her, found a way to undo her mating bond. Tobias and I tried so hard to save her, but Kara was killed in the crossfire. Undid her mating bond? It surprised me that that was what hit her. But then again, after what she'd endured for years, a wolf killed by vampires was probably a mundane event. After a moment, Maggie nodded, as though she'd confirmed something. "So, it wasn't because there was something wrong with him. The vamps did something, and then he could fall for you, betray his nature." The implication threatened to derail my compassion. Like loving me would be evidence that her son was somehow damaged. But this was a woman who had suffered so her child could stay pack. I had to respect the intentions. Honestly, we don't know why Tobias can love me. He's easily 10 generations out from Gerwalta Faust and Andreas Baron. It's hard to imagine the DNA that would let that be possible would be so dominant still, but he's got more hood blood than even he knows. Maggie's interjection stilled my tongue. "What?" "My family's dirty little secret. Fur fever," she said, her eyes as distant as her voice. "My grandmother was Grand Matron, one of the few that didn't come from your bloody House of Red, unlike my other ancestors who were slaughtered when they made it a wolf. Liz Wood was in a position to hide the truth and protect the babe. Everyone in the family knew my father was a halfie. He had wolfish tendencies, but never could take his fur. Never became one of them. I thought of my own father, of the recent revelation that he, too, had a recent lupine ancestor. Only after the fact did his contrary habits make sense to me. Growing up, I'd always excused his fits of passion and contrary tendencies to his being a foreigner. For a child, simple solutions solve complex problems. I hadn't asked my mother if my father could take fur, but I bet, like Maggie's father, he couldn't. Was it a male-female thing? Did the fact that hoods were matriarchal push the wolf traits in female offspring to be more pronounced? My university classes were playing hopscotch in my thoughts. But I did, Maggie continued, the first full moon after my fire night. Ran away after that, never looked back. I knew if I did, all I would see would be a dagger coming my way. The House of Green ain't the forgiving sort. I regained my feet as instinct brought my hands up, reaching for her. Maggie, And just like that, her venom resurged. She turned, pulled away, her face screwing up. Did you think I told you because I wanted your pity? But you feel it, don't you? You pity me. Pity yourself, girl. If the lot of you fail to put down the Dracula, you'll be me in 30 years. The shell of a mate. Nothing but the shell. I jerked my hands back. You're more than a shell. You stood up to a whole room of hoods yesterday and called them on their BS. Not much consequence of it for me, was there? I hope it has all the consequence in the world for all of us. She didn't want me to pity her. Fine. No offense, Maggie, but if I get to be your age, I don't want to be anything like you. I've tried being bitter and self-justified. All that's ever done is drive people away. And while you've earned yourself a lifetime of the world, owes me something credits, that currency doesn't go far in this court. I'd like to help you overcome what you've suffered. I'd like to introduce you to your granddaughter. But if you dare and try to tell me that I don't belong with your son for any reason, then you and I have a problem. Is that right? I watched in amazement as the corner of her mouth ticked up. Might be hope for you yet. I grabbed my towel and turned toward the door. It's almost sunset. Come on, let's get breakfast and see how much of my mother's Grand Council had balls enough to stick around after 2 werewolves pounced them yesterday. Balls? I thought there were only women on the Council of Matrons. Oh, that's true, I said. But believe me, some of them have cojones the size of... The room shook as a boom came from above. Maggie and I exchanged a look before we both took the stairs 2 at a time. We emerged from the shed to see a sunset sky bleeding flame. Only, as my eyes focused, I saw it wasn't the sky that was on fire. It was the Schloss. Chapter 10. Smoke hung in the air, a thick blanket that obscured my view. Silhouettes of nearby buildings showed no damage. So what the hell was going on? Then, as I did a second sweep, it hit me. All the smoke that I saw moved without wind and whirled toward the castle, not away from it. Vampires. Behind me, Maggie declared what suddenly became obvious. I turned, hoping to find an ally in this chaos, but instead discovering a woman who'd become a ghost of her own experiences. I pushed her back into the garden shed facade, toward the stairs that led down to the gym. If she couldn't help, hopefully she'd stay safe and out of the way. On the right side of the landing at the bottom of the stairs, there's a big yellow button. Press it once you're through the door. It will lock down the facility airtight. The vampires won't be able to get in. But the others... Her voice trailed off as, over my shoulder, her eyes widely tracked the cataclysm. Tobias! Another boom shook the air, and this time, it came with flame. I spun to see licks of red past the castle gate. Stone didn't burn, of course, but everything inside the compound, from the medieval tapestry to the books to the furniture, wasn't made of stone. Don't worry, Maggie. Tobias is safe. He'd volunteered to drive to Freiburg and pick up some supplies, leaping at a chance to distance himself from too many hoods. I didn't expect him back for a few hours. I pushed Maggie more insistently. Please, hurry. A scream ripped across the night, cutting off my words. I turned toward it, my eyes skirting up the external wall of the Schloss. At the top of the tower, I saw her. Becky Krantz, our sole Huey resident, our Castellan, my friend, looked out from a window that faced the inner bailey. Maggie, I have to go. But what about... I cut her off. All the matrons have a code that will get them in, but I know it too. Being the Grand Matron's daughter did come with some benefits. If no one comes in a few hours, just press the button again, and it will unseal the door. Finally, she yielded, giving me a passing look that approached gratitude before spinning and stomping down the stairs. I waited a moment until I heard the gym door close, then the sound of the compressed air and machinery, working, sealing the gym off from the outside world. Even if everything up top turned to ash, she'd survive. But now was time to make sure the worst-case scenario didn't happen. It didn't take a supernatural Einstein to figure out who was attacking, or why. The Dracula, pissed off that I'd slipped their trap in England, had finally gotten desperate enough to bring the fight to the last place we ever thought they would. It might be revenge, or just a tactical move to weaken the biggest threat standing against them. But I didn't doubt for a second that capturing me was part of the plan as well. Chaos claimed the outer bailey. Flashes of blue, yellow, and red swirled and bobbed as each hood at court took to battle, squaring off with vampires dripping into existence out of formless clouds by the dozens. I fell back on years of training, looking for our strengths so I could shore up our weaknesses. They outnumbered us easily, but this was our land. Familiarity with the ancient structure and its hidden recesses, curved stairs and high walls, served us, not them. They also hadn't counted on the fact that we trained to fight in formation against packs. Vampires engaged mostly in one-on-one conflicts to hunt and prey. A hood was never prey. A yellow gave up just enough ground, feigning retreat, to bring a red-haired female vamp forward, lining them up with another dueling pair, 2 males, one wearing a blue hood. The yellow spun, her silver sword taking the male vampire's head. The next second, the blue used the now voided space to force his silver spear into the redhead's chest, driving the tip clear through so the wooden staff touched her undead heart. As I looked for a place to enter the fray, I heard Marcus shout, "Miss Klein!" I turned to find my cousin and Jan on the edge of the outer bailey, fighting in tandem. The latter could move just as fast as his attacker, and he fought with the benefit of our training forms. Unfortunately, 4 vamps stood on the other side of their line, and the blows were unrelenting. "A little help here?" Marcus said without missing a beat, or the arm of the vampire who just materialized in front of him. I had to get to Becky, but I wasn't about to ignore Marcus. I'd only taken enough silver on me to the gym to do a little dagger practice, but it would have to do. The lunarium burned its way across the air, catching the attacking vampires with a touch. 3 immediately turned to dust, but a 4th, a meek-looking female, had just enough time to turn and look me in the eye as my weapon struck, piercing a hole into her gut, the injection of sunlight quickly webbing up her chest and into her neck. It must have been a young vamp to go so quickly. She threw her head back as if to scream, only to dissolve the next moment. No time to celebrate small victories. I ran by Marcus without stopping. I have to get to the tower. Are you insane? The whole building is going up in flames. You'll be trapped. Marcus's arm swung, throwing a potential attacker off my path. Becky's trapped up there. I have to try. As I sped through the outer bailey, then the inner bailey, I siphoned silver where I could and transformed the energy into lunaria, picking off vamps both left and right. No point in hiding now, was there? I didn't know if all my attacks were deadly, but they had to at least hurt. Right outside the entrance to the castle proper, on the tiny drawbridge that spanned the dry moat bed, my mother sliced off the hands, then the head, of a particularly snarly member of the undead. She caught my eye as I ran by. "Tower," I said to her unspoken question. "Becky?" She nodded once. "I'll get her." "No, you're the Grand Matron. Stay. Command." She turned back just as another vamp crashed against her. I didn't know why they fought. They could turn to smoke, whip past us, and head straight for the windows. They couldn't fly, per se. Jan had explained to us that while smoke, a vampire could not reach any ground, he wouldn't have been able to in a solid form. The smoke still obeyed physics, pushed against objects and was pulled by gravity. But still, a vampire was pretty damned agile in the flesh, too. Past the door, inside the foyer of the Schloss, hoods of all houses dashed in every direction. Some headed to the exits to join the battle. Some crisscrossed the main hall toward the escape tunnels hidden at the back of the castle. Some turned circles, not sure which way to go. I ignored them all, making for the stairs. It was at times like these I wished I could fly like my mother. If only that trait were genetic. Each step up the tower felt like scaling a 10-foot wall. My feet had never moved so quickly. I reached the last step, my chest working, my thighs burning. No sooner had I gotten to the tower landing than the whole of the castle shook again. I turned just in time to see part of the roof fall, blocking the path back down. As Tobias would say, bollocks. No time to waste. The outer walls of the castle may be next to fall, and that would take the only other way out with it. One step into my mother's study, and I could see why Becky hadn't tried to escape. She sat in a chair beside the fireplace, her right leg bent at an unnatural angle. With a grimace, she palmed the limb. "Next time the Schloss is under attack, remind me not to break my leg." I crossed the office to the large painting hung behind the desk. It hid a secret staircase that we could use to descend the tower. The problem remained, however, that I had no idea how I would carry Becky and manage a ledge merely 8 inches wide that had to be traversed to get to safe ground. No time for niceties, I threw the painting across the room. "I can carry you, but it's going to hurt like hell. You might want to consider passing out." She managed a smile. "I'll do my best." I got Becky to her feet and pulled her arm over my shoulders, trying to ignore the groan she made. There was nothing I could do for her pain. "Wait!" I stopped on the spot. "We don't really have time for..." But before I could finish my sentence, Becky held up her free hand and a folded-up piece of paper it clutched. "You need this," she said, shoving it into my chest. "I'm supposed to burn it or eat it if the vampires make it up here. Your mother said so." I pushed Becky's hand back. "So listen to my mother. Hold on to it. The vampires haven't reached the tower yet. Yet." Before I could take another step, the growl of an engine forcing its way up the mountain met my ears. I turned, dragging Becky back to the window she'd been waving out earlier. And that's when I looked just beyond the castle walls and locked eyes with the loathsome creature behind this all. Skinless, hairless, fearless, but still unmistakably Vlad Tepes. Time had done nothing to heal his injuries. Later, I could wonder how that was possible, Vampires supposedly healed with time and feedings. The damage done by a lunarium packed a little more punch, it seemed. A thunderous rev surged again, but what I saw down in the valley amid a patchwork of brown and black landscape put my heart in my throat. The only road that wound out of town and up our small cliff looked like a string of blue and white Christmas lights, a chorus of woo-wee, 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 underlying the clash of soup upon soup in the Baileys below. What would we do when the Hueys got close enough to see a plethora of smoke? Then solid vampires, fighting with colorfully robed men and women bearing silver swords and notched bows. Becky. Do we have a contingency plan for the invasion of the castle by Hueys? The old woman harumphed, as if they stood a chance. Well, not independently, but in conjunction with vampires. Another light whisking its way up the hill caught my eye then, this one close enough for me to see that its moon roof was open, filled by a man holding a 3-foot tube with a mounted sight. I looked back over my shoulder at the old woman grimacing in pain, then back to the approaching vehicle. If they weren't already in firing range, they would be soon enough. Was it enough time to get down the stairs carrying Becky? Even at my fastest, I wasn't sure. Becky's expression flatlined. That bad? They have a rocket launcher. They couldn't destroy the whole compound with it, but they didn't need to. The building could be used to destroy itself, if they hit the tower. Becky managed to relieve herself of my support, balancing on her uninjured leg. She took one look at me with the most resolute and determined boldness in Huey eyes I'd ever seen, and shoved the folded-up paper at me again. Take it. Becky, take it. As old and frail as she appeared, I knew from experience the devil could be in this woman. I took the paper and shoved it into my sports bra. She nodded her approval. Now, to the window. I turned wide eyes to her. You heard what I said, Gerwalta Klein? Becky snapped. You're fast, but not fast enough to carry an old woman down a castle tower racing a rocket. She said it all without the slightest bit of doubt or dressing. What could I do but concede? Hobbling, we refilled the window frame. Becky leaned forward a bit and looked down. I won't survive that. My bones are made of faith at this age. I shook my head. Maybe if I use silver to make us a rope, then I can... No time, my little girl. No time. Her hand squeezed my shoulder, then moved down my back. And then there was only air. Air on every side, and less of it beneath me by the moment. The tower grew tall in my sight, even as I screamed Becky's name and reached up, as though I could still pull her to safety. Like I was in any position to save anyone. Oh, I'd probably survive, but it was going to hurt like hell when I hit. Gravity or dumb chance flipped me, and I splayed my hands out before me as if I could springboard off the ground, instead of smashing into it. Because why not suddenly discover I was a werecat as well? It was coming, 60 feet, 50, 40, 30. I closed my eyes, ready to accept the earth as my lord and smasher. Until, all of a sudden, it felt like the fall had been thrown into reverse. My eyes flew open, but sight brought no clarity. Instead of getting closer to the ground, it was falling farther away from the two of us. Two? It didn't make sense. How had my mother seen me fall? She shouldn't have a view from the last position where I saw her. Even if she did, how could she have flown up to catch me that quickly? Only, as I looked over my shoulder, I wondered if it hadn't been better that I hit the ground. It wasn't my mother who had saved me. It was my mother-in-law. Chapter 11. An indifferent sun rose on a world of ruin and ash. Not even my mother knew how old the Schloss had been. Given its ample supply of antique books, rugs, tapestries, and dried-out wooden furniture, that it so quickly caught ablaze was no surprise. Funny how I never would have thought it possible, though. I mean, it was built of stone, wasn't it? But in the end, even the hardest materials could fail under the pressure of fire and time. The roof was gone. The grand hall caved in. A few buildings on the edge of the ground still stood but had been so thoroughly smoked they'd be useless. Everything within the outer bailey walls crumbled when the tower, torn to pieces, crashed down. I glared at anyone, first responder Hueys mostly, who suggested that we were lucky. Only 6 people had died. What kind of luck was that for those who'd perished? For Becky? My mother, dressed in tattered civilian clothes and still wearing soot across her brow, crossed to a pickup truck where I sat on the lowered tailgate, sipping water and shaking. Divergent emotions warred for control of her face. Concern and a mother's instinct to comfort. The longing played in her eyes. But no matter what else had happened, she was still Grand Matron. For now, anyway. After this, who knew? Whatever was left of the Council of Matrons would either rally behind her or demand her head on a pike. I took to my feet. The vampires. Her eyebrows knitted as she turned, making sure any Hueys were too far away to hear. They scattered as soon as the tower fell, right before any Hueys could see them, thankfully. I shook my head and closed my eyes. She thought the vampires had had enough smarts to uphold our veil, the one that kept our supernatural lives cleaved from human knowledge. I knew better. They'd come to wreak hell, or else the operation would have been far more covert. In my memory, I still saw Vlad's vascular frame. That long skeletal arm pointed to the sky as I fell. Vampiric smoke chased Maggie and me as she whisked us through the forest, desperate to escape. At some point, she must have felt that she'd pulled the pursuing vampires far enough away to double back. No Hood the wiser. By then, it was too late to help. The place was crawling with firemen and ambulances, and even a few villagers who'd driven up to lend whatever hand they could. "And the Hueys?" I said, as Brynhild sat beside me. "What are you telling them about, well, everything?" "We've confessed to having an undeclared and unlicensed school. The best we can hope for is to play up to the least damaging story their minds will accept. We've blamed the explosions on our chem lab or kitchen or something. I don't know. I've handed that off to Alyssa Hummel. She's native to this region and knows better what to say or not say." "An unlicensed school?" The laugh came despite my best efforts to quell it. "You honestly think they're going to buy that?" "Of course I don't, but we've just experienced something traumatic. They'll be willing to give us the benefit of the doubt for now. In the end, I only have to stall them until nightfall. Marcus is off-site hacking into their computer systems to clean any reports. Jan is calling in some favors. Some of his bloodlines live in Vienna, and they'll be here after sunset to help clear the memories of the Hueys who come to investigate. We can't undo what's happened, but we can make sure it doesn't undo us." "Jerry!" I leapt to my feet, my heart dropping as my wolf came into view. The mysterious bond we had told me he'd been safe, but seeing, spoke what instinct only whispered. Tobias caught me up and spun me off the ground, even as I pressed my lips to his, and clung to his neck, like I'd fall off the face of the earth if I let go. Several moments passed like that, until he gently eased me to my feet. The werewolf pressed his forehead to mine. The second I heard, "Jesus, woman, I thought I lost you." A smile blossomed on his face as his hand wove through my greasy hair. It didn't matter that I looked like I'd just gone a week without sleep. I was alive, and touching me proved that to him. Are you okay? I smoothed my hand over his fuzzy cheek. I am. But there were others who... Oh, Tobias, so many didn't make it. Shush now. He cut me off, pulling me into the circle of his embrace. It's okay, lamb. It's okay. My mother cleared her throat behind us, reminding us that we weren't alone. Tobias drew back, hooking me under an arm, and turned to my mother. Matron, my sympathies for your losses. Thank you, Tobias. Brunhild folded her hands over her stomach and nodded. If you'll excuse me, I need to attend to the injured. The moment she walked away, my big bad wolf turned into a frightened little pup. Pressing my cheeks between two large hands, he turned my head and neck this way and that. You sure you're not hurt? I am, I assured him, pulling his hands off into mine. But Becky... They found her body about an hour ago under some of the debris. Deep lines grew in his face. I'm sorry, Jerry. I know you had a great deal of affection for her. After a moment of silence, his queries turned to the obvious. We thought this was the one place they'd never attack. Even I believed that. If we were united, maybe. Now, with so many of the houses deserting... I shook my head, coming to terms with the arrogance that cost 6 people their lives. We should have known we'd be susceptible after what happened in London. Obviously, there are hoods sympathetic to the Dracula, and after all the slayers left, Vlad knew we'd be an easy target. Vlad. In the fallout of all that had happened, I'd almost forgotten. Tobias, he was here. I saw him. But there's something weird. He's not regenerating. My head bobbed. He doesn't look that much different than right after he was hit by Silver Flame, the Lunarium, whatever. Point is, he's not healing. Which meant only one thing. He's getting desperate, starting to panic. A panicked Dracula is a dangerous Dracula. Tobias ran a hand through his hair, grabbing the ends. This has to end. He exhaled through pursed lips. I should check on my mom. Do you know where she is? You mean the werewolf who can fly? I closed my eyes against the thought, keeping the comment in. I owed it to Maggie to keep her secret. Down in the gymnasium. We're using it as a temporary infirmary. She wasn't hurt. A few scratches on her legs, but she's okay. The way every inch of his frame melted told me my mate wasn't as indifferent toward his mother as he might pretend. But, good to hear, I guess, was all he said. Fine, if he wanted to keep pretending. I'd let him, for now. Thank God we sent Mina away with the Slayers. Tobias nodded. Any news from them? I shook my head. They got to Chicago okay. But no one's heard from Caleb. Mina's good, though, and Amy said they're all somewhere safe until they know what to do next. What to do next? Tobias pulled his hands over his grimy face as he turned back over his shoulder. Yeah, a lot of that going around lately. Not here. I know exactly what I'm doing now. That's your I have a plan voice. My mate grinned. Wolves did love action more than words. Tell us now, love. Vlad's after me. Whether it's to capture me or kill me doesn't really matter, I said. We don't have to wonder where he's going to turn up. It'll be wherever I am. We should use that. And... what? Tobias held his arms out wide. Go on television, make it a pay-per-view event. My jaw ground. I'm supposed to be the sarcastic one, remember? I'm hoping you are, woman. Because it sounds like you're planning on using yourself as bait. There's no better way to catch a mouse than with some cheese. Vlad isn't a mouse, and you'll bleed a lot more than a piece of bloody cheddar. I mean, you know what I mean. His anger did nothing to change my mind. And he huffed and he puffed when he realized it. Fists anchored on his hips. His jaw worked. Where? Home. Tobias's face screwed up. You can't mean we're going back to paradise. Yes, we are. My mother had managed to sneak back up on us from the side without either of us noticing. We both spun to catch her questioning glare, beaming on us. But how did you know? The werewolf threw his hands up in the air. Of course she would think your crazy plan is a good idea. Brynhild turned to me. What plan? I crossed my arms and pushed my back into Tobias. He better not breathe a word. After a lifetime of turning the world upside down, my mother wasn't about to let me willingly step into the line of fire. Going home, of course. It's been too long. I agree. I'm only allowing those essential to the cleanup here to remain. My mother motioned behind us, to the destruction. Everyone else, I'm ordering home as soon as they can travel. There's nothing more anyone can do here. And after this kind of event, I think they would feel more at ease being close to their families. Aye, and that's probably the 15th miscalculation you made today. I jumped back, as Tobias rounded to find his much shorter mother hidden behind him. Tobias threw clenched fists up and shook them. By God, will people stop sneaking up on us? Brynhild stepped in closer. You wish to register a contrary opinion, Maggie? Were they on a first-name basis now? Maggie Sumfield nodded. You think you have kittens here, Grand Matron? Delicate little flowers who wilted from a touch of heat and need to be put in the cooler? Don't make me laugh. These hoods are warriors. One's just dealt a mighty blow. They don't need to be sent home to nurse from their mother's teats. They need to be pushed headlong into the line of the enemy. They need a chance for vengeance. My warriors, my mother said, drawing the term out, were trained to hunt wolves, not puffs of smoke. Our silver does nothing to vampires unless we can get close enough to take off a head. Then get close, Maggie snapped. They're coming for your daughter either way. Oh, be compassionate. Send the wee ones home. Send back the ones down there in the underground with broken bones and charred skin. But for those who can still fight, give them a chance to fight. My mother, resolute as a mountain, pondered some length before snapping her heels together. You'll be on the Chicago-bound flight tonight out of Munich. You'll need to leave for the airport within the hour. And with that, she marched away. Maggie, looking proud as a peacock, chose to do the same in the opposite direction. Tobias pivoted, eyeballing the retreating forms in turn. Did my mom just tell your mom off? And get away with it? I waved my hand. You know what they say, like mother, like son. Chapter 12. Maggie Sumfield spent the entire drive looking out the window like what she saw didn't make sense. I can't believe this is what America looks like. The wheels hummed against the grating of the Mackinac Bridge as we drove onto the northbound span. Winter had kissed the straits, a prelude of ice clinging to either shore and around the islands in the waters below. The cold was closing in. Here, only a light dusting of snow had managed to claim land. By the time we arrived at Paradise 70 miles north, everything would be white. Thus, the reason we'd only been able to fly as far north as Traverse City. Marquette had closed after a hell of an ice storm, apparently. Where are the palm trees? She continued. Skyscrapers, swamp people in storage locker lots. Apparently, imprisonment by the Dracula didn't limit one's intake of outdated reality TV. The West Coast, East Coast, and way down in the South, I said. We're on the edge of civilization way up here in the UP. Not much in the way of skyscrapers north of the 45th parallel. A couple of big lighthouses, though. There are some storage lockers in Paradise, Cody added. The Paradise Pack Alpha reached up to adjust his rearview mirror. If ever I needed proof of how awesome a guy my ex was, this was it. He'd driven 3 hours to meet us at the airport and bring us home, even as Lisa was home with a week-old baby. He hadn't even been asked. My mother had called while we were in the air to let him know what had happened, and we walked out of baggage claim on our way to rent a car to find the old Ryland family van at the curb. A blush had burned in my cheeks. That car and I had history, particularly its back seats. Don't think they get too much business, though, the Alpha continued. Most of us have enough land to store as much stuff as we need, and a bunch of stuff we don't. And speaking of having plenty of room, Maggie? The she-wolf stirred. Alpha? Tobias's jaw worked at the implied insult, but there was still an hour to drive, and that could feel like an eternity when spent up fighting with your mother. I knew from experience. I'm supposed to drop these 2 crazy kids at Schiss Klein when we get into town. Cody jerked his head back to the third-row seats where Tobias and I sat together on a bench, covered in more duct tape than stained cloth. It's not far from the Packlands, but it's not exactly across the street. Plus, it's got enough silver laying around to start their own national currency. Lisa and I were wondering if you might want to come stay with us. Your mate would be okay with someone like me. Maggie straightened. Cody laughed. We've put up with Jerry for years and survived. She spent so much time at our house in high school. My mother packed both of us a lunch some mornings. Forget the fact that as Supes, our socializing tended to be nocturnal. The implication was still there. Beside me, a low growl rumbled in Tobias's chest. Easy, Big Ben, Cody warned. Don't become your mating bond's plaything. Not when you have Jerry for that. I laced my arms over my chest. If I could slap you with a silver glove right now, Cody Ryland, I'd do it. I bet you would, Little Red. In the rear view, Cody caught my eye and gave me a wink. Maggie bent over the back of her seat to face me. I don't understand. Is he saying that? Her confused gaze landed on Tobias. Things have changed since I was Pack. First, you cheat on your departed mate with one of them, and then I find out she's a serial betrayer. I'm sitting right here, Maggie, I said. You don't have to talk about me in the third person, and nobody cheated on anyone. Tobias and I had no romantic relationship until a few months ago. Like that made a difference. Werewolves mated for life. Even if a few had been able to have sex years after their mates had died, there was no emotion there. Cody spoke from the front seat again. Jerry and I were never mated, he said, stating the obvious. Because unlike me, Cody wasn't a lab experiment in genetics that left instincts a twisted mountain road. We just dated before she left for Chicago, and I mated Lisa. I mean, technically we were still dating when you mated Lisa. Tobias's head snapped my direction. I stared at the floor. But probably not a point that needs to be made right now. And I'm over it. He's over it. Everyone is over it. Except, apparently, Maggie. I know I left when you were still young, but I would have thought I raised you better. Sorry to disappoint, Mother. Tobias's hand curled around my thigh, sending a wave of heat up my body that threatened to melt the ice on the windows. Maggie faced the front once more. Yes, Cody, I would love to stay with you. I think like any good wolf, I'd be much more comfortable with my own kind. His grip never loosened. For the next hour, Tobias simmered. Either Maggie and Cody didn't pick up on it or she didn't care. Consequently, when Cody's van pulled away from the gate of the Klein family compound, I was standing in front of a bursting pressure gauge. I flattened my hand on Tobias's chest. Cody likes to tease. You know that's all that was, right? He and I, all in the past. My mate's head cocked to the side. You think that's what I'm angry over? Well, yeah, until you said that, anyway. Tobias shook his head, his hands fisted so tightly I wondered that his palms didn't bleed. Who in the hell does she think she is? The wolf huffed. Walks out on her own 2 children, letting us think she's dead, then has the nerve to question my mating bond. In all fairness, she didn't walk out on you. She was exiled, then held prisoner for years. Not the response he wanted to hear. If she loved us, she would have made my Dasi reason. She would have forced her way back into the pack. I forced my own silence as I punched the code into the panel on the security gate pillar. You promised, Maggie, you wouldn't tell anybody anything. You promised. 3 shrill beeps sounded as the mechanical arm began to swing. The driveway lay under a coat of virgin snow, and the mechanism groaned as the gates became de facto snowplows. And then, what she said about you. Tobias continued to huff. Fine, let her take her pot shots at me, but you don't insult a wolf's mate. If she wasn't my mother, well, it's a good thing she is. You don't have to worry about me, Tobias. I don't bruise easily. Seriously, she called you a betrayer to your own kind. No, I said. She called me a betrayer to the hoods, but it doesn't matter. We know the truth. Or at least I did. God, I wanted to tell him. It felt like a lie to keep it in. I trudged forward, the house I'd not seen with my own eyes in 3 years coming into view as the driveway wove through trees and brush. Still, it's a little weird she'd take offense on behalf of the hoods and not the wolves. It's almost like... My whole body seized as the realization hit me. I couldn't tell Tobias, but I had a way to get him to realize the truth on his own. Tobias walked on, before realizing I was no longer beside him. Jerry? What pack did your mother come from? A good leading question. Was it the Morpeth pack? Your pack? His eyebrows knitted. I don't know. I was so little when she went away. My dad didn't like to talk about her, so Nick and me didn't. Letting my bag fall to the ground, I pulled out the slip of paper Becky had given me. It hadn't seemed like anything but a list of wolves when I'd first looked. At the top of the page, in scrawling German, it read, "To watch and advise if necessary." Tobias's name was third. His brother's beneath was crossed through. Next to both was written, Morpeth Pack. 2 more names I didn't recognize included pack designations from Donegal, Ireland, and Mongolia. The last on the list were Anne-Marie Kruger and her mother Zelda from the Zahern pack, but Zelda's name had been scratched out. I held up the much-abused line paper. I thought this was a list of Asinaics, but me and my dad aren't on here. It's in my mother's handwriting, so maybe she was hiding us. Only the Munozes from Spain aren't on here either. He took the paper from me and began to peruse it. These are all wolves. He looked back up to me, his brow furrowed. Where did you get this? Becky gave it to me right before she died. Something dark crept into his expression. You said she was in the tower when the rocket hit the Schloss, when you were down in the gym. When would Becky have had a chance to give you anything? I bit my bottom lip. Darn it. Jerry... He pulled out my name like he was stretching taffy. I didn't want to worry you. Jerry! This time tart and to the point like the look he gave, a binding me with Wonder Woman's golden lasso of truth glare. The self-built wall of omission broke, releasing the truth dam. I was at the top of the tower when the rocket hit. But it's fine. You see, I'm fine. And for the record, I was there trying to save Becky. She had a broken leg and couldn't move. And I was going to try to carry her down the secret staircase behind that ugly painting. But Becky knew we'd never make it. So she pushed me out the window. And then, when I turned, it was to the feel of Tobias's hands on my cheeks and his passion on my lips. He kissed me with a reverence that felt like Easter Sunday, the piece of paper crushed between us. When he pulled back, I saw unfallen tears glistening in his eyes. "You beautiful git." Another kiss pressed to my lips, a declarative statement followed by open-ended ellipses as he dotted his lips over my cheeks and forehead. "I've already lost once, Jerry. I can't survive that again." The words, heartbreaking and simultaneously sweet, stung at my heart. I felt like a total jerk for writing it off so quickly. I'd been able to paraphrase the truth without mentioning the surprise twist of my survival. But I had had an epiphany first, and mine still had precedent. "I'm not going to leave you, you fuzzy furball." I ran a hand over his 23-hour beard for emphasis. "But can we focus?" I thrust the paper up between us. He dropped his hands. "Would it hurt you to swoon once in a while?" "I don't know, I've never swooned." He brushed off the comment with a smile as I continued. "So, it's obvious that this is a list of asinaics." Tobias took the paper and reread it. "My mom isn't on here. Is it because Brunhild thought her dead when she made the list?" "I don't think so. I asked Marcus to run a search of our database for me. Zelda Kruger died 20 years ago." I pointed to the entry on the list. "Tobias, I think this is a list of the asinaics who were raised as wolves. I don't think it includes ones like me. And my dad, raised as hoods." For a moment, nothing. Then, as his eyes went wide, his face lit up. "You're saying my mom was raised a hood. And the truth shall set you free." But Tobias didn't look like a man experiencing enlightenment. He looked like a man experiencing a profound migraine. My mate pressed his palms to his forehead. "I don't have the energy to think about that right now. All I want is a hot shower and a cool bed. Please tell me you have both in there." He pointed to the house. That was all I was going to get from him? Fine. I couldn't force Tobias to care about his mother's secret, the essential step to getting him to figure out how I'd survived a fall from the tower without a scratch. A secret, I'd note, that I so didn't tell him. Because I'd made a promise, one I was starting to regret making. Did the last time I was here. But there's a chance my mother turned my room into a sewing den, or a place to hang her collection of medieval torture instruments or something. "Your family is so weird," said the pot to the kettle. Beyond the front door, my childhood home stood frozen in time, a sitcom living room imbued with Yooper spirit. Each wall held a different taxidermied trophy mounted against wood paneling. The heads of a deer, a moose, an elk, and of course a wolf, all stared down on us with shiny plastic eyes. In our defense, it was a natural wolf and not one of the weir variety. Lower Peninsula trolls often cocked a head at such displays. Same state, different state of mind. I discovered, however, that my English werewolf wasn't any different. He just stood there, a visitor on an alien planet, failing to grasp the view. "Tobias?" My voice brought him back to the here and now. He turned on me, apologies written in his face. "Sorry. It's so unlike the Pax houses." The corner of his mouth ticked. "You could say that." I pulled his bag out of his hand, and together with mine, threw it on the couch. It and the love seat sitting perpendicular both had a little more wear than the 3 years ago, but it was still the same old scratchy brown polyester weave, with 2 intermittently stained tan throw pillows each. A massive rectangular block of wood served as a coffee table, while brassy floor lamps played host to airily wafting cobwebs. One could argue that the ceiling was white, but it looked like it'd been a while since it had been washed. As much foot traffic as this room got, serving as the de facto headquarters of the Red Hoods of North America and sometimes beyond, keeping things clean was a constant task. Often, my task. I guess Mom didn't hire a maid after I left. Either that or some of my cousins got in here while she's been gone and threw a kegger. My mate still stood dumbfounded just inside the threshold. I pushed him along a bit, while closing the heavy front door behind us, and passed into the hall to turn up the thermostat. We'll do the grand tour later. Hungry? We probably have some venison steaks or whitefish in the freezer I could defrost. Tobias took tentative steps like he expected the joke to spring at any minute. I was expecting something posher. I mean, your mother is the Grand Matron. Brunhild Klein is the Grand Matron when she's in Triberg. When she's in paradise, she's a Uper mom who used to yell at my dad for getting potato chips down in the couch cushions. So, food or bed? What? He followed me as I made my way into the kitchen. If you're hungry, then... I opened the freezer and found 2 ice-crusted bags of questionable content. I placed them on the counter. Nope, but I'll leave these here for later. You said something about a shower. I'll go turn the water heater up. We keep it just high enough so the pipes don't freeze while we're away. You can jump in now if you want, but the water's going to be cold as hell. Don't care. I have to get the smells off me. I'm an archive of every person on that plane. He leaned in, sniffing my neck. You are too. I am not taking a cold shower. Tobias flinched. Not so tough after all, are you? Oh, I'm plenty tough. I'm just also really spoiled when it comes to modern plumbing. He dusted a kiss across my lips. Fine. I'll go first. Then you'll go in luxury. While Tobias grabbed his own personal version of the ice bucket challenge, I climbed the stairs to my old bedroom, hoping to find a pair of pajamas I'd left behind 3 years before I'd fled in a fit of rage. Everything looked exactly like I'd left it. My bed was even unmade from the last time I slept in it, which, frankly, would be embarrassing if Tobias saw. I quickly tidied that up, then headed to my closet to unearth some of my own t-shirts in the back. A red velvet sleeve crushed beneath my fingers. A moment of confusion became a spark of disbelief. My old Feuernacht dress. I couldn't believe it was still here. The style was decidedly old-school Black Forest, right down to the white linen bustier and puffed red velvet sleeves. It had been intended to be the dress I wore when I someday claimed my fire and shed my nascent state. Instead, I'd worn blue jeans and a black crow's tee, ironically, and had my powers awakened on the broadside of a solarium. I took out the dress and examined it from top to bottom. Now that I was righteous, my hood would match it nicely. I wondered if maybe, just maybe... When Tobias finally emerged from the bathroom wearing nothing but a too small towel around his waist, it was to find me examining myself in the full-length mirror, rubbing my hands over the cinched waist of the dress that almost still fit. I had gotten it when I was a teenager, after all. Some of my curves had filled in since then. I turned, cheeks blazing. I was just curious. If it fits. I'm still a hood too, right? And this dress was custom-made and cost a hell of a... Shh. His eyes went dark. His mouth lulled open. The wolf stepped forward, the hunter sizing up prey. He circled, and the dynamic between us shifted. Without laying a finger on me, I felt his touch over every inch of my body. Scents of lemon soap and tea tree shampoo enveloped my senses. His eyes glistened when he faced me again, his gaze slowly inching down my body, indexing the cut of the fabric, the dye of the cloth. I'd probably never worn more clothes in front of Tobias ever, and somehow I'd felt more exposed than I ever had in my whole life. This is a bonfire moon dress. The English name for what my Germanic clan called Feuernacht. I swallowed. Yes. You were meant to wear this when you took your fire, he continued, his finger tracing a path down my chest, over the rise of my breast. On the night you became righteous, became a woman, so to speak. He needed to be touching me more. My voice started to shake. Yes. That would mean this is a little girl's dress. But Gerwalta, you're not a little girl. Something about him saying my full name did things to my knees that logic couldn't explain. Tobias stepped away. Summon it. Summon... what? Your hood. Put it on. So you can take it off? No, the hood stays on. He pushed a kiss atop my forehead, trailing his lips in tiny refrains down the bridge of my nose, bypassing my lips and jumping to my chin, then to my neck. His hands encircled me, each sliding over my curves, taking a handful of my backside. But the dress, I'm going to rip it off piece by piece. I'm going to free the shoe-wolf beneath. How did he expect me to do anything? I was melting on the spot. Drive me 10 hours north, and I'd destroy the polar ice caps. Concentrating long enough to draw the hood into being was almost impossible, particularly as his mouth sucked beneath my ear, and one of my legs found itself wrapped around him. Nonetheless, I did it. The weight of the newly materialized fabric settling over my back, the pull of the button secured over my sternum, pulling at the hollow of my throat. No sooner had I given in to his request than I heard the first whirp. Part of the skirt sagged from the waistline, exposing a patch of hip beneath. I gasped as Tobias took my weight from me, pulling the other leg up and wrapping me around him, just long enough to make his way to the bed. It wasn't meant to be shared by two, especially not if one of them was werewolf-sized. At this point, however, it was either a full-sized mattress or a floor that probably hadn't been vacuumed in 3 years. The bed also involved fewer carpet burns. Tobias lowered my hips until they touched the mattress, then pulled back up. Chancing a look down, I saw that the towel had somehow been sacrificed in the maneuver, giving me a delicious preview of this show's coming attraction. He leaned in over me, a hand working at the linen band covering my breasts. With a jerk, the patch of fabric ripped off its hems, exposing my chest, framed by the outer bodice of the dress, almost like 2 apples put on the edge of a velvet shelf. My mouth fell open and my head tilted back, as the pleasure we both felt wrapped me in a hypnotic positive feedback loop. Lord, help me, I moaned like some unbroken lover. His smile broke the suction. Not too fast, lamb. His hand hooked the fabric taut under my breasts and yanked hard. The seams surrendered, opening my midriff to the still chilled air. Take your time. Take my time? With a thrust of my hips and a push of my foot against the mattress, I rolled Tobias off me, placing his body between the wall and me. Without further pretense, I anchored my hands on his hips and pulled him to the middle of the bed, while simultaneously throwing my leg over him. The ache of that joining, the feel of my lover, my mate, completing me. The look in his eyes as my red cloak pooled around us, and as I began to work myself over him. The love that flowed between us, in the air, in our bodies, in our souls. The fear that this may all be temporary. His ability to be with me just a side effect of the very treatments and tortures our enemy had subjected him to. I want forever with you. His hand settled on my hips, his push and pull aiding the gentle rhythm. You have me. His hips, his motion, his body. The delicious tension building. I never wanted it to end. But Kara had wanted that too. He had mated her with the same intentions, crossed oceans in an attempt to save her. And still, she died. I wasn't stupid. Hoods and wolves died all the time. From accidents, conflict, old age, egotistical ancient vampires. But right now, Tobias was mine. Here, in my tiny little corner of paradise, we were one. And as I reached my zenith, his body hard beneath mine, that was enough.
Chapter 13. Brunhild. No official sign or landmark stood where the unclaimed forest ended and the packlands began. It was the feeling in the pit of my stomach that told me I had crossed the border, that preternatural lurch a hood had, when in the proximity of wolves. For me, it hit about 1,000 feet out from the colony of houses owned by the Paradise Pack. I stood, waiting, listening to gusty licks on barren maple branches and shaking conifer needles. Winter wind was silence made tangible. It both overwhelmed the senses and deadened all else.
A flashlight bobbed through the trees, the rhythm key to the gate of the pack beta. Rick Ryland had no winter coat, though the faded jean jacket he wore was so omnipresent I was certain he slept in it. Only at work, when in uniform or while in his fur, did it leave his person.
I shivered, remembering a distant day decades ago, a hidden place in the forest, an exception when not only the jacket, but most of my clothing along with it, had been left on the ground. Hilda. He dipped his head, but lifted a smile when he came into view. I nodded back. Rick. Then, silence. Our encounters were always like this. Unspoken words lingered on our tongues, but in 45 years, neither of us had said anything. Besides, Rick was a mated lupine. It didn't matter that he was a widower. The moment he consummated with his mate, anything he had ever felt about me was forfeit. Anything sustainable on my side was impossible the moment I'd been born my mother's daughter. The brightness in his face faded. Heard about Pietro. My condolences. My arms strapped across my stomach as my heart sank. I'd always been able to keep a straight face, to stay the matron. But losing my husband, my love, my heart, the only man with whom I could truly be myself, who knew all my faults and my secrets and loved me despite them. My earth became quicksand whenever that pain returned, weakening my knees and pulling me under. Stay focused, I lectured myself. You need to be strong for what you're about to do. You need to be the grand matron. I pulled out a skin-deep smile. Thank you, Rick. He reached out to massage my shoulder, an act he'd never do if any of the other wolves could see. He was like family to me, you know. From the moment you brought him home to paradise, he had my back, and I had his. He considered you a brother of sorts. This time, the grin proved authentic. A brother he could never acknowledge in public but whom he loved secretly. We did our best with the rules of the world we were handed. I bit my lip. If only we'd done better with the rules of the one we created. The wolf straightened, dropped his hands to his belt to pull up his jeans, and looked around. So, you want to do this all formal-like, or has the world finally gone crazy enough that you'll take that giant stick out your backside and just act like a normal person? Good, old Rick. Distinguished beta of the Paradise Pack. Rick grimaced. Still got a stick in your backside. Got it. I pressed on. I come in friendship and without qualm to seek an audience with your alpha and ask permission to enter your packlands bearing no arms and no ill will. Rick bowed, his arms swinging back. Matron of the House of Red, on behalf of our alpha and the Paradise Pack, you are hereby granted entry to our illustrious packlands and welcomed as a friend. No harm will come to you, and you are considered our guest. He regained his height. Now that that's over, come on. Greta Jansen made her potato salad, and if that's all gone by the time we get to the community room, I'm holding you accountable." "I thought no harm shall come to me," I said, as we began to stroll towards the center of Packlin's life. "That's only for being around, depraving a man of Greta's spud grub, hanging offense as far as I'm concerned." I put my phone back in my pocket and looked back up at Lisa and Cody Ryland just as the latter passed baby Mandy to the Alpha. Gerwalta and Tobias are almost here. Apparently they, and I quote, "woke up late." Lisa and Cody exchanged a knowing look. "Just like the newly mated, huh?" Cody said. "Waking up late all the time." Lisa giggled. "I think we woke up late for about 3 months there at the start, didn't we?" I sipped at my punch. The orange sherbet nearly melted into the lemon-lime pop as Maggie Sumfield entered the community room. I'd rarely seen a woman so split in two. Part of her craved to be around people. You could see it in her longing gaze as she surveyed the room, like the new girl at school looking for a table in the lunchroom. The other part of her calculated each lupine present, sizing them up as either threat or irrelevant. She looked at the pack like a hood would. I knew that conflict intimately, for I had observed it all my life. In my husband born with a wolf's passions and raised in hood ways. In my daughter, saturated by tradition but drawn to its contrast. In my own mirror, a creature who held both the power of moon and sun, who drowned in the very shadows she herself cast. I knew Maggie Sumfield before I'd met her. "Excuse me," I said to the Alpha and his mate. "I need a moment." For her part, Maggie didn't bolt when she saw me crossing the room, though her wide eyes and rotating gaze led me to think she was looking for an escape route. "Mrs. Sumfield," I said. "I was delighted to hear when I arrived back to Michigan this morning that you were staying in the Packlins with the Rylands." "Yeah, well, they've been very hospitable." Then, echoing my formality, she asked, "Are things in Triberg stabilized?" I nodded. "As well as we can manage, thank you. Our resident vampire and some of his bloodline were able to warp enough minds to let go of the immediate Huey interest in the story. Unfortunately, Schloss Wolfsretter is damaged beyond repair. Will you rebuild?" Shaking my head, I sighed. "The council hasn't decided yet. If we do, it will only be after we deal with our current situation." We both turned to my left as the sound of a car coming to a stop outside met our ears. Gerwalta and Tobias, I imagined. I hadn't stopped by the house since returning earlier in the day, and though I'd never admit it, I longed to see that my daughter was still safe. Maggie's eyes also held some kind of desire, though different from my own. Son and mother may have been reunited, but that didn't mean they were mended. It's funny, isn't it? Maggie's head turned my way. "What is?" "Any number of things, really. That you and I would become in-laws. That hoods and wolves would be coming together to defeat a common enemy. That more than 300 years after the fact, 2 different branches of Gerwalta Faust's lineage would find each other and fall in love." "You believe my son loves your daughter, then?" Maggie said. It was such an odd question. I wasn't sure what to say. Luckily, Maggie spoke on. "I've wondered it myself, if it was love or a mating bond. But he had a mating bond with another, I've been told. They're not supposed to get more than one. Wolves aren't. It's supposed to be singular and last forever." I raised an eyebrow. "They." "We, us, wolves," Maggie amended. She drew a deep breath as our 2 children came into the room, only to be circled by the whole pack. Congratulations flew for their mating, Tobias the recipient of more than a jab to the arm or slap on the shoulder. The she-wolves took turns pinching Gerwalta's cheeks, leaving them fiery. "They've both suffered for what they were," I said, keeping my eyes on the couple. "Through no fault of their own, they were born with conflicting natures. Perhaps there is some justice in this world still, that the two were able to discover what they did, do what they do despite it. I am thankful for that, Mrs. Sumfield. Aren't you? You can call me Maggie. Her eyes glistened when she turned. And yes, I am. The shared moment of hope and pride disintegrated the very next, when Maggie added, "But you're nutters if you think this working together is anything more than the result of a temporary necessity. Wolves and hoods cannot live in harmony. Two individuals might be able to find a way, but our societies have too much tradition, history, and warfare between us to ever move beyond." I used to think that too. Maggie's head cocked to the side. You, the Grand Matron, think there's a way for it to be different? I crossed my arms. Not in my time, but in theirs? Perhaps. One thing I've understood since the time Gerwalta was born, Maggie, and that I think it even truer now. The only thing that brings two sides together better than a common enemy is a leader who both can claim, particularly if the last thing that she wants is to be the leader. Mom? I followed the sound of Gerwalta's voice, then the turn of her gaze. The community room had a small dais, one built of cheap pieces of lumber begged from Overstock back when I was in high school. There, Cody Ryland urgently waved me on. Think on that a while, Maggie. I hope you can find a way to believe it too. A minute later, every eye in the pack scrutinized me. I couldn't remember in my lifetime hearing a matron, or any hood for that matter, attempt something like I was about to do. Truth be told, if my daughter wasn't friends with most of the pack, I probably wouldn't stand a chance. A microphone mounted on a stand heavily fortified by gray duct tape squealed as Cody flipped it on. Every single person in the room, supernatural by some measure, covered their ears and groaned. The Alpha waved his apologies and turned down the volume on a mixer board off to the side. Sorry, everybody, sorry. With a cough, he gathered their attention back. So, not all of you have met Hilda Klein personally, but everyone knows her by reputation. And I know how weird this is for us all, to have the Grand Matron of all the hoods in the world here as an honored guest. But she's asked me a question, one even as Alpha, I didn't want to answer until I heard what everyone thought. So with that, Hilda Klein. I swallowed down my nerves. The pack may have played nice when I was just one person mingling among them, but now that they knew I was here with an agenda, the kindness I'd seen in their eyes faded. Would they believe me? Would they sympathize? Would they tell me to go to hell? I wouldn't blame them if they did. I'd ruled over them for more than 20 years, fiercely enforcing the separation between their kind and mine, all in hopes of keeping my daughter safe, my husband safe, my secrets safe. But all that had done was put all of us in greater danger. The silver fist did nothing but choke. It was time to extend a hand of peace. In my silence, expectations grew among the pack. Impatience festered, annoyance sprouted. I closed my eyes. Members of the Paradise Pack. I fell to my knees, prostrating myself before them all. We desperately need your help.
14. Amy. To say I didn't know if it was day or night sounded cliché, but bitch, I didn't know. So there. My eyes cracked open to find Ginger Spice, red-haired slayer. What was his name again? Drooling on my shoulder. With a speed a Kenyan runner would have admired, I pushed him off me and proceeded to oog out. Gross slayer spittle. We had to get out of this freaking motel. And not just because I was running out of money. The wad of cash the hoods had given us when we left Germany couldn't last forever. While Bob's Roadside Inn and Grub was an upgrade from Dracula's waterlogged basement torture land, even the slayers were beginning to feel worn down by stagnation. We'd shared 3 rooms for a month. One for the women to sleep in, one for the men, and the third which had become our everything else you do while awake place. So why was Drippy Doug giving me a spit shower? The answer soon became clear, because the sun was up. Even in our community room, that tended to knock out a few if they lingered too long. I pushed myself off the couch and looked over to one of the two beds. Mina's little arms danced up in the sky. Teiko stretched out beside her, racking up the Z's. I crossed the room, picked up a few napkins left over from the previous night's takeout, and cleared off my shoulder in preparation for a new kind of dribble. But hell, if it was Mina, I didn't care. I'd even gotten over her spitting up on me. Mostly. Come here, little puppy. My biceps screamed as I lifted her. I swore that she'd doubled in size since we'd landed in Chicago. Jerry and Tobias had sent me an infant. I was going to send them back a preteen if they didn't claim her soon. Teiko pulled a hand over her eyes, blocking a ray of morning light that pooled over the bed. I can take her if you... I shook my head. She just needs a feeding and then she'll be down for the day. You go ahead and sleep. I'll be up and around. The Slayer didn't argue. 20 minutes later, Mina had a full belly, a clean diaper, and pride in a job well done for staining my last clean shirt. I laid her back into Teiko's arms and headed out to catch some air. At least I'd been able to buy a good coat in the Munich airport. The Chicago winter was in full effect, the wind touching me in places no man had for months. I pulled a cigarette from my pocket and cupped my hands over the end as the lighter fought probability to do its job. The first drag lit up my senses, tickling my throat and burning my eyes. It was a nasty new habit, but it was one that gave me an excuse to get out of those rooms and have 5 minutes to myself. I hitched my foot up on a low-rise brick wall, leaned back, and found my happy place when someone spoke beside me. "Since when do you smoke?" I came off the building like a preacher off the pulpit. He had the beard of a lumberjack and the clothes of a homeless guy, but you couldn't mistake those baby blues. Caleb closed the distance between us, grabbed the cigarette from my lips, and threw it down on the ground, stomping it out. "No smoking," he commanded, wagging his finger. "It's going to be hard enough keeping you alive in the soup world. At least help me out a bit, and don't give yourself cancer." You're alive? Of course I'm alive." He clutched his stomach. "Even if I have thrown up more in the last 3 weeks from seasickness than everyone else in the history of the world, ever, put together and doubled. If you ever want to lose 10 pounds in a hurry, I'd recommend being stuck on a rickety old freighter in the North Atlantic in December." "Stuck on a... Caleb? What?" My hand swung forward, and Lord help me, the beard and the man would have separate assault claims on me because I hit him hard enough to do both damage. "Amy!" His hand reached up to nurse the wound. "What in the world?" "What in the world?" I shouted back, even as 3 different room doors behind me flew open. "You were on a boat for 3 weeks, and you couldn't send a single message to tell us that you were freaking alive? We've been..." "Caleb!" Teiko practically bowled me over, her arms out and her beautiful bouncy breasts billy-bucking to her Solari. "Teiko!" And he opened his arms wide, of course, because that's who he was. And I stormed off inside as the last of the Slayers handed me off Mina in the doorway, only to slam the door and leave them all out in the cold. Because that's who I was. After Caleb ate, showered, and shaved, he no longer looked like a poster boy for army surplus. Sure, he was thinner and had a few bruises on his forearms and cuts on his hands, but he assumed the role of the bold, charismatic leader every cult needed. "Tell us again." Doug, the sad little Slayer teen, prostrated himself on the altar of his idol, i.e., sat on the floor by the kitchenette sink, as Teiko gave our brave and illustrious leader a haircut, and asked him to revel us with the heroic tale of his sacrifice, endurance, and escape from the clutches of the evil Dracula. "There's not much to tell," Caleb said, but I could see the smug smile he tried to douse. There we were, Jerry, Tobias, his mother, and the vampire doge of Venice, surrounded by sniveling, snarling, hell-bent Dracula. "We're all gonna die," Jerry said. "If only there was a way to fight all these vampires. But I'm only one wolf," Tobias said. It was then that I knew what I had to do. So I grabbed Jerry Klein by the elbows and kissed that girl silly. Tobias, growled and all that. And I just turned to him and said, "I know she's your mate, but I'm about to go out there to fight for you both and probably die, so just give me this." Yeah, he hated it, but he understood. And then I jumped out of the car, my Solaria lighting the night. The others got the hell out of there, leaving me in a crowd of vamps. 5, 10, maybe 20 of them closed in on me. I waited, letting them get close until... He stilled, his hands held up like he was getting ready to pass some invisible basketball. Kaboom! And he threw his arms out wide, everyone reverberating. One solarium from these mighty hands and they burned down to ash. Thea, a Bulgarian beauty because all the female slayers had been gifted by the gods of DNA, leaned forward on the bed. "And what did you do after that? Why were you gone for so long?" Caleb wound a tie around his neck and set to looping it. "I was a single man in one of the most swinging cities in the world. You gotta give me a little leeway to live a little, you know?" I rolled my eyes, as if. Takeo gave me the stink eye before she focused back on Caleb. How exciting! How brave! And how full of bull, I added. Every slayer in the room handed me a bucket of daggers with their glares. "Ignore her," Doug said to no one in particular, taking to his feet. "She's just jealous because she's not one of us. She'll never be able to do what Caleb can do." I moved Mina over from one knee to the other. "Oh, I can spin a yarn like I'm Betty fucking Ross. The question is, why would I want to?" Takeo's resolve cracked the tiniest bit. She turned back to the Solari, her voice soft. "You're not lying to us, right, Caleb? All that really happened, didn't it?" Caleb pushed a cufflink through the buttonholes on his dress shirt. He'd brought a whole suit with him because... why? Before reaching up to pinch Takeo's cheek. "Of course it happened, kiddo. Doug's right. Barbie's just jealous." Before I could draft another response, we were cut off by a knock. Like a bunch of frightened rabbits, the slayers hunched down on the floor, all except Caleb, who headed for the door. "It's okay, folks," he said, opening the way to a short, bald white man in a 3-piece suit. "That's just our ride." Our ride? Doug ran across the room, past the suit, before reappearing over his shoulder a moment later. "There's a bus out here, but, like, a really fancy bus." "It's here to take everyone to our new digs," Caleb said. "Grab yourself a seat on the party bus, everyone. We're moving uptown. Takeo?" The Asian slayer took time turning, making sure to work a curve in the process. "Yes, Solari? You take Mina and her things, okay?" Caleb ran a finger over her chin, and I tried not to barf. "I need to talk to Amy for a minute alone." Takeo passed me a grin, clearly under the impression that I was about to be chewed out harder than a 3-hour steak. As if. If anyone was going to be masticated, it was the beefcake she was trying oh so hard to seduce. Like that was ever going to happen. I knew what guys looked like when they were playing for power or playing at seduction. Caleb was flirting for favor, not fornication. Even as Takeo took Mina, rushing out with the others to the party bus, the decent human being that lived somewhere inside me chastised my own inner thoughts. Takeo was a good woman. Hell, even Doug, while a little drooly, was pretty cool. All the slayers were awesome. So why in the hell was I being such a bitch about this? My problems were with Mr. The World Revolves Around Me, not them. Darn it, I was going to have to apologize, wasn't I? The moment the door closed, leaving Caleb and I alone, I owned my attitude. "Look, that was wrong of me, I know, I'm sorry. I won't be so... me around them again." "You're right, you won't." His somber eyes drilled down on me as he slid his suit jacket on, all the snide sarcasm gone. A chill crept down my spine, a realization so stark it actually made me step backward. Caleb wasn't just an annoying male version of me. He was a soup. The guy could kill a vampire. If he'd wanted to, toasting me would be a walk in the park for him. A corner of his mouth ticked up, but I couldn't figure out if it was because my reaction entertained him or reinforced his superiority over me. Just, let's not screw up our shot to save Slayerkind by bickering in front of the kids, okay? I nodded once, turned, then forgot everything I'd felt in the last 30 seconds. I know you're lying, by the way. You might be able to throw balls of sunlight around, but detecting the crap men say to impress women is my superpower. And you know what? I don't care if you lie to me, but those slayers look up to you. They trust you, and if they find out that you're pulling one over on them, they're going to be crushed, so just... Shut up, Barbie. You're right. He'd copped to it so easily, I cupped a hand over my ear, inviting him to test my ability to hear. Sorry, what? I said you're right. All his bravado? It fell away, leaving a smaller man than stood there moments before. It's not all a lie, by the way. I really did get out of the car to give the others a chance to get away. And I really did kill quite a few Dracula. I refused to let down my guard too quickly, and Caleb stuck his hands in his pockets, and there were just so many of them. They overpowered me, and then took me back to a house in Southwark where they beat me within inches of my life, taking breaks to drink from me at will. But that didn't make any sense. How could vampires overpower you? You can turn them to ash? The house where they were keeping Tobias's mother, it was on the Thames. He chuckled into his shoulder. The whole fight, I thought I was the one in control, but the whole time they were moving me toward the shore. The second they got me into the water, I was at their mercy. A slayer's powers. They don't work when we're grounded in water, remember? But I lucked out. One of the Dracula meant to watch me. She didn't want to kill anyone. She just wanted to go home. So I told her if she sprung me out, I'd get her there. Eventually, she trusted me enough to do it. And did you? I clutched at my throat. Get her home? His somber eyes met mine. No, Amy, I killed her. The second we were far enough away, I turned her to dust. I felt like he was looking to me for forgiveness somehow, or maybe just understanding. But who was I to forgive him? I'm sure you did what you had to do, was all I could bring myself to say. So I keep telling myself, like she probably told herself when she ended up there too. He sucked in his bottom lip as he nodded. The Slayers need to believe in me because right now that's the only way they can believe in themselves. So, please, just go along with my stories, okay? At least in front of them. When we're in private, call me out all you want, just as long as the arrangement is reciprocal. What do you think you're going to call me on? You said you don't care about me. Caleb straightened as he crossed to me and cupped my cheek with his hand. You're like, at least 10% happy that I'm back. More like 8.5. I pulled his hand down. If I hadn't found out that you're demanding I live with you, it might have been a 10.
15. Jerry. Cody's pack joined us on the first day. By the second, most the North American Reds had shown up at our front door. The yellows followed, flowing in from the south, and then blues and the oranges gathered from east and west, respectively. When whites and browns funneled in on the fifth night, I nearly passed out. But it wasn't until wolves from every corner of the globe filled out our ranks that I truly understood. Something much bigger than anything the supernatural world had ever seen was coming. In the span of 12 days, we'd gone from just a few to 100 hoods and 200 wolves. Paradise, a tiny town whose numbers swelled only during the summer tourist months, took notice. The sheriff threatened to ticket us for holding some kind of backwoods tent revival without a permit. Luckily, Jan had also arrived, a few other members of his bloodline with him. Together, the vampires twisted the authorities' perceptions, and Sheriff Jensen drove away from the Gates Door property, muttering, "Really? It's not that many people, and the Kleins are such nice folk. I kinda wish sometimes that instead of part Slayer, I could be part vampire, just for their awesome Jedi mind skills." Unfortunately, while we dodged Huey fines and permits, vampire voodoo couldn't do everything. Our tiny little grocery store in Paradise was no match for such an unplanned onslaught. Amy, learning that we were running low on supplies, decided to max out the shiny new credit cards her father had sent, sending several trucks of dry goods and bottled water from the closest warehouse store 2 counties over. Still, every new arrival brought with it joy from the increased support and anxiety from having another mouth to feed. Kinda gives you a new respect for the phrase, "an army marches on its stomach," doesn't it? Tobias paused from laying out the framework of another tent. "Is that a thing?" I looked up from my clipboard. "You've never heard that?" He shrugged. "History was never my thing." "Yeah, what was?" "Detention." Meanwhile, the need to command drew my mother from the recesses of her grief. Squads were formed, drills were run, discipline was instilled. For the first time, I saw beauty in her bravado. What I'd always taken as ego revealed itself to be obligation. She owed those coming to die honor in their sacrifice. She owed it to me. I, in turn, vowed to return the favor. My father would have been proud. Mid-December brought a fresh wave of winter hell. A 2-day whiteout that left a hip-high blanket of snow and drifts the height of a grown man. Soups had a higher level of endurance against the elementals than Huey's, but I still felt some guilt looking out of my bedroom window to the yurts and tents, where hundreds slept in the cold. A few days before Christmas, following a meeting between Cody, who had become the de facto big wolf, and my mother, several wolves from the Packland's own camp showed up in the training yard inside our compound. "This isn't like the centuries before now." Cody took center point, both local lupines and those who'd come from afar, answering our calls for help, soaking in the information. Wolves and hoods have come to blows through the years, sometimes justified, sometimes not, but never before has there been a reason for us to fight together. The Dracula are that reason, but don't think this is going to be easy, just because we've joined forces with the hoods. Vampires are dangerous foes. They're wicked fast and deadly strong. I took over. But we learned some things from their attack on Schloss Wolfsretter. First, while many assaulted us simultaneously, their attack was not coordinated. They didn't come in formations, nor did they seem to have any strategy other than to push forward. The assault wasn't so much a single military campaign as dozens of individual attacks. They don't fight in groups, but we do. A single wolf or hood against a vampire, any vampire, stands little chance, Tobias assumed from there. The best he can hope for is a draw, but even 2 wolves or hoods, I interjected. My mate smirked. Or even 2 hoods, he granted. Taking on a vampire opens a 2-sided battle that seems to bugger them up. A wolf from a New England pack, his accent so thick it sounded fake, walked in from the edges of the circle. "Just tell us how you actually kill one of them bastards. Stake to the heart? Is that really a thing? Or did I watch all that late-night B-movie stuff for nothing?" I nodded. "Wood to the heart or brain works, if you can get close enough. Personally, I say, go for the head with silver blades, or you wolves have the option of biting it off, I guess." "But be careful," Ian said. "We can turn to smoke and zip through the air faster than you can swing. It does take us an undistracted moment, however, to make the change." That's why you keep a vampire engaged constantly. If one of us should smoke this, however, it's possible for a talented hood to encase us in silver. But keep in mind, the silver you wrap around a vampire then goes out of play, so only do it if there's no other choice. What we'd like to do now, Cody resumed, is for you all to form squads, 3 or 4 people each. We have some friendly vampires here who are going to let you experience their speed and maneuverability. With that, Jan's dozen or so brothers and sisters smoked through the crowd, rematerializing in the center beside us. The ease with which they seemingly appeared from nowhere drove the message home. All around, anxious eyes looked on. These are vampires of my bloodline, the Varanasi, a very old line whose origins are predated only by one other, Jan continued. We're smart, powerful, and battle-rich. Only training safe weapons for now, but otherwise, don't pull your punches. We'll recover from any light injury you induce in a day or so. In other words, Tobias said, don't kill anyone for feck's sake. There'll be plenty of time for slaying when the Dracula come. Cody nodded in agreement. Concentrate on figuring out what each other's strengths and weaknesses are. And please, hoods, be careful not to touch any wolf with silver. It burns like a son of a... Jerry, care to give a little demo? I nodded and turned, but instead of square off against my ex, I face-planted into Tobias's back. My big, brutish, and ridiculous wolf stepped between me and the Paradise Alpha, blocking my path and radiating defensive vibes. Are you Barmy? He barked. That's my sodding mate you're talking about. I wasn't sure what sodding meant. Didn't sound pleasant. Cody grinned as I peeked around the hulking form in front of me. Look, Johnny English, Jerry and I have been sparring partners since, well, forever. I set this exercise up with plans for us to serve as models. We already know each other's styles. You think I don't know how to fight with my own mate? Tobias barked. Go find yourself a different hood, Cody. This one's mine. I barely escaped an attempted dragging away before I managed to pull my hand back, giving Tobias nothing but air to hold. Actually, Tobias, Cody has a good point. But... Tobias whimpered. Lifting on the balls of my feet, my hands full of his sweatshirt for support, I pressed a kiss to his lips. I promise. Afterwards, you can be as me, Tarzan, you Jane as you want. Something about my tone, my suggestion, bore down into his most alpha recesses. Hunger awoke in his eyes. A burning desire that I should be embarrassed was on public display, but on some level, I coveted. Fine. His forehead leaned against mine. But you'll only have yourself to blame tomorrow when you walk through camp funny. If a bomb dropped, or the continent suddenly shifted, killing every person in the UP, archaeologists would someday wonder why so much silver had been hoarded in a private compound, 100 miles from the nearest mine. I loaded up, pulling the metal in a stream from bars piled on the edge of the practice area, to the palms of my hands, and then weaving it over my inner elbow and up my forearm. Meanwhile, Cody stripped in preparation to shift, while Tobias, now standing at the edge of the crowd, did his best not to notice. Cody turned as he dropped his boxers on top of his other clothes. Wolves had no qualms about nudity, but I realized suddenly that it was also the first time I'd seen my ex naked since we'd broken up. My memories had been like watercolors compared to the 4K vision before me. Yes, I was mated, but my eyes didn't care. You know I trust you, Little Red, but if you get one burn mark on me, Lisa's going to pull out your hair. I smiled up at him as the last strips of silver tickled my wrist and slid out of sight. You do remember we've experimented with silver before, don't you? Yeah, but that time we had, Cody cleared his throat. A different goal in mind. You'll be fine, I assured. Now, fur up. By the time I'd turned, the deed had been done. Wolf Cody was just... damn. Beyond the eye-candy sheen of his coat, he was a beast of a beast. Gleaming white teeth, brindle fur, and nails that could slash flesh like Ginsu knives. Lupines resembled their wild cousins in every way but by size and eye color. His haunches equaled my hip in height, meaning I could look into his brown eyes without looking down. I pivoted and threw a leg over his back, mounting him in a way I never had during our years of dating. Not that I had mounted him that way either. Werewolves and love bonds and everything. To think I used to mourn that fact. But if I had given in to my love-struck self, I wouldn't have Tobias. I couldn't imagine my life without him. Yan took position before us with the smoothness of James Dean, walking into a soda shop. Hands in pockets, mussed hair tousled and covering his eyes. He looked like he was waiting for a bus rather than a battle. "I'll be a gentleman and allow you the first move," he said, a hint of his Portuguese accent sticking out. Cody threw his head back and howled as I wove my fingers into the fur of his scruff to keep balance. My silver obeyed my will, a dull blade the length of my forearm solidifying into being. I felt like Xena, Boadicea, and Wonder Woman, all rolled into one. An illusion that quickly evaporated as Cody lunged for Yan and I fell off his back and flat on my ass. Cody pinned the vamp, but the lightened load must have alerted him to trouble. Both paws on the vampire's shoulders, he careened his head back, looking for me. The distraction gave Yan time to smoke out from under him. "Oh, no, you don't." My blade became liquid as I heaved it forward, one thin tendril balanced on a fingertip for control. Calling on more silver, the thickness of the stream intensified, creating a caldera in the air, redirecting the vampire mist to condense and rebound my direction, which seemed great, until the mist became a body that was heading straight for me, hands outstretched, fangs bared. I pulled back the silver in a split second and molded it into a short staff, but not before Yan got to me. He grinned, cocky in a way only a vampire could be, as my backside hit the ground for a second time. Yan only had a moment to gloat as he pinned my shoulders to the ground. The very next, brindle fur rushed past my eyes as Cody knocked Yan off. I was on my feet in a second, but so was Yan. Cody and I became binary forces to the vamp. I jabbed, Yan dodged, Cody nipped, Yan cried out. We pivoted. Jab, nip, swing, punch, dodge, thrust. The vampire was losing dominance and the ability to hide his fear. Methinks this tactic should have been tested out long before now, Jerry. Yan, his hands before him, ready to attempt a deflection, teeter-tottered his balance as we spun counterclockwise to his turning degrees. "Better late than never?" I asked. Yan nodded. "But only if you win." The fear had been a ruse. Moving so fast my vision seemed to blur, Yan lunged. I growled. Cody yipped. And suddenly I was on fire.
16. Amy. You'd think it was a prisoner transfer the way it all unrolled. The bus, one of those executive types with blackened windows, leather seats, and a minibar, pulled into an underground drive off the empty downtown street at 3 a.m. I thought at first that we were going into some sort of shipping and receiving entrance. Instead, through a set of glass doors rimmed with polished brass, a spectacle spread out before us. The lobby looked like a mythical creature who threw up cut marble and Christmas trees, had gone on a bender, and everything around had suffered the consequences. It was so miracle on 34th Street that I wondered for a moment if we'd come to the wrong place. Where are we? WWL, of course. Caleb's hand landed on the small of my back, and it was only then that I realized I'd stopped walking, dazed and stupefied. I shook my head as my feet gave into his will. I've been to WWL before with Jerry to drop Tobias's lunch. It didn't look like this. You came in the Huey entrance. This is the executive entrance. The real executives, not the Huey placeholders listed on the webpage. The security staff wore suits, almost as nice as Caleb's, but they didn't look as good. No fault of theirs. Not everyone could hit the genetics lottery. Each nodded at him as we passed, then Takeo and Mina behind us, the rest of the Slayers bringing up the rear as we headed for a pair of gilded door elevators. And what are we doing here? It's our new home, Barbie. Stop being so, blonde. You look like a beached fish. Pick up the chin, drop the doe eyes. I spun on him as both elevators opened behind me. 1, on behalf of blondes everywhere, I resent the stereotype that you're implying. And 2, what do you mean our new home? Isn't this place crawling with vampires? Caleb pointed to the left elevator, which, in a side-by-side, I noticed was much larger than the one on the right. Everyone on. Reception is waiting for you on the 13th floor. They'll show everyone to their new apartments. There's 10 total, but each has 2 bedrooms, so you'll have to figure out who goes where. You're all adults. I trust you to make good decisions. They shuffled with grins on their faces as Caleb gently pulled Takeo aside. Not you, babe. If you're willing, I'd like to have you come stay with me up on the 33rd floor. Mina's taken to you, and we both know Amy can't be with her 24/7. A century of female lib riled up in me. If he thought Takeo was going to be okay with the come play nanny line when she was a supernatural being with phenomenal magical powers, then he was. Sure, Caleb, the pixie slayer giggled. I'd love to. Caleb patted her cheek. Atta girl, skip along with the others now. Amy and I will be along shortly. Takeo and Mina skipped to the left as I found myself driven into the elevator on the right. Barbie, what did I say about the chin? The door closed, and not knowing what else to do, I closed my mouth and stared forward. Bing Crosby crooned from the speakers above, singing in Spanish. I didn't know he knew Spanish. It's not fair, manipulating her crush on you just for convenient babysitting. Caleb kept his eyes forward. She's going to think you're into her, I said. The corners of his mouth spasmed. Who said I'm not? Me. I know the playbook, Caleb. I worked it for a long time. Oh, you flirted with men so they'd babysit a supernatural baby? He passed me a snide grin, and I had to tuck my hands into my pockets to keep myself from hitting him. Takeo's an amazing woman, he went on. Intelligent, positive attitude despite what she's been through, an obvious affinity for children. Really, Amy, I'm surprised at you, dismissing my ability to recognize a woman's worth just because she happens to be beautiful and finds me attractive. You are attractive. He rolled up on his toes, grinning. I knew it. You're kinda into me. I said you're attractive, not that I'm attracted to you. I rounded, placing myself between Caleb and the doors. I'm looking out for her. That's my job, right? Serve the Slayers? Protect them? I promise you, Buffy, if you play around with Takeo, something of yours is going to go through a shredder. Oh, Barbie, so kinky, Caleb cooed through pursed lips. Do you remember the text message I sent you as you were leaving Germany? It's hard to forget when my boss, or anyone, really, tells me not to screw someone. I mean the part where I said that they need to breed, he said. You don't think I don't know that includes me? I have to choose a wife, and Takeo is a good candidate. A cross-cut shredder, the kind that makes rectangles, not just strips. Sincerity etched into his features. Listen, Barbie, I'm planning on being respectful and courting her properly, so will you just let my balls stay as they are for now? They might come in handy later. Fine, but I'll be watching you. My eyes whisked down his frame. And them. Fair enough. He pulled a cell from his pocket as it buzzed. Ah, perfect. Everyone's in the boardroom. And this is the slowest elevator in the world. That's because you haven't pushed a floor yet. He grimaced as he fixed me with an acidic glare and pushed an unmarked button before sliding his phone back into his pocket. When we're with the board, do me a favor. Don't talk unless I specifically ask you a question, okay? Ideally, I'd like to come out of this meeting without them eating me alive. And if you could survive as well, that would be just peachy. Any boldness I'd gathered fell around my ankles. Is this dangerous? He gave me a, this would be something new, glare. I mean, more than usual. Sighing, I cocked my hip. I get that you need to regulate the flow of info until you know who you can trust and who you can't. But if you want me to be your aide-de-camp... His eyes went wide at my throwing out the 50-franc phrase. Why was everyone so surprised when I knew stuff? I did speak French, after all. Then I need to know what's going on. Caleb shifted his weight. Are you familiar with the law of unintended consequences? Of course! Like how doctors discovered Viagra gives men a pitched tent because they were trying to develop a drug for hair loss. Caleb's face screwed up before he shook off the expression and continued. Vampires aren't like wolves. There's no alpha's prerogative, but the Dracula are lining up behind their new paterfamilias like good little soldiers anyway. When Igor sacrificed himself to save Jerry, he never intended that it would leave Vlad even more empowered. But that's the result. Wait a freaking second. You're saying Count Dracula is actually the head of his vampire family tree now? Caleb nodded. And he's using his position to build an army. Look what happened in England, then Triberg. But that's not really the clear and immediate danger right now. I felt a chill creep over me as all the blood rushed from my face. The board? Dennis Hoffman, reborn to the House of Dracula in the 1970s. Truth bloomed like nightshade. You're going to kill him. Not just kill him, Barbie. Caleb navigated around me as the golden doors opened. I'm going to make him an example.
17. Jerry. I jumped as the guest bedroom door opened. Marcus frowned, closing the door behind him, shook his head with the collective shame of our ancestors. Must have learned that one from my mother, and planted balled fists on his hips. What the heck, Jerry? I tried to swallow, but my mouth had gone dry. It was an accident. An accident? His hand pointed back at the door. You nearly killed them both. Suddenly, my thoughts came bursting out without any filter. Look, I didn't even know I could do that. Who in the hell thinks they can just oxidize all the silver they have and burst into flame? You know I would never hurt anyone on purpose like that. Jesus Christ, Marcus. I'm not that person. Please, let me go in and apologize. I tried to navigate around him, but no sooner had I taken a step than his beefy arm lashed out, pushing me back. Lisa's in there. Good, then I can apologize to her too. He looked at me, like my intelligence was in doubt. She wouldn't let you get the first word out. I fell back, defeated. At least tell me they're going to be okay. Finally, my cousin, one of my oldest friends in the world, softened around the edges. Yan, thank God, is recovering pretty quickly, but Cody's got second-degree burns all over his back and shoulders. Oh, he'll heal up eventually, but he's probably going to have scars for the rest of his life. There had been a time, if brief, where I would have reveled in that. Love Tobias as I did, that Alpha had left me with scars of my own. Now, it was like the universe was playing some kind of cosmic joke. You want to be a dangerous beast? Fine. Look how dangerous you really are to those you love and everyone around you. It wasn't because of who I was. It was because of what I was. I'd worked all my life not to become the very thing I was apparently meant to be. A betrayer. Yan and Cody and everyone in the camps had put their faith in me. And in so small a test, I'd shown that it wasn't the enemy they needed to fear. It was me. I turned for the stairs. "Where are you going?" Marcus called after me. I couldn't stop. Every instinct was telling me to run, to get away before I hurt anyone else. Jesus, what if it had been Tobias I'd been working with instead of Cody? I could have killed the man who'd given my life purpose. Again. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't be the cause of any more pain. I was down the stairs and nearly out the door when I ran head-on into a wall of muscle. Haha, universe. "You're running." I couldn't look up at him. I couldn't stand to see the disappointment I'd seen in everyone else's eyes and Tobias's too. "Not far." My mate picked up my chin to meet his eyes. "Not at all. No one blames you for this." Then to round out the comedy set, the universe deployed my mother-in-law. "Is the water to blame for the flood, or the storm clouds that brought it?" Maggie asked, hobbling in behind her son. "But it's worse than that. She's made everyone scared of her. Wolves, vamps, and especially hoods. No one knows what she is, and what she's capable of. Not even her." Every ounce of tenderness Tobias had given me soured as he rounded on his mother. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to undo what she did," Maggie spit out. "I have the strongest Asenaic blood of anyone here, and since I hear the vampire she almost killed won't see her, I've come to offer my vein to help his healing." "You do something altruistic?" Tobias said. "That's new." Maggie scowled. "No one has time for your victimhood, Toby. Especially not me." "Now," she scooted past him. "You managed to overcome one mating bond. Maybe you'll be lucky a second time when this one is killed off by her arrogance or by her kin. I could take anyone laying into me for what I'd done. That was only fair. But there was no way I was going to let a single soul, not even his own mother, take nips at my mate." My fist tight, my jaw clenched, I turned. "You mean like your kind abandoned you, Maggie?" The shot hit, turning her face white. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, don't you?" I paced forward, Tobias in my wake. Was it to pull me or his mother back? The Schlosses Castellan managed to give me this before she died. Fishing my hand into my pocket, I pulled out the wrinkled piece of paper. "A list of Asenaics. Only, you know what? I'm not on it." Maggie blinked. "But you're not really an Asenaic now, are you? Even in our little pocket of the supernatural world, you're a freak." That was a stone too far for Tobias. He lurched forward, but I pushed a hand to his chest, holding him back. True enough. The admission took some of the wind out of her sails. And that might explain it. Only, as I looked closer and saw who was listed, I noticed something. My father wasn't there, nor were the Asenaics from Casa de Amarello. Even then, I thought there might be a good explanation, because all those people knew what they were. Maybe it was just a list of people who hadn't been told. Only then, I noticed one more name, one that told me what I was really looking at. Anne Maria, the Asenaic from the Zyhern pack that I met in Austria. She was there, and that's when I realized that what I had wasn't just a list of known Asenaics. It was a list of known Asenaics who were raised as wolves. Maggie stumbled back, her hand shooting out to brace herself against the wall. I don't know what you're implying." "Oh, I'm not implying anything," I said, cutting her off. "Only I think I realize now why Tobias had such a strong, visceral hate for hoods, and why he hated the Greens so much, in particular when we first met. He was raised with that hate, wasn't he? By a woman who had been raised, then cast out. By that very clan." My mate licked his lips, his eyes bobbing about as he looked through his memories. "Mom, is this true?" "Son, you can't understand what it..." "Is it?" Animalistic anger boiled his voice. Maggie spent one more moment resolved before every muscle in her face collapsed. "When I took my fire at 15, my abilities awoke like it does for any hood. But the next full moon, out of nowhere, I took fur in front of my whole clan. They didn't waste a moment casting me out. So it's true." Tobias kept his distance, even as his chest cycled and his hands trembled. When did you come to be with your father?" she said, anticipating his thoughts. "A few years later, I'd moved to Morpeth, just trying my best to survive in a world without family or clan. I got a job at a little pub. Working nights was a natural for me. I lived in a rented room on the edge of town. Every full moon, I'd tell my boss I was going camping and head far out in the forests. But then, one night, I was pulling a beer from the tap, and your father walked in." Maggie smiled at the memory. "Poor bloke. I think he fell in love at first sight. I must have looked like a little lost pup to him. He thought I was just another rogue, and told me he could take me home, claim me in his clan, that he was looking for a mate, and he thought I could do. I knew he would love me. He'd bond to me the moment we were together, and I'd been alone and lost from the only world I knew, so I agreed. And for a while we were happy. I think he suspected there was something different about me, but he never said anything. Then the Dracula took me. I did the only thing I could. I told your father the truth, begged for him to exile me. I wanted to put as much distance between the vampires and my boys as I could. He tried to talk me out of it, but in the end, pack over, mate. But back in London, you told me..." Tobias's voice tapered off, as did the last hope he had to reconcile his memories with our reality. Maggie wore her mea culpa in her soft eyes. "I said what I needed to drive you away, even if it didn't work." Tobias shook his head. "But then, how did I feel you die? We all did. The pack knew you were dead. Oh, son, I've died plenty of times. But the Dracula who held me always knew how to bring me around again." Maggie shrugged, even as the tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. "But I managed to keep my tongue still until you had to tie your luck to this lot." She motioned vaguely at me. "Now put yourself on the Raven's radar. All my sacrifice, for what? I spent every day being the ideal prisoner. Never fought. Never complained. I did whatever it took for them not to have a reason, to find my weak spots. That's what they do, you know. Find your weaknesses and hit them, over and over. If they had found out I had 2 sons whose blood might..." Then, like a switch had gone off, her sorrow turned to anger. Her eyes narrowed on me. "I suffered all because I thought it was saving my babies. But you, Gervalta Klein, have taken my sacrifices and thrown them in the gutter. I made sure Tobias would be safe, have a pack, a mate, a family, and you've ruined it." Tobias's frame went rigid. "Watch your words, Mum. Jerry is my mate, and I will defend her honor, even from you. At least she can kill Vlad," Maggie pressed on as though her own child hadn't just threatened her. She nearly took out 2 soups by accident. I imagine she'd be outright lethal when she means to. The son turned away from his mother. Maggie straightened. Why did you do that? What did I say that made you do that? Jaw tight, fists clenched. Tobias looked to me. Because, I said, when I was being held by the ravens, Vlad gave me a maker's bite. It inoculates the vampire who delivers it against the full brunt of a slayer's powers. All the slayers he held prisoner. They could hurt him, but their power wouldn't kill him. Maggie cackled. So even there, you're useless? Mother, I warned you. Maggie held up a hand. Don't bother, son, she said. I put my faith in hoods foolishly for the last time. I won't stay to make that mistake again, or to watch my son follow in my footsteps and die. Tobias didn't make a single attempt to stop her as she crossed the room and headed out the door.
18. Amy. You're nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, Caleb Helsing, master of the obvious. I flexed my stiff fingers but tamped down my voice. I wasn't sure how thick the boardroom doors were. I'm about to walk into a conference room on the 33rd floor with only one exit, occupied by 10 vampires, where I know one of them is going to die by a massive burst of solar energy while I, the only human in the room, watch. Why would I be nervous? You make it sound dangerous. Crossing Michigan Avenue in rush hour is dangerous, I shot back. This is insane. Caleb shrugged. 98% of the vampires in the world are good guys. I mean, except the ones that are chicks, of course. I closed my eyes in frustration and exhaled. If you're going to be the CEO of this company, we need to review basic sexual harassment policies, ASAP. Caleb unbuttoned, rebuttoned, and unbuttoned his jacket again, especially given how much booty you and I both get. I considered calling him out on having just as many butterflies as I did, but while I was going to be in the room when the Solari staked his claim, Caleb was the one about to flambe a traitor. He had total dibs on anxiety. Okay, let's do this. Finally, Caleb's hand rose to push open the door. Stay behind me and stay quiet. I wouldn't ask you to do this except that I need a witness. If it's just one slayer versus 10 vamps, it's bad optics. Yeah, because vampires love it when a fleshy human is all up in their business. Deep breath, exhale, big girl panties. If I die in there, I swear to God that I'll kill you. You don't have to worry about God, Caleb assured me. Jerry will handle it before he even gets his boots on. He threw open the doors. The thing about vampires, about all soups, really, was that they don't look any different from humans. And yet, there's something extremely inhuman about them. The eyes, maybe? I'd read somewhere that eyes were the windows to the soul. A soup's eyes were windows that had "This house protected by kick-your-butt security" stickers all over them. Like the moment they looked at you, they were deciding if you were food, friend, enemy, or too insignificant to be troubled over. I wondered which one of the corporate stiffs, undead stiffs, was Hoffman. 3 chairs in on the left of the rectangular table's long side, I spotted him. Dude made it easy. He was the only one looking at Caleb and not glaring at me, wondering what I tasted like with hollandaise sauce. Ladies and gentlemen, Caleb began, slapping his hands together. Sorry to interrupt your meeting, but I have a very important announcement. Inga Rosethorn is dead, and I'm now in charge of this company. Okay, now they were all wondering what Caleb tasted like, hollandaise sauce or no. Half on their feet, half pushing out their chairs, all of them crowing and cackling. More than stay behind Caleb, I became his shadow, giving myself a slayer shield in case one of them sprang up to attack. A woman on the opposite end of the table, a short, hot Latina with her ebony hair pulled up in a dominatrix bun, spoke, throwing a wave of silence over the room. Why would Inga Rosethorn leave control of a vampire-created company to the likes of a self-important peon of a Huey? I stepped out into the open. Hey, I'm not a peon! They're not talking about you, Barbie. Caleb pushed me back. Ms. Vega, surely a vampire as old as you can sense what I truly am. Vega narrowed her eyes but said nothing, as did I. Was it kosher to throw a woman's age in her face if she was a vampire? Seemed rude at best. I know Inga told you the sensation you got whenever you were in certain parts of the building was because of genetic materials being kept in some of our labs. That's not entirely untrue, but can't you sense it here right now? Vega grew even squintier before she threw the gesture in reverse and glared, wide-eyed. Impossible. All the Slayers are dead. Rumors of our demise have been, at least, slightly exaggerated. You see, Caleb held up a hand, sparking a solarium on his palm. Every single vampire in the room became a starry-eyed child, marveling at the shiny fairy wand of the Pixieland character before them. Except one. Hoffman, who looked as smug as a three-balled gigolo. Ob's for sure the Dracula had known about the Slayers, and given how genuinely WTF the others were, he hadn't shared the info. Closing his hand and extinguishing his weapon, Caleb took their attention back to his face. Now that we have that settled, let me tell you how this is going to go. Cue evil minion leaping to his feet. Kill him, Hoffman shouted, flinging out a J'accuse arm. The Slayers are a plague, one we must eradicate from the earth. How many of us did they kill through the centuries? If they return, how many more of us will die? I can think of one, I thought, grinning. Vega folded her arms over her chest and huffed. Typical Dracula. Better than a pacified, idealistic Xochi, Hoffman spat back. It is because I am a Dracula that I know the truth. Yes, Inga is dead, because the Grand Matron of the Wolfsredder killed her. The Grand Matron, whose daughter this man is dating. Vega turned to face Caleb. Is this true? Caleb putzed. I mean, we broke up. Totally my idea, though. As if, I coughed out. Caleb looked back at me over his shoulder. Didn't I tell you not to talk? I crossed my arms and tried to strangle him with my Jedi mind magic. I'm not airing to the part about your love life, Vega continued. I mean, is it true that the Grand Matron killed Inga? Oh, that? Caleb redirected his gaze. Yeah, totally true. As I'm sure Hoffman could tell you, Inga went to the dark side. Again. Come on, you guys know she does that every decade or two. She came after an innocent, and the Grand Matron, who happened to be on site, killed Inga. Ipso facto, post haste, and to wit, WWL is mine now because Inga didn't have a chance to change her will in between the time she was my protector and the time she decided all Slayers needed to die, starting with one of mine. The man sitting next to Vega, a pasty-skinned, partially bald vamp with the fashion sense of an accountant and the figure of a jelly roll. Goodbye, all my teenage fantasies that every vamp was a sex god, cranked an eyebrow. What do you mean, one of yours? You know what, Partridge? I'm glad you brought that up. Caleb nodded at me, the signal he told me to look for while we were on the bus. I reached down in the bag hanging at my side and pulled out the stack of papers he'd had ready for me. Caleb threw them down on the table. WWL's public face will remain the same, but our covert operations are shifting a bit. From this point forward, we will be a haven to those Slayers who, as of 10 minutes ago, are now residents of this building, and to find any Slayers out in the greater world who may be hiding, or in bondage, and give them an opportunity to join us. He stepped aside, bringing me into the line of vision. Never had I felt more like a piece of meat, and for me, that was saying something. I'd like to introduce Amy Popowitz, he continued. I know she's only a Huey, but since she's consigned her life to serving the Slayers and me as the Solari, you are to treat her as you would me in my stead. She's my right-hand man. He shrugged and frowned. A right-hand man with scrumptious breasts, but the point remains. Yup, moving that harassment seminar to the top of my to-dos. To my surprise, no one raised a single objection to this, to my place in the organization, or the fact that I had delicious mammary glands. Except for good old Hoffman. Us, kowtow to food? He spat, rising to his feet. I will not stand for this. Ironic. We will not stand for this. I'm not surprised to hear you say that, Dennis, since 1, you are a Dracula and by default, given to be a rat-ass bastard, and 2, I know that Vlad has ordered all Dracula to be on the lookout for Slayers. I don't hold it against you personally, but I hope you understand that I can't accept fracturing in our ranks right now. Well, that's easily enough assured, Dennis spat back. Surrender yourself and all the Slayers to me and give me this Huey bitch as a goodwill gesture, and I'll fall into line. I was back behind Caleb again, but if he pushed me there or if I dove on my own, I couldn't remember. Caleb leaned forward, his hands flattening on the table. Anyone else want to second Dennis's motion? He swept across each of the other 9 vampires in turn. They either shook their heads or avoided his gaze. Sorry, Dennis. Your motion failed to carry. I'll accept your resignation and credentials on my desk by dawn. The Dracula pulled down the lapels of his jacket. Over my dead body. Caleb pulled back his hand. Terms accepted. A wave of heat radiated from the man beside me as a solarium flew. It couldn't have been big, the size of a baseball, but damn, it blazed. Instinct made me cover my eyes one moment, and curiosity the very next, made me peek through my fingers. Vampires could move fast, but the way the Slayers explained it to me, direct sunlight made many of the vamps' superhuman qualities go flying out the window. Dennis didn't stand a chance. He had barely started to lunge to the side when the ball of light shot into his chest. I half expected to see it come blazing out the other side and go shooting through the chair behind him. Instead, the ball nested, a wave of sunlight creeping up his chest, up the veins of his neck, and then shot out of his eyes. For a moment, the vampire stiffened, a gray pallor overcoming him. Then, starting at the top of his head and cascading down, what had been a person crumbled into ash, falling in a pile all over the table and chair. Caleb cleared his throat and straightened his tie. Vega, as chairlady, would you like to survey the remaining members of the board to see if there are any more objections? The vampire turned her stunned expression from the ash heap. No, sir, I don't think that's necessary. I will assure you that the board passes a resolution of loyalty and secrecy. Great, Caleb turned on his heel and headed for the door. Miss Popowitz, if you please. After watching my new boss turn a dangerous creature of the night into a human-sized pile of carcinogens, I did please very much.
19. Jerry. Rick Ryland's borrowed behemoth, outfitted with a plow, emergency lights, and doors emblazoned with the seal of the Department of Natural Resources, let us make slow time, even as the polar vortex pushed in from the lake. That was Amy. Seems Caleb turned up in Chicago last night. What? Tobias's head lashed back and forth between me and the road. How? No details, just a quick FYI. Amy was busy with, and I quote, I hooked the air with bunny fingers. Cleaning. She said he just turned up at the motel out of nowhere, and an hour later, Caleb charged in on the WWL board of directors and declared himself CEO. That cheeky bastard. It was a term werewolves didn't use often. They found the implication crass. Tobias may have meant it as a compliment, frankly. About bloody time we got some good news. Well, there's a little more, if you can stand it. Mina has her first tooth. Isn't that crazy? She's barely 2 months old and... I cut off as Tobias's face fell. Tobias? His voice dripped longing. I miss her, Jerry. I miss her so much. It's already been a month she's been away from me. Away from us. I laid a hand on his arm. She'll be with us soon, I promise. One way or another, we'll make it happen. Just then, my phone dinged. I picked it up to read the incoming messages. It's Marcus. I scrolled through the text. He says your mom's phone is still reading the same location as it was 15 minutes ago, near the corner of Front and Spring. Thank goodness Maggie hadn't fought us on a hood-issued cell. Maybe only one of the things she'd accepted from us without a snide comment. Tobias shook his head. I still don't understand how she managed to go clear to Marquette in 2 hours when it's taken us 5 to get this far in Rick's Buffalo Killer. My insides clenched. I knew exactly how. Not yet, I managed to tell myself before Maggie's secret came blurting out. Even among hoods, the ability to fly was extremely rare. My mother was the only one known in the last half-century with the talent. It had actually helped her become Grand Matron. Even in an age when we'd lost most of our overly zealous superstitions, flight still held divine right status among most hoods. What would happen if the others found out that not only was there another Ushan, as they were called, but that she'd lived her life as a wolf? Changing gears, I tried to picture the map of the UP's biggest city in my head. If I had to bet money, I'd say she's at that cafe that claims to have the world's biggest variety of pasties. Nothing much else right there but a gas station. Or the hardware shop. Tobias's jaw worked. She knows the Dracula are desperately looking for powerful soup blood. She wouldn't sit out in the open like that without a reason. Another ding. Marcus says my mom wants a report if there's any developments. Ding. Also, Marcus wants me to know he's still pissed at me, and he suggested I might want to just jump in Lake Superior. Tobias moved his hand from my lap, up to my head, pulling me into his shoulder. Give him time, love. Everyone's still smarting right now over what happened. I know, but I didn't ask the fire to come. It just came. I'm not saying it's fair, but it just is. He dragged the steering wheel left, navigating around a car pulled to the side of the road, stuck in the snow. Then another. Then another. And another. This seem odd to you? Tobias said, now driving solidly in the middle of the street, even as the snow he pushed rolled to the right. I thought you said this was just some quiet little college town. It is. And it should have been even quieter than usual, given that Northern Michigan University had already let out for winter break. A flash of red and blue died down at the same time as a direct white beam darted between us. Tobias pulled to a stop, as we both covered our eyes, trying to keep from going flash blind. Outside my door, a lone figure bundled up in a winter coat and donning an Elmer Fudd-styled navy hat lowered his flashlight. He knocked at the window. Ma'am? Even without speaking, I could sense Tobias's hesitance. Apparently, his apprehension of authority figures extended to those of the Huey kind, but to disobey would draw suspicion, and interference was the last thing we needed. I rolled down the window, the old crank groaning in protest. Officer? Evening, ma'am. Sir. The clean-shaven state trooper couldn't be more than a few years older than me. I'm sorry. I know you're in an official vehicle, but we don't have any authorization to let DNR staff pass this way. Dogs and mushers only on this road. Everyone else needs to come into town from the north side and park in the outer lots. You can pick up a shuttle from there for free. Dogs and mushers, Tobias repeated. That's just so insulting. Crap. We had to show up in Marquette at the same time as the annual dog sled race was kicking off, didn't we? I did the mental math. In this snow, Going around town, getting parking, and taking a shuttle in would take us another half hour at least. Already she might have sensed our proximity and gone. If Maggie left and got away from the crowds to take flight, she could be over Canada before we even got to the cafe. We couldn't afford that kind of delay. Just because she's your baby doesn't mean everyone sees Toto that way. I batted Tobias's arm even as his face screwed up in confusion before turning back to the officer. So sorry, officer. I focused in the dark on his badge. Nyack. We're not technically mushers, but this is where they told us to come in. We got our search and rescue wolf here with us in the back. Maybe you heard of him. Takwamenan Toto. Officer Nyack squinted. A rescue wolf. I let my fake smile drop. Oh no, you haven't heard of him. Well, we don't take him out much, but we got a special invite to bring Toto by the opening ceremonies this year as sort of a public outreach thing. I guess they figured we should just park down this side of town with all the mushers, but if you want us to go around to the north side of town and take him in on the shuttle, no problem. I mean, he's massively huge, of course, but most people... No. Officer Nyack held up a hand. Sorry, ma'am. I guess the message just never got to me. He cupped his chin. A wolf, huh? I know some of the people up this way raise them, but I hear they can be real nasty too. Tobias muttered from behind. You got no feckin' clue. Luckily, Nyack seemed not to hear. He swung his flashlight to a plowed, extra-long spot about 20 yards up the road. Go ahead, and take that spot over there. Better hurry. The opening ceremony starts in about 20 minutes. Tobias waited until the car was parked, before turning to me, lips pursed. He stared, expectant, waiting. Finally, I cracked. What? We don't have time to drive around to the other side of town. Oh no, Jerry. I understand why you did what you did. He turned in place, looking into the exceedingly empty covered cab of the truck bed. What I don't understand is how we conjure up a rescue wolf named Toto. Officer Nyack is still close enough to catch us in our fib if we wander away from the truck without one. I know, but you know what we do have? Tobias shook his head, waited, looked at me through bugged-out eyes, went red. No bleeding way. You are not parading me through town like some common mutt. I caught Officer Nyack's silhouette in the rearview mirror. He's still looking over here, and there's no other headlights heading this way. If I don't walk out of this car with a wolf in tow soon, he's going to think I was lying. But you were lying. Do you want to get to your mom in time or not? I asked, opening the door. Rick always keeps some rope in the back. That should work as a leash. When I come back up in here in 30 seconds, it had better be to a cab full of fur. I'd never wondered in my life if werewolves were capable of glaring. After tonight, I could write a senior thesis on just how intently. Another wave of anger rolled over me. I let it subside before yanking on the rope leash, pulling Tobias to a halt. Stop, I bit at him. Just because I can't understand what you're saying word for word doesn't mean I'm not still feeling what you feel. Given our time limitations, there was no other way. I'd also found one of Rick's ranger jackets and official hats in the back of the truck. I'd put on the coat, and Tobias was currently wearing the hat. I was hoping novelty and my sense of authority would distract people from asking what kind of wolf weighed in at 220. Or as Tobias was a fan of saying, 11 stone. Two little girls, eyes wide and smiles nuclear, ran over as we rounded the corner a block from the cafe. They managed to run the distance between us before their parents promptly panicked and dove after them. But Mommy, it's a wool, the younger said. The mom looked up at me. Is it tame? So tame we sleep in the same bed. Tobias huffed. but I circled his scruff with my arm and rubbed his fluff. Be a good boy now. These girls are just curious. Tobias radiated frustration, annoyance. The second little girl reached up and took both his ears in her hands, despite the fact that she had to tiptoe to reach. Tobias's emotional profile shifted, and even I wasn't ready for where it landed. Heartache, longing, hope. Mina. A month had passed since we'd seen our baby. We'd hardly had that much longer with her at the onset. It didn't matter. The heart anchored in deep waters, no matter how wide the stream. But no time for that now. We had to focus. I stood and made our excuses, pulling Tobias's leash toward the cafe. Sorry, girls, but we have to be somewhere. The cafe was more of a diner, it turned out. An old-school, greasy spoon complete with a jukebox in the corner and a checkered floor. Maggie sat at a table near the back in plain sight, like she wasn't even trying to hide. The building was small. The entirety of its interior could be viewed from the sidewalk out front, but it didn't seem a wise location to sit if you needed to make a quick escape. Early hood training had made this a constant consideration when on a hunt. Only then, I noticed the rear exit door just a stone's throw from Maggie's booth. Even if danger came in the front, someone sitting there would have time to flee before the accoster could reach her. Tobias whined. I looked at my mate. I see her. He yipped. No, I said, guessing at his words. No dogs allowed, not even during sled week. The wolf's head cocked to the side. She's not really doing much of anything, I said, just sitting in a back booth, staring straight ahead, her hands wrapped around a mug of something. No, wait, she's doing something. Maggie's big green eyes caught me. Immediately, I dropped, but I knew it was too late. The only question now, had I scared her away, or was she still sitting there? Tobias turned in place, pulling on the rope. I shook my head. No, you can't shift back here. Even in a college town, a giant wolf turning into a naked man isn't normal. Just wait here. I tied Tobias's leash to a light pole for show, pulled down my jacket, and went in, a wolf's whining accompanying my march. Maggie didn't even look at me as I plopped down on the bench opposite her and ordered a cup of coffee, black, from the readily available waitress. At the same time, she didn't look like she was about to bolt, so I took advantage and just started to talk. Honestly, I get why you hate me, but you can't be out in the open like this. It's only a matter of time before the Draculs show up around here. I looked around and pulled my jacket tighter. They may be here already, frankly. Please, come home. Her eyes dashed to me quickly before again jutting away. I can't be that close to him or anywhere near you. I slid back on the bench. After so many years without a family, why are you doing your damnedest to not be a part of ours? And don't tell me it's because you think you'll draw danger to Tobias and me because, hello. I motioned to myself with both index fingers pointed. Dracula's filet mignon right here. No one's going to put your son more in danger than I am. The she-wolf's expression soured. You're making a poor argument for why I should forgive you for seducing my boy. 1. I counted out on my finger. I didn't seduce anyone. We fell in love. Slowly, over a span of 2 years, for most of which I was trying really hard to land someone else. And 2, I'm not trying to make the argument that I'm not putting Tobias's life in danger. I'm trying to make the argument that if you stick around, you could help protect him. And while you're doing that, he can help protect you, like a family does. Maggie pulled her white ceramic mug to her mouth and drew a slow, languid pull of whatever dark elixir lay within. You don't understand what I'm going through. I lost my family once. I can't do it again. I reached across the table and wove my hands around hers, feeling the warmth of the mug through her fingers. Then don't. Come back to paradise with us. With us? For the first time, a genuine sense of concern hatched across her face. Please tell me you don't mean that Tobias is here. Of course he's here, I smiled, as a gust of cold air hit from behind. Someone going through the rear side door I'd noticed before. You don't think Tobias would let me come all the way to Marquette by myself in this kind of snowstorm, and with Dracula running around, do you? I'm not you, Maggie. I couldn't just fly away if someone pissed me off. Why, Maggie Sumfield, you told her your deepest, darkest secret. How adorbs. The voice. That voice. I hadn't heard it in so long, and yet it scraped at my memory like the wounds it had cut were still fresh. Ice shot down my back and all the hairs on my arms stood. It was a visceral reaction, but it wasn't a supernatural one. It was the same one anyone would have, if suddenly realizing they were in the presence of the very person who had helped to keep them prisoner once upon a time. I turned to see the impossible, made painfully possible. Caillou, but it's... Hello, Jerry, the Hawaiian vampire said, shoving hands into his jeans pocket. He'd walked out of my memories and straight into my life again, looking the same as he had 2 years before. Long time no see. Not long enough. Back when I'd first moved to Chicago and started in Igor's lab at the university, Kai and Cynthia had been introduced to me as 2 vampires working on a project to resurrect slayers through cataloging their DNA. Only later did I find out Tobias's mate, Kara, was their prisoner, and that they were developing ways to break werewolf bonds. Tobias and I, with some help from Igor, had killed Cynthia in an attempt at freeing Kara, but she died anyway. Kai had disappeared, and I'd never heard from him again, until now. And while that was shocking, it wasn't as shocking as realizing what Kai had just said. I spun on Maggie. He knows you? Of course I know her, Kai said, scooting into the booth next to Maggie on her side of the bench. You really think Sumfield's mother just happened to come out from the woodwork now? It was quite convenient for us, of course, that you somehow found a way to hook up with a wolf who had already had one mate, and whose mother was in a Dracula feeding pen. I turned sympathetic eyes to the scars on Maggie's neck, scars that had looked so set and ancient when I'd first seen them a month ago, and had been healing so slowly since, meaning they couldn't have been that old to begin with. Maggie, I swallowed. Please tell me you didn't do this. Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. She so did. Kai pressed on. I'm afraid Maggie's been working for us all along. After the setup in London failed, she was told to keep an eye on you. Keep you safe. All while looking for an opportunity to separate you for easy extraction. Almost got you in Triberg, but I don't think Maggie realized just how fast she was flying. I locked the woman across the table in my sight and said the only word I could get to form. Why? Why else? Her voice, flat, emotionless, matter of fact. Because they agreed to spare my son if I did. Well, Kai interrupted, spare, as in, they will be allowed to share the same cell in the pen, but you get her drift. Oh, but don't worry, Maggie. We're going to give you a loyalty upgrade. Hot water, a firm mattress. Maybe we'll even let you have a run in the garden every so often. The vamp gave a one-shouldered shrug. At the end of a chain, of course. Now, we want to beat the traffic out of town. How about you just come along quietly before the storm gets worse? He grabbed his scarf, pulling it tight. And I thought Chicago was bad. Makes me miss Hawaii. Feel free to go back, and don't forget to lay out on a beach at high noon while you're there, I deadpanned. Jerry... The vampire clicked his tongue, his head shaking, I remember you being so nice, so friendly. That was before your bloodline started killing people I love and taking others prisoner. That's just business, brah. Kai leaned in, his hand on the edge of the table. And you have to take your share of blame, you know. All Lord Tepes wants is you and your mongrel. Give yourselves up, and we'll all coast the wave to shore. I was positive Kai's surf lingo was lost on Maggie. But what wasn't was how she'd been duped. There was no deal that would let her keep her son and, better yet, take him away from me. But how could she have thought the Dracula would ever make good on that promise? Or had she lived so many years dependent on them that she felt she had no choice but to take what they said at face value? But Maggie had reached her tipping point. She wasn't their prisoner, and she wasn't alone. Hope rose anew as the emotions played across her face and broadcast into my subconscious. Disappointment, anger, shame, and finally, rage. We didn't need to exchange words to make the plan together. A slow smile spread across Maggie's face, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. I closed my eyes and let my chin dip. You know something, Kai? Power welled up inside me, a beacon that vibrated in waves in every direction. Tobias's energy flooded my awareness, and I yanked at the tether connecting us. You really should have come in the front door. Then you'd know what a terrible mistake you were about to make. The vampire had 1 second to give me a, "What the hell are you talking about?" look before the window of the diner shattered, and a deadly growl rent the air. 20? Use all with eyes on the supersized wolf that had just crashed through the front window, scattered. Tobias barely had time to regain his balance before the lights flickered. It made no sense. A broken window shouldn't affect electrical. But when the bulbs above strobed, they illuminated a pair of swirling, snaking, smoke streams bouncing over booth tops. More vamps. Of course Kai wouldn't be here alone. Luckily for us, the trifecta of wild animal, broken glass, and a blackout drove away the last of the Huey spectators. That wouldn't last. The police would come soon enough. Luckily, downtown was closed to vehicles, and the lineup of the dog sled race just a block away. Word would reach them, orders given, but they'd need to form ranks and close in through a crowd that got here through a snowstorm. Because it was Michigan, and a blizzard didn't get in the way of sports. I did the mental math as the two hazy amalgam stacks solidified into humanoid shapes. 2 minutes, 3 tops. "Hey, babe," I said to Tobias as he stalked past me. "I think you still owe Kai a little, what's the English phrase? Comeuppance?" Tobias huffed as he closed in, his eyes set on the last living vampire that helped to capture and kill his first mate. I had just enough silver on me to give myself some brass knuckles. Silver knuckles. Not ideal since against vampires, my only hope was to chop off their heads, unless I could run outside to break a branch off a tree and ram it through their heads or their hearts. That was. Tempting in terms of aesthetics, but not practical with the whole having to go into the street aspect. Kai turned his wicked grin on Tobias as I seized up the others, a dark-skinned female knee-high to an alfalfa sprout, and a pudgy white dude who seemed to lack much definition even when he'd become solid. Enough light flowed in from the street to give me a view, but they'd still have the advantage where sight was concerned. Limited light didn't mean I couldn't throw shade, however. I prepared to strike as the vamps neared. "I'm going to call you." I pointed at the dude. "Doughboy and you." I pointed at the woman. "Sean Bean." They exchanged a confused look before the woman asked, "Why Sean Bean?" "No reason." "Totally reasons." Sean presented fists. "Whatever, chick. I'll kick your butt either way." She lunged. I dodged, but Doughboy caught me on the swing, pulling me from behind as he wrestled my arms behind my back. Meanwhile, a hot mess of canine insinicus rose in the background. I got one quick flash of the scene as Doughboy swung me. Kai had broken one of the tables and was using its top as a shield. Maggie, eyes wide and fingers splayed, had plastered herself against the back wall. "You're a werewolf, Maggie," I groaned as I shifted all my strength into pulling my arms forward, attempting to break Doughboy's hold. "Act like—" My words turned to groans as Sean belted me in the solar plexus. My body attempted to collapse in on itself, but the male vamp's grip kept me upright. With a squeeze on my wrists, my hands opened wide. 2 pings rang in the air as the silver knuckles hit the floor. "You know the bitter part of all this?" Sean's backhand swung across my face. Blood filled my mouth. It would heal. I spit it out in a stream, catching her shoe. "Having to park on the north side of town and taking the shuttle in?" "No, it's that we're not allowed to kill you," Sean continued. "Not much use to Vlad if you're dead. I'm just supposed to hit you in the head until you pass out. Not that I won't enjoy it." Her right hand took a turn, capped in a fist, and caught me with an uppercut, lifting my feet from the ground, doing me a huge solid. I landed offset, my left hip aligned to Doughboy's right. Vamps were hellishly strong and lethal, but their tactics were designed with human prey in mind. They didn't get much exposure to hand-to-hand fighting, and it showed. She cocked back, but I stopped her with a, "First, let me tell you what you're doing wrong." It was just cocky enough to stall her. "Oh, do, little Red." "You're so small," I said. "Petite, I mean. Both of you are, aren't you? Actually, you're kind of quite cute. Kudos, but still, small. As strong as you are, you're still not going to have enough weight when you sink that swing. You need to use something heavier. Something like, oh, I don't know, another vampire." I stepped back one leg, lunged and bent forward. Doughboy went flying over me. He hit Sean with the most gorgeous kerplump I'd heard in a while. They toppled to the floor as I squatted, searching for my silver knuckles, hoping it would be enough fuel to make silver flame and send the vamps running. We didn't have much time before the Huey police showed up, and even as busy as I was kicking butt and having my butt kicked, I could hear the crowd growing outside. A quick sweep revealed that Tobias had Kai subdued. I could have told the vamp that shields were terrible in a fight with a werewolf. All they had to do was jump in the middle of it, and your big protective disc became your undoing as the lupine stood atop it, pinning you down. Darn it, where did they go? Suddenly, the weapon was foisted in front of my eyes. Like 2 inches from my eyes. I stilled, then tilted my head up. "Looking for these?" Maggie asked, grinning. She was holding them, and she wasn't in pain. No burning flesh, no singed hair. And then, as I got to my feet, I realized that not only had she gotten her hands on my silver, Maggie was wielding it. The metal shifted shape, morphing and reforming, until all that remained in Maggie's palm was a single, long string. She threw it to me just in time for me to catch the recovered Doughboy's lunge. I jumped, lacing the string around his throat, and pulled. His head went flying one direction while his body went another. I looked for Sean, but only caught the tail end of her vapor cloud as she whisked out the front door. I clenched my fist. "Fine, Sean, but this is the only time." Kai let out one more gurgling gulp as Tobias's maw closed, severing his neck. Which was effective, but I had to kiss that mouth later, and just... You. "Maggie," I spun, looking for an explanation. You... My mother-in-law was all grins. You said it yourself, right? Start acting like one? She could wield silver. She could fly. If not for the fact that her son was currently in werewolf form beside us, I was beginning to think there wasn't the slimmest chance that Maggie Sumfield had a drop of wolf blood in her. Tobias yelped as he looked up at me, then at the door. I know, I said, inherently understanding his meaning. Sean got away. No time to worry about her now, though. Quick, get the bodies together. Maggie for once didn't hesitate, toting Doughboy's head over to Kai's corpse even as she asked. What for? I groaned as I plopped the bulbous body atop the other vamp. The physical exertion it took confirming that I had, indeed, found the perfect name for him. Slayers can ash a vamp with a solarium. I wonder if my weak version of it would do the same. If we can get rid of the bodies and the clothes, then the police will think this was nothing more than an out-of-control rabid dog. Behind me, Tobias yipped. Oh, calm yourself, I said. It wasn't about you. I sparked a garish ball of gray sunlight into being and commanded it to burrow into Doughboy's chest, working it through both vessel and vein. In a moment, he turned into a horror movie-inspired skinless monster, just like the ravens who'd been hit with silver fire back in Spain. Just as I was about to ask for suggestions, however, the form under my hand lost its integrity, turning to ash and leaving a pile of dusty clothes. Great, evil undead bodies in zones where Hueys could find them. No longer an issue. If only I'd had this ability back in that alley in Chicago. For the moment, escaping from a Marquette diner without the event crowds taking notice was still on our to-do list. If Tobias took his Huey form, that might help. Except he'd also be abundantly naked. The two vamps' clothing wouldn't help. My man had muscles where the others only had dreams. I gathered up the clothes and shoved them into a busboy's collection bin, all as I swept the area to assess our options. Maybe we try the side exit. Maggie pulled alongside me. No, the front is better. The crowd will shield our identities if we can join up with it without being noticed. We need a distraction. I nodded. But what? I turned to my mate. Any chance you can sneak by in... My voice died as the incredulity in his wolfy expression broadened. Fair enough. I had to ask, you know. Okay, then what else can we... Before I could say another word, Maggie turned on her heel and headed for a set of double doors behind the diner counter. Where are you going? I was here for 2 hours, she said, not slowing down as we headed into the kitchen. They didn't carry any rubbish through the dining room, she said. Must be another set of doors leading to the snicket. To the what? The alleyway, you blithe yank. Oh. Sure enough, we found the door behind the dishwashing area. I reached over to turn off the hot water left running by a worker who'd fled in a hurry. Give me 30 seconds, then run when the sheep outside do. By sheep, I assumed she meant people. Such a werewolf thing to say. Without you? I asked as she headed out the doors. Absolutely not. You're the whole reason we came here, and we're not leaving without you. You're right, you're not. She began to peel off her clothes and throw them into a nearby dumpster. One of them got away, Jerry girl. We both know what that means. I did. It meant that our eventuality where the ravens were concerned was soon to become an inevitability. You have a car? I nodded. A few blocks from here. Can you follow Tobias's scent to it? Not once it crosses paths with so many other dogs. No. I leaned against the greasy brick wall. Then, how will you find your way back to us? I suspect by you luring me there, the way you did in England. She cracked a smile as she deposited her last piece of clothing in the dumpster. Just the way I lured you here tonight. The way you lured me here? I reached out, touching her arm. Maggie? Peace now, lamb, she said. Like you said inside, it's time I remembered who I am, and just what I'm capable of. And with that, my husband's naked mother took her fur and bolted. Tobias fixed me with a concerned cock of the head when I came back into the diner alone. Don't worry, I said in response to the curiosity and concern spinning off him. She'll find us after we... Suddenly, a light beamed through the dark, hitting me straight in the eyes and stilling my words. Ma'am, are you okay? You alone? Huey's. Darn it. I sucked on my bottom lip. As my eyes refocused, the outline of a state trooper's standard-issue garrison hat was silhouetted against the streetlight coming through the broken front windows. Not exactly. The beam shifted, and I panicked. What would the officer do when he saw the giant wolf, who, no doubt witnesses had reported, had crashed the diner? But to my surprise, what the light revealed wasn't covered in fur. It was covered in a supple spread of chest hair, and a scruffy beard, though, thank God, on all his male bits were concealed from view by an overturned table. From the perspective of the people at the front, it would only look like Tobias was shirtless. Sir, the officer stepped closer. Are you injured? Do you need medical assistance? Perfect, I thought. Let them think that's what's going on. Tobias conjured a groan as he pressed a hand to his forehead. Oh, the pain. I'm so... And then, because even though I loved this man, he was still male. Tobias started to laugh. I'm sorry, Jerry, he said, looking up through his mirthful smirk and dancing eyes. I can't. I just can't. Stupid kids. The officer grimaced. Look, you all need to get out of here. We had a report of a bear or something breaking through. No sooner had the words reached us than the barking did. The crowd filled the street at one end of the alley. A mass of Hueys, the women crying, the men cradling their babes to their chests or atop their shoulders. A small contingent turned up our way, forcing the officer to forget about us and pivot in the direction of manic mushers, and even a few unleashed sled dogs. That's our cue, I whispered, pulling Tobias behind a dumpster. You might want fur for this next part, darling. My mom? He asked again. She's coming. Let's get out of here. I had already mentally reached through the crowded streets and found the only other werewolf around, pulling on her tether as we began to move up the alley toward its mouth on the opposite block. There is an upside to this, you know. My mom won't need to be debriefed. We'll just put on the evening news and fill in around the edges. "21. And that's how I ended up driving out of Marquette with 2 massive wolves in the back of the pickup, and arriving at Paradise with 2 passengers, 1 naked, instead. My mother tapped on the driver's side window the moment Rick's truck came to rest within the compound. Are you all right? I texted you that we were. She sneered. I'd have the words from your mouth, child. Was she actually genuinely worried for me? All good and accounted for, I said, switching off the ignition, and any further thoughts on that question. Tobias and Maggie are in the bed in the back. Maggie's gonna need some clothes. A nearby member of Cody's pack stepped forward, volunteering to go fetch something for Maggie, even as the nude woman in question and her son, who had thankfully left his clothes behind in the truck, shimmied out of the back. My mother kept her eyes locked on me. What happened? What is the Huey News saying? That something spooked the sled teams. Possibly a bear had crashed into the front street diner. Bear, Wolf. Close enough, Maggie said, as she rounded the car, walking up to my mother without a single ounce of shame in the fact that she didn't have a lick of clothing on. Doesn't matter. We have bigger problems now. They'll be here tomorrow at sunset, matron. I swear by it. My mother gave the smallest moment of visible concern, before brushing away the comment as a routine report. And we'll be ready. Will you now? Maggie grinned. You and what army? Even I bristled at that. Other than my own youthful outbursts and a few notable exceptions of the matron's council, I didn't remember anyone ever having the courage to challenge Brunhild Klein. Apparently, Mother didn't either. Her eyes narrowed. Her frame went taut. Excuse me? I said. Maggie closed the distance, fists on hips, standing chest to chest with the Grand Matron. You and what army? Brunhild cleared her throat. I know your abilities are not as strong as they once were, Mrs. Sumfield, but surely your eyes work well enough to see the 200 or so wolves and hoods currently making camp within these walls. More are already over in the Packlands, doubling our number. I do see them, but I've also been kept in a Dracula feeding cage for the last 2 decades. When they first take you, they try to get you to forget who you are, what you're capable of, so that they can do the same. You become food to them, nothing else. Livestock, kept alive and healthy only enough so they can drink from you. And once you're nothing more than a cow, then they forget that you still got a mind inside you. They talk. And if you're a wise enough piece of meat, you chew your cud and you listen. Maggie turned to a slowly forming crowd, as the she-wolf who'd run off earlier returned with a robe. As soon as this here's Grand Matrons, Mommy gave the order that no Asinaic would be allowed to bear children, and that all the slayers they had known of were in vampire hands. Them Dracul you're about to take on got panicked about their food supply. It's no wonder they want to break down wolf societies. They'll tell you it's for revenge, that their Vlad wanted to get back for what he saw as the humiliation of his country and his family, and that's true, but it ain't the whole truth. I remembered the question I'd asked Vlad himself once upon a time. But without werewolves, what is the purpose of a hood? An interesting query, isn't it? He'd said in return. He's going to breed his food, Maggie said. And he's been growing his bloodline to do so. The Dracul clutches have spent the last decade expanding, driving recruitment, creating farmers, if you will. Now, they'll come here. You think you're fighting some kind of battle to protect your daughter, but you better be wiser than that, Brunny Klein. They're coming here to get all your daughters and your sons. All you've done by stacking up your cabal here is give them a bigger school of fish to net. I stepped forward. I'll give myself up then. Tobias was at my back in a second. Jerry, no. Vlad won't kill me, I said over my shoulder. Like Maggie says, he needs my blood. He wouldn't be coming down this hard if he wasn't desperate for it. Doesn't matter. Tobias's embrace tightened around me. I need you here. The words warmed my heart, but they didn't alter reality. I'm not good here. I scare people. I've hurt people. You didn't mean to. That makes a difference. I swallowed my nerves. Maggie's right. We're not an army. We're a bunch of scared soups, huddling together for protection. Even if Vlad's top priority is me, then giving him what he wants buys us time. Tobias's hands threaded my hair. That won't stop him, and you know it. Marcus had joined the growing crowd at some point. You didn't nearly toast my fiancé to death just to give up, did you? I spun on my cousin. Fiancé? He held up his left hand and showed off a gold band on the third finger. Luckily, it wasn't on him when you turned into Johnny Storm. I didn't know if Marcus and I were on good enough terms yet that I could hug him. But it didn't mean I didn't want to. Mother, however, could be counted on to regulate sentiment to the sidelines. I understand what you are saying, Mrs. Sumfield. Maggie rolled her eyes. You pretentious git. Brunhild recoiled. Excuse me? My name is Maggie, Maggie said. Not Mrs. Sumfield. Not even Margaret. Maggie, plain and simple. If we're going to be family, Bruni, you should relax a little. Fine. Brunhild flexed her hand, cracking every knuckle along the way. What is it you propose we do? Not fight? Oh, no. We need every hand on deck, and I mean every hand. Maybe my mother wasn't understanding, but I was. You want us to call in the Slayers? Maggie turned, grinning. Ah, there we go. Turns out my daughter-in-law is one smart biscuit. Then looking to Tobias, she added, My son chose his mate well. It could have been a backhanded compliment, but I didn't really care at the moment. I was too happy seeing the rebirth of a she-wolf. Or was it of a hood? Besides Caleb Helsing, the Slayers have spent their entire lives in captivity, Brunhild said. They're not ready to face down the most dangerous vampire bloodline in the history of our world. Besides, Helsing is currently MIA. My hand shot up like I was in elementary school. No, he's not. Amy called. Caleb has turned up in Chicago. Hydrochloric acid burned less than my mother's glare. I guess Brunhild really didn't want to be shown up right now. Maggie, meanwhile, grinned. Everyone wakes in the morning just as capable of dying, matron. The Dracula will be here tomorrow. If we don't make our best stand with everything and everyone we got, then the next night, they'll be everywhere else. Call the Slayers. We're fighting for their future as well. They should at least have a chance to decide if they'll throw in their lot with us. I pulled my phone from my pocket, but my mother's hands over mine stilled my dialing. What are you doing? I looked up into her awestruck face. Calling Amy, of course. She's whatever their version of a Castellan is. She'll get the message out to them. My mother looked back to me, nodded once, and played with the hood's button at her throat. Fine, then. And then turned and walked away. Maggie gave us one wide, sloppy grin before she too meandered off. Even as she did, I saw those she passed by stand a little straighter, almost like they were being called to attention. A queer feeling struck me as I turned to my mate. Something here feels very off. Tobias smirked. Funny, that's what I've been thinking since a few hours ago when I saw my mom wield silver. But I guess discovering your mother is half hood can be disorienting. A quarter, actually. We both turned to see that Maggie hadn't strayed too far away, so as not to hear us. She eyeballed her son. Jerry, tell my boy how long your family has held the Grand Matronship since the council formed in the early 19th century. Practically the whole time, I said meekly, uncertain where she was going. Except for when there was a green hood in charge for a few years right after World War II, but she was executed by your grandmother. Maggie completed for me. But not before the baby was born. Not before my father was smuggled away back home to Northumberland. You see, kids, the truth is, your relationship isn't really all that unusual. It happens every generation or so. But the Council of Matrons has been pretty good at covering them up by any means necessary. What's exceptional about us is that we survived, because we had the seat of power, protecting us from the floor upon which it stood. She looked up to the sky. Let's hope our luck holds out. Now, Jerry, you were going to make a phone call?
22. Tobias. She was bloody perfect, legs that went on forever, breasts the perfect size for cupping, lips that swelled every time I'd kissed her. We weren't supposed to have mated. Not until things were official anyway. But what the hell? From the moment we met, we knew we'd each found our other half. We didn't need any bond to seal us. Our love had already done that. The tiny curls on her head tickled my palm as I threaded my fingers through her hair. I feckin' love you, woman. Kara's hand pressed to my cheek. After what we just did, you better, or you owe me a huge explanation. My laugh melted into her mouth as I pressed my lips to hers. Kara lifted her head off the mattress, deepening the kiss, before letting go and pulling me down to her. She sighed in the way only a content woman could. Did you think you were going to feel like this? What, you mean someday? I traced a finger over her red lips. Yeah, I knew it the moment I first saw you. You don't have to woo me anymore, love. I'm being serious. What? So am I. I remember it. It was at the Morrisons on Boxing Day. You had on that white sundress with the yellow sunflowers, even though it couldn't have been more than 10 degrees out. You were grabbing some crisps, and I was grabbing... I meant the mating bond, Kara suddenly laughed out. I mean that rush, that moment we were one. That was, well, the most magical thing I've ever felt. Better than taking my fur for the first time. Better than chocolate. Better than sex, I completed for her. Well, vehicle of our thrill and all. Kara tilted her head. What was it like for you? I sucked on my bottom lip, hesitant. Same as you, I'd wager. Tobias Somfield, don't you dare play cheaters on me. Do your own work. A tightness spread across my chest. What could I say? I was a wolf. Kara was my first, would be my only. I loved making love to her, even if it was an odd combination of thrilling and scary, not knowing if I was doing it right. I was a man. Of course I'd seen examples in film, but still. I'd watched Olympians run 100 meters in 10 seconds, but that didn't mean I knew the first thing about training to be a sprinter. To my surprise, once we'd actually gotten into bed and gave it a go, everything came along pretty naturally. It had been wonderful, and judging by the sounds Kara made, I did things just fine and then some. But something magical? Some supernatural rush where my endorphins shot off and I felt some wave of unity. I either hadn't had that or didn't notice. But I wasn't a bleeding idiot, so I wasn't going to say that to my girl. Like you said, best moment of my life. Kara grimaced. Better than when you cheated on me? What? I furrowed my brow and jerked up off the mattress. How could I cheat on you? We just slept together. We mated. Kara scooted out from under me as she, too, propped herself up on her elbows. And yet you did. And with one of them, a hood. So really, not just cheated on me, you cheated on all of us. Your pack, your family, your mate. But I hate hoods. I shook my head. No, I would never do that. I love you. Liar, you shagged the next piece of carpet under your feet. Then again, what would I expect from a descendant of... She took to her feet then, taking a position over the bed and staring down on me in every sense of the word. Devaraterin. Kara! I shot to my feet, pushing aside whatever lay atop me and fighting the shaking. A hot dagger of light pierced my eyes, the sun licking out my retinas and leaving behind a burn. I threw my hands up, blocking the rays of dawn, giving my eyes a chance to adjust. When they did, it was to find myself not laying in my beloved's bed where we'd first made love, but in a hood's home in some far-off land. Jerry lay sprawled out on the floor, blinking and confused. Jesus, we'd been sleeping in her tiny childhood bed together. The weight I felt atop me, it must have been her, trying to wake me up. Jerry lamb? I pulled dirty hands over weary eyes, cupping my face in my hands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was having some kind of bad dream, she completed for me. She didn't get up. She didn't even look me in the face. Yeah, I guessed that. But it wasn't a bad dream. It had been a good dream, a great dream. I'd been with my mate, in her arms, making love, and I called out her name. I fell to the floor beside her when I tasted Kara's name in the back of my throat. It didn't mean anything, just a dream. You don't have to apologize for dreaming about Kara. Her sad eyes drifted. You aren't cheating on me by remembering her. You aren't even cheating on me by still being in love with her. My rational mind knew that, but it didn't douse the guilt. You do know you're my mate now, right? The smile that she gave me went as deep as a frost on the leaves. Of course. Sitting back against the bed, I opened my arms, inviting her in. She hesitated, and that moment of reluctance burned hotter than any silver ever had. Eventually, she gave in, tentatively scooting toward me and resting her head on my shoulder. You've got to talk to me, love, I said. Wolves aren't psychic. There's nothing to talk about. You realise we might both be dead this time tomorrow, right? I wouldn't ignore that fact because Jerry wasn't either. We shared a taste for blatant realism. We won't be able to work this out after that. Tell me what's going on in your hoodie little brain. A momentary flash of her anger rushed through me, catching my breath. I pulled back. I was trying to be coy, but I'm going to stop digging myself deeper now. The tension passed as she cycled a breath. It's just something your mum said. Her moods and opinions aren't the most stable, I reminded her. Don't put stock in it. It would have been true no matter when she said it. Jerry pushed herself up to sit beside me, taking her warmth with her. It's crazy, probably stress being the demon of my thoughts, but what we have, it isn't supposed to be possible, and I'm scared it's not. I'm scared that one day you're going to wake up and not love me anymore. So that was it? Well, that's a bunch of bullocks. Raven hair fanned the air as her head spun. How can you say that? Even if it's what you hope for, how can you say for sure that your feelings won't change someday? We don't know how long the effects of that serum the Dracula were giving you would last. For the last time, it's not the serum, I said. Her furrowed brow forced me to continue. Lamb, let me tell you something I've never said, because I worried what kind of wolf you'd take me for. Back in Chicago when we first met, I found you attractive. Jerry's eyes had grown as I talked, and now popped back to regular size. A startling and upsetting admission, she deadpanned. Don't be difficult about this, I'm serious. I was mated then. A mated wolf can think a woman beautiful, maybe even have the ability to understand why another man would fancy her. But I was attracted to you, and even if things didn't happen the way they did, that would be a sign that I was different. It shouldn't have been possible. I blamed it on the moon madness that was creeping up on me, but I guess now we know the truth. Lithe little fingers played with my chest hair. You're supposed to be reassuring me, remember? I thought that I was, I said. No, what you just told me is that I have to worry about you cheating on me because you were attracted to me when Kara was still alive. You just told me you don't blame me for still loving Kara. I don't, she assured me. Only, you did just hear what you said, right? Jerry, I'm not going to placate you with lies, not even hopeful assumptions. I reached up to stroke her cheek. You want me to be a wolf here and tell you that I'm bonded to you, that my feelings can't change. I can't do that because it's not true. I still love Kara. I love her, and she's gone, but you're right here with me. Why would you think my love for you would fade any more than it has for her? My mate chewed that over for a moment. In a weird way, that's kind of comforting. I pulled her head back into my chest. That's my girl. We stayed like that for a few moments, enjoying the silence of day that the rise of night would shatter. Tobias? When I spoke to Amy earlier, she mentioned something. Still not psychic, love. I felt her laugh against my side. Things were on an uptick. Good. She said Caleb got a report from WWL's Director of Internal Operations yesterday, she continued. It included an inventory of what's sitting in their warehouses. One of the things on the list was extract of wolfsbane. My muscles tensed, but I managed to keep my voice even. They do have a large pharmaceutical division. Yeah, I know, but wolfsbane isn't a chemical. It's a herb. Caleb, I guess, was suspicious, so he asked to speak to the head of the division that was making it. A hard lump went down my throat. And that person, that vampire is no longer with the company. Caleb destroyed him when he arrived in Chicago, a research scientist who was also on the board of directors, a Dracula. And there it was. They were stockpiling the serum. Jerry nodded. Inga might have been working with the Ravens the whole time. Or she might have been pretending to work with them to keep in the loop of what they were actually up to and controlling their access to a very dangerous weapon. She definitely was aware of Kai and Cynthia's work at the university. She funded it. It could have been one of those keeping your enemies closer things. Since she's dead, we'll probably never know. Either way, it doesn't change the facts. This time, the lump went down her throat. If anyone wanted to have access to the serum, why would any wolf in his proper mind want to? Our situation aside, the bond between mates is what holds lupine society and packs together. It's so strong that even when one dies, the words caught in my throat as the realization of what she was driving at hit me in the heart. I don't know if you have a bond to me or not, Jerry said. I don't know if because of both of our open buffets of genetics, if that's possible. But if something happens to me tonight, or if another wolf should fall when the Dracula come, that serum could be a godsend. And if you want to take it, because, well, it was different when it was just the two of us, it would hurt like hell to lose you. But we're a pack now. I need my pack. Mina needs her pack. Numero dos in the 1-2 punch of my mate's anxieties. You want me to take the serum because you're convinced that our relationship is a side effect of that stuff? Jerry threw her legs over me, straddling my lap. Trembling hands covered my cheeks as she let her forehead fall against mine. I don't want you to do anything, and the last thing I want is for your love to be a side effect. I want it to be the infection. But if comes down to it, then... Shut the feck up! I pressed a kiss to her lips as my hands circled around her back. Okay? Shut. All the way. Upper. I love you. You're not an infection, okay? You're my cure. You're my serum. You're my fecking salvation, woman. She crashed into me, and I let her. I took every wave her oceans threw and rejoiced in the surf. And when we'd come down from our highs, I held her and swore to God, one way or another, this was ending tonight.
23. Brunhild. Sunlight filtered through pines dusted with snow. The storm that had borne down from the skies the day before had passed. The one that would rise from the lakeshore gathered on the horizon. For the first few days, the influx of wolves and hoods alike had distracted me. Now, 2 weeks after arriving home, the emptiness of my bed in the daylight hours consumed me. I'd come to the woods to be alone, pushing out the voices and memories that tore at my heart. I missed my husband, my mate, my partner, my heart. I was never meant to fall in love with Pietro. I'd been sent to Argentina solely to deliver a decree from the Grand Matron, from my mother. And then things just happened. I tried to resist him. He persisted. I tried to run away. He pursued. I tried to threaten. He called me on my bluff. I tried to mourn him. He refused to be forgotten. Oh, Pietro. I spoke to the trees, to the snow, to the ground. Why did I let them take you? Why didn't I order you to remain behind? Why didn't I die too? A twig snapped behind me, and I spun. Maggie Sumfield sat on a branch jutting out from a cedar about 10 feet off the ground. How had she arrived without my hearing her? How had she arrived without my sensing her? Bruni? She dipped her head. My eyes pressed closed. I'm not a fan of the name. You don't expect me to go around calling you matron, do you? No, of course not. We are family. With a graceful maneuver even I had to admire, Maggie dropped from the tree, landing with the lightest thud. That must be odd for you, a wolf in your family. You'd be surprised. Turning towards home, I invited her to walk beside me. It had taken me a few minutes to fly out this far. Walking back might take a half hour. Still, as I now had company, it would seem rude to leave her behind. The little voice within me that sounded remarkably like my mother chided. "No, fine. Take your time getting back when you know the enemy is nigh. At least they'll say you were polite when you die." Long moments passed in which the only sound was the wind through the needles and the crunch of the snow beneath our feet. Nearer the lake, some of the drifts had been 5 feet high from the passing storms. Would that the woods were the same? It might slow the coming assault. "How long did you know?" I shook myself from my reverie. Know what? That the Dracula had me. That I, your son-in-law's mother, was still alive? "Not long," I said flatly. Rumors came first. The slayers were extensively interviewed when they came to Schloss Wolfsretter. One of them had overheard the Dracula in Vlad's company mention having an asinaic near London. I asked one of the few hoods in the House of Green I trust to investigate. "And when did you know it was me?" I owed her the truth, even if it showed how I'd been duped. 2 days before the raid, a vampire who owed me a favor got a tip that you were the one in that house on the Thames. I understand now that it was a trap, that someone used Massimo Brunelli to pass along the information, hoping I'd send your son, and by extension my daughter, to save you. And you played right into their plans. Maggie came to a sudden stop, causing me to do the same. "You're no silver-eyed nascent. Why did you get pulled into something so obvious?" "Because you are my son-in-law's mother, and I thought he deserved a chance to rescue his only surviving blood relative." "Because you allowed your emotions to be the dictator of your actions," Maggie corrected. "I don't fault your feelings. I figure even a hood must have them. But you were a fool, matron. You put your child and mine on a silver platter." Heat flared in my face. "I am not accustomed to insults from my guests, Maggie." "I reckon you're not accustomed to insults from anyone." Maggie pulled her knit scarf tighter around her throat and kicked a patch of needles that had managed to stay above the snow. "Why aren't there more wolves here? More hoods? Why no slayers?" My coldness rivaled Mother Nature's display about us. "Perhaps Tobias and Gerwalta should have left you to the Dracula in Marquette. Speaking of which, you are aware that as a reclaimed hood, your little maneuver of colluding with them could legitimize my leveling treason charges on you, don't you?" "You won't do something like that right now." Maggie shrugged. "It's within my rights." "I know it is. I wouldn't argue against it. But you won't do it because you'd do the same thing. If you could give up my son to save your daughter, you'd do it." If she expected to shame me, her plan had wildly backfired. I would. But to my surprise, Maggie just smiled and nodded. "Ah, Brunny. We both really messed up our kids, and we did it with the best of intentions, didn't we?" I didn't know where my smile came from. Yes, we did. And that's why we both know what we're willing to do tonight if it comes down to it, don't we? My respect for the woman doubled in size. I suppose we do.
24. Jerry. I bit my bottom lip. "I don't know, Rick. It seems really... Are you sure?" It wasn't the kind of war room you saw in movies. Our family kitchen didn't have banks of monitors, or elite commanders with earpieces engaged, coordinating teams around the world. It did have a coffee pot, which had done industrial work the last few weeks. Brunhild, Rick, Jan, Tobias and I stood shoulder to shoulder, marking out plans on a map of the state park Rick had grabbed from his office. Maggie lurked nearby, glancing over our shoulders. The Paradise Pax Beta blew his frustration with me out through a hefty sigh. "You grew up here, Jerry, but you never had to plan a tactical battle here." "And you have," Tobias mumbled. Rick glared, an unusual thing for the werewolf who most of the time was a giant teddy bear, but pressed on without a retort. According to our friend Jan, he pointed at the vampire. Vampires aren't trained in squad attack enough to form ranks. They want easy access, well-trodden paths to move large groups. The Huey entry to the park is the only easy access, well-trodden way into that area, and that's relevant given the amount of snowfall we've had this week. Trust me, since we're choosing the battlefield, this is the best option. And you're certain there are no Hueys in the park tonight? My mother asked. Rick nodded. I ordered it closed for safety given the extreme snows 2 days ago. My rangers did a sweep of all the camping areas yesterday and chased out the last van lifers. There are still some houses out on the main road that leads to the park entrance, but most of them are owned by snowbirders and boarded up this time of year. The few that have residents are too far away or too old to give a damn. Maggie pinned a finger to a dot on the map. And this? Is this not a house? That? Rick leaned in a bit. That's the old lighthouse. It hasn't operated for years, since the old mill shut down. No big boats coming in to haul out lumber anymore. But if the battle gets that close to the lake, we've done something wrong. The Huey Highway runs right by there. Not much traffic at night, but we can't be certain of it. The hoods will be standing ready in the open space around the gift shop, where the parking lot is empty. The wolves will be in the woods, and will close in on the rear flanks of the enemy. Jan moved to the table as he nodded his agreement. While his hair hadn't grown back, most of his burns had healed over, thanks to a feeding from Maggie. The vampires Vlad are bringing are young, most under a century and of European heritage. There are a few who fought in the last Great Huey War, but the majority were made after the Ravens were released in the early 1950s. They were taught how to take down a single animal as prey, not how to coordinate on a battlefield. So, that was that. The plans were made. The turf, selected. All that remained was for us to take position inside the state park parking lots and wait for nightfall. I crossed the room to where a block of silver sat and started to pull some of it onto my body. Brynhild stepped away from the table. "What are you doing, Gervalta?" "Seriously?" "I'm gassing up. I could use a wooden staff, though. Since our main tactic here is going to be beheading the vamps, I'm thinking of going with a scythe." My mother passed a loaded look to Tobias, who dug himself out from the woodwork to put his hands on my shoulders. "Love, you're not going to the front." The stream of silver ceased in an instant. "What do you mean, I'm not going?" "Only a fool would let you be a hair's breadth from Vlad," Maggie said. "If he gets his hands on you and drinks, he'll be restored, maybe even unkillable if he takes in enough of you. We can't take the risk." "But that's the whole reason I have to be out there. I'll lure him in," I argued. "We don't know for certain how many of the Dracula will continue to fight if Vlad dies. If we kill him off, then we only keep fighting the ones that insist on not giving up." My mother turned to Jan. "Is that how it works for vampires? Like it does for wolves? Leaderless, then listless?" The vampire shook his head. "We aren't like wolves with Alpha's prerogative. The ones that are coming are either following Vlad because they believe in his cause, or because he's holding something over their heads." "We already know what, though," Tobias said. "They think he has an illustrian. He's told them he can kill them without risk to himself." Jan balanced his chin on his balled-up fist. "I agree that's likely it. Of course, he assumes he'll win, and he assumes he'll get his hands on Mina once he has Jerry. But, still." The vampire tapered off, but my mother persisted, asking Jan to speak openly. "My bloodline has recorded all the details of the major events in supernatural history for thousands of years. An illustrian is so rare as to be thought rumor, but there's nothing in our records that indicates the deadly effect they have on vampires is any less subject to the same bloodline risk. What does Vlad know that the Varanasi do not? Probably nothing, Tobias grumbled. He needed an army. He came up with a lie. Or at least a convenient twist on the truth, to get one. Given all the legends around him, why would they hesitate to accept one more he throws out at them? I couldn't believe they were ignoring the critical issue. What do you mean I'm not going to the front? All their heads turned back to me. My mother, however, was the one who stepped forward. You're just not, and that's an order. Oh, I see, I said. I get special treatment because I'm the Grand Matron's daughter, is that it? On the contrary, Gerwalta. If not for the obvious reasons Maggie already outlined, you would be ordered into battle because you are my daughter. I have never softened your obligations because you are mine. Why would you think I would start now? Well, she had me there. She'd always pushed me harder than the others who fell under her domain. And where will I be, exactly? You'll be staying here, guarding me. I spun and tried to catch the pieces of my heart as they crashed to the ground. One side of Cody's face looked perfectly normal, his boyish grin letting that dimple in his cheek peek out. The other side, however, was a canvas of glossy reds and canyons of blackened flesh. That Cody could smile at all was a miracle. That he could do it at me, a bitter tragedy. He limped into the room, his right side still broken from the brunt of my blast a few days earlier. He came to a stop before me, carrying the tensions of all observing. Cody. I swallowed my nerves, not sure if I should apologize, or if the attempt alone would be an insult. He held up a hand. Don't. I know it looks bad, and hell, it doesn't feel great, but I already look 3 times as good as I did right after it happened. And Rick thinks I might be healed completely by the full moon. Not that I'm completely letting you off the hook for this, and not that Lisa ever will, but we have bigger things to worry about right now. I tried to wet my palate, but my mouth had gone dry. But you have to understand how important it is that every capable hand be in the battle and... He leaned forward. You owe me this. I recoiled, not from the sight of him, but from his demanding tone, his alpha tone. What? You owe me this, Cody repeated, this time softer. You did this to me, and the way you're going to pay me back is to sit this battle out. I surveyed the others in the room. Yan, Rick, silent Marcus sitting on a stack of old newspapers, Maggie, even my mother and Tobias. Not a one appeared ready to lend me an argument. Finally, Brunhild stepped forward. If you die in this, even if you are only captured by them, then all this will have been in vain. We will stop the Dracula tonight, Jerry. But the only way we can do that is if you are not part of the equation. Then, no matter what, they cannot win. From the moment I gave birth to you, that decision was made. My bottom lip stiffened. I could disobey orders. I've done it before. You've done it professionally, Brunhild said. So, my mother was capable of sarcasm. But you won't this time, because you know I'm right. I trained you to be a master of observation and strategy, and you can see the truth in this. I hated to admit it, but she was right. His teeth pulled on my bottom lip. His hands held on for dear life in the strands of my black hair. I'll be home by morning, love. Tobias's forehead fell against mine. I promise. Make sure you do. Marcus cleared his throat behind us. I turned to find my annoyed cousin with a laptop in his hands. He opened it up and turned the screen in my direction as my maiden eye unraveled ourselves. This will give you a rough view of what's going on, but remember that these cameras aren't designed to be high def or work well at night, he said. Your view won't be great, but you'll have some eyes on the field. I put a shortcut on the desktop called Wolf Vision. If you lose the page or the browser crashes or something, just double-click on that and it will pull up. And don't click on this little icon here. He pointed to the feed on the screen and to the corner, where something that looked like an eyeball appeared. There are a few other cameras mounted around the park, places like the observation tower near the waterfalls, and on the gift shop register and stuff. I've turned them off for now, but if you click this, they'll turn back on, and I can't stop them from broadcasting publicly. Those ones are managed by the big boys down in Lansing, and my only option is to turn them on or off. I took the computer and set it on the kitchen table. I didn't even know there were security cameras anywhere in the park. Nervously, I began to scroll through encounters I'd had with Cody back in our dating days. There aren't any up on the hiking trails, right? Or in the shack where the canoes are stored in the winter. My cousin passed me a quizzical look. Cheeks red, I pressed on. Thanks, Marcus. You know, I've never asked. Where did you learn to do all this techie stuff anyway? I don't remember any part of my hood training that included how to hack into a state park security system. I went to college. What? When? Where? There isn't any college anywhere near your house. Marcus mussed my hair. It's the 21st century, Jerry. I did it online. You know, instead of throwing a hissy fit and running away to the big city in the middle of the night. With a click, the screen brightened. The lights over the parking lot began to flicker on. Night was coming, and with it, battle. On the edges of the parking lot, near the tree line, hoods ordered in advance of the sunset were busily readying medic tents, pulling supplies from snowmobiles and sleds pushed into last-minute service. A small cart of silver bars had been deposited amid the area meant to form ranks, a resource for the hoods. Marcus gave Tobias a once-over. The wolves are leaving from the packlands in about 10 minutes. You better strip down and fur out if you're going with them. Cody shuffled into the kitchen. Tell Lisa and the other she-wolves staying behind with the pups to close up all the homes and have wooden stakes within arm's reach at all times. Tobias looked over my shoulder. You must have laid down a heavy alpha's prerogative. I'd have thought the she-wolves would be champing at the bit to take down some vamps. The only thing more dangerous than a male lupine is a female when you threaten her pup's safety. Lord, ain't that the truth? Cody grinned. They hate me right now for keeping them back, but at least they'll still be alive for it. Still, the Paradise Pack is sending in 18 wolves, including a few cousins who came by dog sled this morning all the way from Newberry just for the occasion. My face scrunched up. When did you have a chance to issue an alpha's order? Did you go back to the Packlands since... You know. Cody shook his head. Doesn't matter if they hear me say it or not. My pack adheres to my commands no matter where they are, as long as they're not too far away. Not sure about the limitations. We've never really had a reason to test it. Tobias pulled his sweater over his head before handing it to me. Any word from the Slayers? Caleb refused to let them come. I didn't add. Possibly because I had told him I'd never forgive him if he had. Only the women have had their powers awakened, and they're too precious to risk if their race is going to survive. Besides, they have no combat training. They'd be more a liability than help. My mate grimaced. There's probably a spot of truth in that. Still, you'd think after all his vows of revenge on the Ravens, Helsing would gird his bollocks and drag himself out here, but not to be done, I guess. Tobias's hand went to his belt as his mischievous eyes found mine. Better look away now, love. Or you might want to keep me home. I faked up a smile, even though on the inside I felt like liquid death, and squeezed my eyes shut. "Turn around just for good measure," he said. I laughed but complied. "You just had to make me smile before you left, didn't you?" But no answer came. Instead, when the lingering silence forced me to turn, it was to see he'd already taken his fur. Tobias gave one last, lingering look, before turning toward the open door and running out. Cody hobbled my way, putting his arm on my shoulder. "Kinda makes you thankful now, doesn't it?" "What does?" "That when I asked you, you didn't say yes fast enough." My hand covered his. "And that I didn't dare say no when Tobias did." 25. To have lived through the destruction of Schloss Wolfsretter, to have survived Spain and rescued Maggie, to have freed the slayers and infiltrated Vlad Tepes' own home and harem, to have lost Kara, Igor, Inga, Becky, and even my own father, to have escaped the shadow of my name, to have done all that and have it all come to this moment. Me in my Uberland home, sitting on the couch in my family room next to my convalescing ex, watching a grainy video feed of the battle 5 centuries in the making, on a secondhand laptop. I closed my eyes and tried to play out the way I hoped the battle would go. The vampires would file in through the main road, where our forces would already be stationed and waiting, the woods and rivers to their back. Normally, a force wouldn't want such a formidable river so close. But my mother claimed it actually was a tactical advantage. The current and temperature of that river would drown or kill a Huey, but soups can endure long enough to cross it, she had said. There's no bridge across until it spills into the lake a few miles away, and vampires cannot smoke over water. If we need to retreat, that buys us time. I wasn't sure I agreed. True, the falls didn't churn quite as much in the winter, being that some of the river water got trapped as ice up and downstream, but I had worked in that park long enough to respect Taquamenon's power. "Well, no, not yet," Cody said to his mate over the phone. 3 miles away, Lisa oversaw the she-wolves barricading in the community center. There, they kept what pups couldn't be left at home by the lupines who'd come to Paradise to help. That included Cody's own, the younger only a few weeks old. He should have been there with them. The alpha should be in the heart of his packlands, vigorously and heroically defending both friend and family. But he wasn't. He wasn't because I had torched him with my awesome powers and left him too weak and injured to take his fur. I mean, the sun just set a few minutes ago, so it's not like anyone would have had time to... No, actually, I don't remember that coming up. Hold on. I'll ask Jerry. Say, Jerry? I chewed on the pad of my thumbs, curled over, watching every micro movement on the video feed. How will the vampires know where the battle is taking place? A queer pang in my stomach made me sit up. They know where we live, or at least they'd be able to find out easily enough. It's not like we spent the last few decades buying up property through shadowy shell corporations, like vamps do. We didn't know we needed to hide from them in that way. It was a long way of saying, well, dang, I guess we forgot about that part. So you're telling me the vamps will come to Paradise, and the one place they know to find hoods is this house? Cody pushed the cell to his ear. Honey, I'll call you back. No sooner had our illusions of safety been shattered than we heard it. A slow, eerie creak as the back door of the house opened, and a blast of bitter wind swirled through the kitchen and into the living room. I was on my feet before Cody had managed to push the button to end the call, silver flame licking my fingers as I lashed my hand out to the side and sped into the kitchen. You have 2 seconds to identify yourself, or I make a tostada out of you. Broad-shouldered and wearing a black coat, the figure managed to stay just out of sight, rendering himself a silhouette of terror, just beyond the reach of the light spilling out of the living room. At least 6 feet tall, a Panama-styled hat added to his height. When he spoke, the voice, accented with a taste of the Near East, was raspy. It was a wise decision for them to leave you here. So much needless bloodshed prevented when I capture you now. Behind me, Cody growled a low, lupine rumble in a human chest. "Don't," I shouted. "You're still too injured. It's too risky for you to shift. You kept a werewolf behind as protector, and yet he cannot take his fur? You always surprise Miss Klein. The Sultan was certain you'd have a phalanx of protectors." The figures had tilted to the side, as a long, veiny hand reached to pull off his cap and lower it into his chest. "My sympathies on your injuries, my lupine friend. Those who wield silver fire often do not realize its injuries cause more damage and death would be a better aid." With 2 steps, he was in the house. Behind me, Cody gasped, but I'd seen him before. A human frame, absent skin and hair other than a few patches of scalded flesh over high cheekbones. The visceral structures of life, bones, tissue, and pulsing vessels, twisted in a grotesque impersonation of a human face, dotted with a set of vibrant green eyes. "Miss Klein," the creature said, bowing his chin. "Such a pleasure to see you again." "Jerry, is he—" I gave a step for each the vampire took, keeping Cody at my back. "No, that's not Vlad, but it is one of the ravens. One of 3 you've left alive." I couldn't tell from the tone if it was respect or disdain that stained that truth. Cody swallowed so hard, I heard it. "What happened to him?" "Me," I admitted. Now, the werewolf's voice cracked. "Same thing you did to me?" I nodded. "Except my mom hit him too, and her silver fire is even stronger than mine." My ex let out a chuckle. "Jesus, I didn't get off too bad, did I?" Mr. Anatomy Poster followed our conversation with a grim, bloody smile. "Come now, Miss Klein. You know I do not wish to injure you. Give me your neck so I can drink and be healed. If you do, I'll call Vlad and tell him to order back our line. No one will need to die today just to save." The flame in my hand coalesced, a tiny miniature moon punching forward to wallop the vamp in his chest. His smug smile burned into a growl as the bottoms of his feet came into my view. He flew backward, out the door, over the summer porch, and landed on his back where a well-trodden path led in from the training center. We lingered in the doorway, my hand still cocked at my side, ready to conjure another lunarium at a second's notice. So that whole, "they can't come into your house unless you invite them" thing is a hoax, Cody said, peeking over my shoulder. "Is he dead?" "I don't know." I stepped out onto the porch. "How do you tell if something without a regular pulse that doesn't need to breathe is dead?" "We could poke it with a stick." I turned dubious eyes on the alpha. "What?" Cody said, glaring back. "I mean, it would probably tick off a vampire if it was still alive, right?" "It would, but do you really want me to get close enough to a deadly creature to be within arm's reach and antagonize it to see if it fights back? Fess up. You became alpha because nobody else wanted the job, right?" "You don't need to insult me. I haven't had as many chances as you to face off with the undead, and I turned back to the pathway, only to discover that I wasn't any wiser. I'd seen enough horror movies and dark comedies to know you should never take your eye off the bad guy when he's down, because the next minute... "He's gone," Cody peeped out. "Yeah, no kidding." I inched forward, surveying the landscape. No fresh footprints in the snow from where he'd landed. But so many people had walked through the area. That wasn't concrete evidence of anything. He probably smoked away. He's not too injured if he managed that one. Come on, we need to get back inside, and Cody, duck. My words were too slow. Slower still was the injured werewolf. A corpulent arm hooked Cody by the throat and dragged him back as a grotesque grin stretched long across a gruesome face. Nice try, Little Red. But any damage your weak Slayer powers could do to me, you've already done. Maybe I just need to be closer. The silver burned up my arm and ignited on my palm. I know how your brood loves experimenting. Let my friend go, and we'll see. To my surprise, he did. The vampire sent the werewolf flying. Cody landed 50 feet away, face down in a knee-high drift with a harumph. In my peripheral view, I saw him plant his palms out and push himself up. He wasn't hurt if he could move like that, and I'd learned my lesson about distraction. The vampire threw his arms out wide. Go ahead. Like I said, your tiny little moonlight can't... The lunarium flew. And then, I was on my backside. Adrenaline pushed me to sit up, but even before I managed to look, I knew two things. Something had caused the snow around me to turn instantly into a pool of toasty water, steam still clinging to the air, and that every stitch of clothing I had been wearing was gone, leaving only a thin coating of liquid silver glistening over my skin. A thin coat that was being indexed currently by the eyes of one Caleb Helsing from the very porch I'd stood on just moments before. You ever read comic books? The non sequitur made me blink like a meth-addicted rabbit. What? I'm just saying. Caleb stepped off the back porch, marching over a blackened patch of sidewalk that 10 seconds before had been a vampire, and offered me a hand. You totally look like a female Silver Surfer. Jerry! Cody crunched his way over the intact drifts and into the 3-foot radius of mud, in which I sat in the middle. Caleb pivoted, firing up another solarium, forcing the werewolf to freeze on the spot. Caleb, don't. It's Cody. You met in Triberg a few months ago, remember? That's Cody? Caleb shielded his eyes against what I hadn't the foggiest, and squinted. Why does one side of his face look like Deadpool? 1. Oh my God, how did I date you for so long and not know you were such a geek? And 2, can you please help me up already? Cody, are you hurt? The werewolf looked himself over. No, are you? I'm fine. Naked, but otherwise. I shook my head as Caleb wrapped a hand around mine and pulled me to my feet. What are you doing here? I thought you said you couldn't risk the Slayers, that they were too inexperienced. I said they were too inexperienced, but I'm the mother flipping Solari. Cody drew to a halt as I spun. Whoa. What? I followed his eyes down, seeing my silver skin wasn't quite as concealing as I hoped, and frankly, I didn't hope for much. I lashed my arms across my chest. Jesus, you've both seen me naked before. It can't be that big of a deal. Besides, what did you expect? It's cold out here. Then can I suggest we go back inside? Caleb said, leading us toward the front door. Good thing I decided to do the rude thing and just show up unannounced. When I sensed the vamp, I didn't bother ringing the doorbell. We don't have a doorbell. I shuffled myself inside, taking one of my dad's old coats off a hook by the door and letting it engulf me. Was that the only one? Do you sense more? Caleb stilled as his eyelids closed. He shook his head. Which only means not within a half kilometer or so. This guy either knew he'd find you here or just got lucky. It was the luck thing. I myself didn't know I was being written out of the battle until a few hours ago, and I doubt that information went outside of the command chain. But that got me to thinking. Wait, How did you know to find me here? I know you knew we lived in Paradise, but no one gave you the address. Your mother did. She phoned me a few hours ago, and I left Chicago right away. Cody surrendered his body gingerly to a kitchen chair. You drove here that fast? As if! Caleb sneered. I'm a rich a-hole now. I have my own jet. Anyways, Brynhild told me to come to the house. I assumed it was because she wanted me in the battle, but I doubt the Dracula forces total 1. Veiny Raven. Which begs the question, why did she want me off the front lines? Probably because you're the mother flipping Solari, and your bodily fluids are too precious to lose in battle. The Slayer beamed. Finally, someone understands the value of my seed. I let the passive-aggressive comment slide. For now. So then, Caleb continued, just where is the battlefield? I pointed vaguely east. State Park, a few miles from here. Great. He clapped his hands together. Let's go. Or maybe you'd like to put some clothes on first. Though, I'm cool if you don't. Behind us, a growl rumbled in Cody's chest. Easy, big bad. Caleb put up his hands in a sign of surrender. Just joking. Anyway, yeah, let's go. I shook my head. As much as I hate to say it, my mother's right. It's too risky for me to be there, and she was right to send you here for the same reason. And we're safe here? One of Caleb's arms shot out toward the patch of muddy, singed ground outside. Because that doesn't look like safety to me. I mean, we have a huge security wall surrounding the whole compound that's sealed shut. And we didn't think the vampires would show up here when the battle is. The idea that had just popped into my head froze me in place and stilled my tongue. Cody? Behind me, Cody spun. Call Lisa. The Alpha's face went white behind the burns. Why? They sent someone here to see if I was still at the house, I said, rummaging through Cody's pockets for his cell when he still hadn't moved. They might have sent someone to the Packlands, too. They might have... The cell buzzed in my hand as I pulled it into view, Lisa's blonde tresses and blue eyes filling the screen. Cody yanked back the phone from my hands, hit the screen, and pressed it to his ear. Baby? I couldn't help it. I leaned in so I could hear. Hate to tell you this, dear, Lisa said, but we just killed something over here. Something disgusting. 26. Cody was in no condition to drive, but try telling him that. Within 10 seconds of hearing Lisa's words, he was in my house, digging through the basket by the door where we kept our car keys and using every ounce of his concentration. Otherwise, not to take his fur. Though honestly, fangs at that point would have been nothing more than a formality. His inner wolf was in charge, and the alpha was speeding towards his mate. All else be damned. The shocking part was that he waited for me to get some clothes on and for both Caleb and I to get into the car. If anything happened to any of my pack, or those pups. Cody hung an aggressive left, the back wheels of my dad's old Subaru wagon fishtailing. His words tapered off, but the sentiment was palpable. My hands shot out to the dash as the force of the turn threatened to knock me over. Lisa said the vampire was dead, and given her description of what it looked like. What did she say? Like a horror movie villain? It was a raven. Yeah, I get that. But what if he had backup coming? What if we show up there and there's 50 of them and... The engine protested as Cody punched the gas. Come on, you stupid hood car, go faster! Caleb leaned forward, his hands white-knuckled over the back of my seat. If we get there, he said, between the way you've driving and a Donner Party worth of snow, We're going to end up wrapped around a tree. We're supernatural, not immortal. Shut up, Helsing. This isn't your fight anyway. Jovial Caleb took a metaphorical back seat, while the Slayer Solari, the super badass version of him I rarely saw, assumed the space. The heck it isn't, Caleb snapped. The Ravens killed my parents right in front of me. Vlad Tepes took me prisoner, stuck me in his harem, and forced me to... His eyes went distant, before narrowing. Don't tell me this isn't my fight. My whole life has been about revenge and seeing them all dead. Well, be that as it may, Cody's tensions eased the teeniest bit. If they've done anything to anyone in my pack or in my packlands, I have first dibs. Caleb coughed a laugh. I don't care who kills them, as long as they're all dust at dawn. If it turns out one of your packlings killed a raven, I'll buy them a new car as thanks. If they take down Vlad, I'll buy them a house. The Slayer sat back. That bastard dies tonight. Blood for blood. Oh, and that reminds me. Jerry? Here. One hand sank back behind the seat, before it reappeared a moment later, bearing a tiny glass vial filled with a crimson liquid. I practically had to arm wrestle Amy for that, so don't think she'll let you get any more of Mina's blood unless the world is coming to an end, Caleb said, falling back in his seat. I just hope it isn't. From the driver's side, Cody passed a quick side glance as I pocketed the item. Why would you want a vial of Mina's blood? I owe it to someone, assuming we survive. The car was still moving when Cody jumped from it, forcing me to dive to the floor and stomp down the brake with my hand before we crashed. Caleb, thank God, came to the rescue from the back seat, shifting the car into park and turning off the engine. That crazy lupine sonova. Caleb pushed himself back into the back seat as I, instead, chose to worm myself out forward, dragging my body over the driver's seat and out on all fours from the car, bitter snow stinging my fingers. Well, come on, little Red. Let's go see if there's an agreeable corpse waiting for us. We might also see if all the wolves are okay. If you insist. The door of the community center cracked open, a set of blue eyes hovering above the business end of a shotgun. Just because a lupine could take any deer down with the equipment God gave them didn't mean they didn't also enjoy getting their youper on. The moment Cody got close enough to be in her line of view, the door flew open, and Lisa was flying forward. The mates met in the middle, Cody picking Lisa up off the ground, and Lisa throwing her arms around him, despite his compromised body. When you called, I thought, he got inside, and we don't know how, and I might have lost you. Their words became a waterfall of thoughts crashing over the edge of their emotions. I hung back, gathering the laptop under my wing as other members of the pack and wolves I didn't recognize crowded the doorway, many of them holding small children in their arms. Caleb peeled off to the side, to where a pile of clothes oozed with thick, burgundy-colored blood. A kick to the corpse got no response. Where's his noggin? Lisa looked up from Cody's embrace. We threw it into the woods. She pointed out to a patch of trees. Out there. Cody ran a hand over Lisa's hair, which I suddenly noticed was darker than usual. Blood. She was covered in vampire blood. You killed him. The words eked out in time with my understanding. Lisa's bottom jaw tightened. You got a problem with that, Jerry? No. It's just... My voice tapered off. Just what? Inappropriate? Hardly. Lisa was a mom with an infant and a toddler. It was her duty to protect them. Surprising? A werewolf was a mighty creature, but Cody's mate was the alpha she-wolf. Threatening? Maybe, once upon a time, when I'd still been jealous of her, when she'd stolen the man I thought I'd spend the rest of my life with. So, what was it then? What was it that had me feeling all squishy and tingly on the inside? I looked to the beaming eyes lingering in the doorway, to the frightened eyes of the children old enough to know there had been danger, to my high school sweetheart, flooded with relief that his mate was safe. And I knew. This was pride. It was gratitude. I was flooded by a sense of appreciation for a woman I once loathed. I smiled. I think it's awesome. Thank you, Lisa, for everything. For every single thing. Any grace I'd mustered bounced off the remembrance of recent events and died a quick death on the snowy ground. And that was okay, because she didn't owe me a thing. Cody's arms wrapped around his mate. Helsing, any more of them nearby? Caleb looked up from the corpse. No, but the crazy thing about vampires, they actually have this weird ability like bees. One dies. It sends out a smell that attracts others. I need to burn the corpse ASAP. Jerry, can you go look for the head while I take care of this part of him? Eager to get out of the reach of Lisa's glare of death ray, I reached inside the community center long enough to deposit the laptop, before skipping off in the direction the alpha she-wolf had indicated. My shadow fell before me. Caleb's conjured solarium, casting a warm glow behind me. A few steps away from the community center, drips of red on the snow served as breadcrumbs to lead the way. I must have been 30 feet away when I caught sight of 2 onyx eyes, set in a wrinkled head, still attached to half a neck, staring up at the stars, a mask of profound suffering frozen in time. I recognized him from Spain, one of the vampires who held my dad, while Igor, driven crazy by hunger, killed him. The vamp had suffered horrific pain when Lisa had severed his head from his body. I was glad. I was only sorry he'd been given the mercy of a quick death. Jerry? Caleb's voice rescued me from the descent of my thoughts. I looked over my shoulder to see him doing his thing, manipulating the solarium with such ease, eating away at the tissues of the body. No puddles around his work. The nearby snow kept perfectly frozen. Damn, I needed to master that level of control. Yeah, I found it. Great. Bring it here, he said, never looking up once. Hopeless gigolo he may be, but the man clearly didn't take his soup duties lightly. If you can detach yourself from that pretty little blonde of yours, Cody, I wouldn't mind if someone fired up that laptop and checked if all hell has broken loose yet. As soon as I'm done with this, I'm heading to the front, no matter how sacred Brunhild Klein thinks my sack and swimmers are. As Cody headed for the community center, reassuring she-wolves and pups as he passed, I laced my hands through the vamp's hair, wishing I'd had my gloves. He might have been a raven, but his coiffure needed an upgrade. A moment later, instead of the slippery sensation I'd expected from such a shiny dew, ice burned against my hand. I looked down, forcing my assumptions through the strainer of reality, and landed in a mire of confusion. The vamp didn't have greasy hair at all. It had been wet, and it was frozen solid, but that didn't make any sense. Why would a vampire wash his hair as he was heading into battle? Why would he... Today, Jerry, Caleb demanded. But I was lost to thought, the factoid bursting from the recesses of my memory. Slayer's powers don't work in water. That was why Vlad had kept his male prisoners in a dungeon flooded knee-deep. Why Igor and Inga took their day rest, not in coffins or even underground, but underwater. He wasn't looking for the battlefield. Say something, Jerry? Caleb's solarium died away as he looked up from a steaming pile of ash. Steaming. Not because of the snow underneath, but because the raven's clothing had been saturated, then frozen. It was too cold outside for him to be so thoroughly soaked from falling snow, given a vamp's lack of substantial body heat. And since him having intentionally taken a never-nude shower, then showing up to the battle, held no tactical advantage, I was left with only one conclusion. His clothes had gotten wet while he was outside and frozen on the way to the battlefield. Urgency sped me, and I all but threw the severed head on the ground, where the body had been only a few moments before. They looked for me on the field, but they didn't find me, I said, crossing to the hood of the car where Cody had set the laptop and was staring at it. Vlad is here for me. When they didn't see me on the field, he sent out his trusted generals, vamps that had already been damaged by silver flame and couldn't be anymore, if you remember what the one at my house said, to confirm I was safe. Hell, even to keep me safe. Otherwise, only sending one vamp after me doesn't make sense. Caleb's hand dropped to his side. He took a few stumbling steps forward. Jerry, what are you... He doesn't want me there, I said, cutting off the slayer. This isn't just a battle to capture me. Even if I gave myself up willingly, he wouldn't trade my surrender for everyone's safety. I've pulled that one on him before, and he's not falling for it again. He wants everyone but me dead, and he's brought a big enough army to do it. Cody's brow furrowed. That can't be true. You can see the field from all these cameras, he said, vaguely waving his hand at the laptop screen. See, no vamps, not unless they can suddenly turn themselves invisible. Oh, they're there, hiding just beneath the surface. My finger landed on a wide-paneled shot in which the Taquamenon River flowed in the background. And if we don't get there to warn our side, they're going to be slaughtered from behind. Caleb stepped up beside me as the screen filled with the security feed. All looked as it was before. Neatly arranged rows and columns of hoods, each wearing their capes and bearing silver weapons in whatever form they thought best. Teams of werewolves patrolling the perimeter of the ranks, ready to aid or to rally. All of them facing the mouth of the parking lot, because that's where the vampires would be coming from, we'd assumed. It was the only way into the park, if you were moving on foot with a large contingent. Hoods and wolves could move through trees, like walking a path, but vamps needed clear, open spaces. We were so stupid. I navigated the mouse to the little icon Marcus had warned me not to click, or I'd open the view to anyone who might be watching. Hesitation could be deadly, but so could alerting Hueys to what I suspected was about to happen. To click, or not to click. My imagination could be running away with me. It wouldn't be the first time, but there was even more risk if I was right. And if I was right, then everyone I loved in that parking lot was about to get massacred by a surprise attack. I said a prayer and clicked, and watched in horror as hundreds of figures streamed from beneath, emerging from the waterfall, making their way through the river, and forming ranks behind our lines. 27. Cody clicked on the icon again, shifting back to the camera overlooking the parking lot. Some of the younger hoods were looking bored now. They'd been standing in formation for 2 hours, in the epic battle they'd been drilling for, beside wolves no less, had failed to materialize. The lupines, too, had begun to grow lax. One pair in the far background curled up in balls, sleeping. No one on the screen knew, as we did, that the danger lay at their backs. I have to warn them. I closed the laptop and threw it in the car through the still open driver's door. I need a weapon in case I run into trouble on the way over, but I don't have any silver left. Cody, do you know where Rick keeps his hunting rifles? Caleb's hand crooked over my shoulder, holding me back as I tried to dash forward. Whoa there, Jerry. You're not going anywhere. The heck I'm not. Or do you just want me to save myself and let all my people and hundreds of others get slaughtered? It's not an either-or. Caleb pulled his phone from his pocket. Technology, remember? We can let our fingers do the talking. I shook my head. My mother ordered all phones left behind. She didn't want distractions or someone's La Cucaracha ringtone going off. Nearby, Cody nodded. But won't your mom sense the vampires? I mean, since she's half Slayer, she should be able to do that like Helsing does, right? My mom's version of a solarium is stronger than mine, I said, but she apparently didn't get any other Slayer upgrades in the genetics lottery. Luckily, Caleb cut in, I'm 100% grade A Helsing. He looked off into the distance. You said this battlefield is only a few miles away. I can run that in a few minutes if I really push myself. I blinked my surprise. Caleb, I've seen you move so fast you blurred. He cocked a grin. If we had ever actually made the beast with 2 backs, you'd discover my secret. Slayers weren't designed for endurance. Short burst, maybe a mile. No problem. Running 3 while weaving through trees and hip-high snowdrifts? I might dust a Kenyan, but I'm not going to be able to keep that kind of pace for that long. Caleb swung his gaze to the car. How long would it take us to drive there? It's not far, Cody said. But the Packlands are at the end of a long, dead-end street. You'll have to go a few miles back up to the main road, a few miles up that, then turn again up the way that leads to the state park entrance. Then, it's another mile from there, into the park itself. In this kind of snow, that's probably even longer than you running. Not to mention, the hoods won't know it's you. They see a car coming their way across a parking lot in a place that's supposed to be closed. They're going to shoot first and ask questions later. Then I run. Caleb sunk low, like a sprinter settling into the starting blocks. Which way is it? Cody and I exchanged a look. The Slayer straightened. Seriously? You guys can't hold out on this. One of us has to get there, and this is the best option. They're not holding out on you. Lisa's voice made all 3 of us turn. The stately blood-splattered blonde stood a few feet away, arms crossed over her chest. It's that you don't know these woods. They could point you in the right direction. But as soon as you get into those thick trees, you're going to get lost. It might only be a few short miles as the crow flies, but it's a few days away as the monkey wanders. As the monkey wanders? The Slayer turned to scan the woods. I didn't know there were monkeys in the UP. I grimaced, wondering how fast Caleb would be able to run while carrying me. No, but we have the crows. But since we can't... No, wait a minute. We could. We actually could. Okay. Counter question. How did I date you for so long and not realize how many one-way conversations you have with yourself? Caleb's query fell on deaf ears, because my brain and my heart were busy having an argument with each other. Maggie Somfield had saved my life, and all she'd asked in return was for my silence about her ability to fly. It wasn't because she was ashamed of it, though for all I knew, she may very well be. It was because if the hoods knew she could fly and Shimona was half wolf. Then what did that mean for our history, our traditions, our social structure? Even though I'd long ago let go the idea that we were somehow inherently superior, even before I knew I was part wolf, they hadn't. I had no problem destroying ignorance and fighting back prejudice. I just didn't know if it was a smart thing to do when the enemy was literally creeping up from behind. And it certainly wasn't a burden I should force on someone without their permission. Then again, if I didn't use my abilities to summon Maggie, how many of those same hoods would survive the day? Is she having a stroke? Caleb leaned in, snapping his fingers inches from my face. I'm pretty sure she's having a stroke. I grabbed his hand before he managed to press it to my forehead. It's not a stroke. I'm having a moral quandary. Over? I shook my head. How much crow I'm willing to eat for years to come to get there on time. Cody, go inside and warn the she-wolves. This is going to hurt, but it's the best option we have. Without a word more, I closed my eyes, focused all my energy, and sent my summons racing over the landscape.
28. Brunhild. Not a word of objection had been raised, but so many thought it and so loud it crushed my eardrums. They weren't coming. We had practiced and planned and staged and feared, but the Dracula weren't coming. For an hour, we'd kept formation. Our fastest at the front, our strongest in the middle, our least experienced at the back as a last line of defense, wolves mingling about to support each in turn. The wolves, who had defied centuries of tradition and oppression by my ancestors. By me, to fight beside us. And now here we all stood, twiddling our thumbs, looking like fools. Rick Ryland shed his fur and took his skin beside me. Bruni, I hate to say this, but the lupines are starting to... My raised hand cut off his words. The hoods as well. And frankly, so am I. If the lupine could whine in his human form, he would be. You don't think they went somewhere else, do you? My eyes shifted to Maggie Sumfield, who thus far had trod the lines but refused to shift. The she-wolf shook her head. I spoke to the Dracula I'd been in contact with and leaked that Jerry was hiding here in the park after what happened the other night. Either they no longer trust that I'm as self-serving as I once was, or they're just somewhere that we can't see them. I knew enough of the Dracula, both from Marcus's research and my own experience, to suspect the latter. But I couldn't imagine just where they could be. My scouts had swept the forests on both sides of the river and the trail. All had reported back, and none had found any evidence of vampires. One of the reasons we'd chosen the hefty parking lot in the state park was due to its layout. The wide open space would allow us to see our enemy approach, give us the metaphorical higher ground with the wooded spaces behind us to retreat or regroup, and according to Jan, was the kind of easily accessible by Huey roads, developed space urban-centric vampires preferred. So where were they then? Mr. Ryland, perhaps another sweep of the forests in the direction of the bayshore and the lighthouse? Perhaps they are driving in, like some of them did in Triberg. Any sizable number of cars on the highway would imply as much. Rick bobbed his head. Will do. And with that, he resumed his fur, barked and yelped at a half-dozen wolves nearby, and led a detachment away. Maggie took up a position next to me, close enough to speak with confidence that not many would hear her. This don't feel right, Brunny. Something we're not seeing here. I concur. Possibly they smelled a trap? She suggested, or saw how much of a force we have gathered and changed their mind. Doubtful. First, this is not a trap. Second, they don't credit us with much skill as to be daunted by us. The she-wolf's chin bobbed. But how much longer do you intend for us to... The words cut off mid-sentence as Maggie doubled over. I spun, catching her just before the ground did. Maggie! The son, of course, did not hesitate, shifting immediately back to his fur. Mom, what happened? Is there... No sooner had the words tumbled from Tobias's mouth than he, too, bent over. Then, it was as though a wave crashed over the forces, starting at the front and moving swiftly back and over to encompass the 100 or so lupines stationed at the front. The howling came. Not a camaraderie, but a sharp, biting, yippy howl, high-pitched and woeful, as though someone had a dog whistle and was blowing it. A dog whistle? I wondered for a moment. Could the Dracula have defeated our wolf defenses by so plebeian a measure? But with their sensitive hearing, surely, they'd have their eardrums pierced by such a sound as well. No, It was something supernatural then, acting upon our wolves. Only, what had the power to affect so many and do so silently? And with a sideways glance at Maggie, I knew. I pulled Maggie to her feet. "Gerwalta?" She nodded. "Yeah, it's her. The bloody little—" I bit my lip as Maggie cut herself off, either because of her pain or to save me from mine. Gerwalta would only go through such desperate measures if she were in trouble. Or perhaps something had happened to Cody. They were at the house together, hidden away. What could have happened? For the first time, I regretted not allowing a single cell phone to be brought along. I shifted Maggie into Tobias's hold. "Take care of her. I must go." "No." Maggie ground her teeth so hard, even I could hear it. "She wants me. She doesn't know how to direct it, but she's calling for me." It was not time for my sensitivities to be pricked, but righteous indignation rose up all the same. "Why would she want you?" The poisonous words were out of my mouth before I could recall them, and even I wouldn't blame Maggie for biting back. Only that wasn't what she did at all. "Oh," she glared, but she said nothing. Instead, it was what she did next that packed the punch. Maggie took 2 steps forward, out of Tobias's hold, looked skyward, and shot off into the air.
29. Jerry. Maggie Somfield meant for me to die. That was the summation of my thoughts as she swooped down from the sky and pulled me from the ground, the wicked witch, to my Dorothy. "You promised." "I know." The pines below became broccoli on a flower-board landscape, bouncing off the light of the quarter moon above. But I didn't know what else to do. "They know now, don't they, little bit?" She bellowed back. "Do you know what this will do to my life? You're the Grand Matron's daughter. Your blood protects you. Mine will condemn me. They'll come for the wolf who can fly, as sure as they'd come for an anathema alpha. Please, Maggie, listen." As cold as it was below, the wind this high up blew not air but ice, sending my teeth chattering. "We saw on the video feed," I said, my hands wrapping around hers, fearing she'd let go. "The Dracula are coming from the river. You need to tell them. They need to reverse the line before it's too late." Her scowl washed away. "Come again?" "They don't need to breathe, and the Taquamenon moves too fast to freeze. They've been hiding under the water, hidden near the waterfalls. They're going to attack from the back, where the weakest are. You have to flip. Move the front to face the forest." "How many are there?" I shook my head. "I don't know. We could only see what the camera could see, and it—" "How many?" the she-wolf growled. I searched my thoughts for the only answer I could give with confidence. However many Vlad was able to convince or coerce into coming. "Jerry!" Caleb's voice struggled to find me from far below. The solarium he sent up, however, came way too close. "The Slayers?" Maggie's eyes brightened, reflecting the blazing ball as it passed. "They came?" "Only Caleb. The Ravens killed his parents and enslaved what remains of his people. He wants his vengeance, as do I. Please, Maggie, take me and Caleb to the battlefield with you." My mate's mother bit her bottom lip, her eyes flashing between the ground and my face. Finally, she pulled me into her chest and dropped us at such a high velocity, it knocked the wind from my chest. I wasn't sure how she moved with such speed. Sure, my mother could fly too, but she couldn't compete with a jet the way Maggie could. Caleb rushed to me, nursing me into his hold as I gasped and sputtered, trying to breathe. If I didn't need your help, I'd burn your haunches for that, Wolf. Hundreds of vampires are coming. And you, one slayer?" Her disapproving glare catalogued Caleb from head to toe. "What good do you think your drop will be in this ocean? Save your fire for 'em, boyo. You'll need it." Assured that I was going to live, Caleb pulled back. Trees about us lit up with an eerie glow as he pulled his weapon into being. "I'm not a drop. I'm a tsunami. You give me a clear shot, and I can take out a dozen or more with a single blast. Do that 20 times, and it might help. All we need to be able to do is make sure no one gets in your way." My forehead scrunched. "I can't tell if you're being serious or sarcastic." Maggie fixed an iron gaze on me. "Can't you now?" She turned, walking away, even as Caleb doused his light and I, scrambling behind, followed. "You two are children," she said. "Fired up, ready to die, not even knowing what it is you'd be sacrificing because you don't know the value of your life yet. These are Dracula we're going up against. Bloodline of the dragons. Fiercely strong, focused, and set on ruling us all in whatever form that takes. Stay here, stay free a little longer." "Hey." She was moments from taking off again when I grabbed her by the arm, forcing her to face me. "I get that you've suffered. I get that we're young and you think we don't know what we're risking. But I do. I have a daughter and a man. Your son. I'm more than willing to die to protect them. I'm willing to kill." I wanted to scare her. I wanted to shock her. I wanted to convince her. But the only thing I managed to do with my outburst was amuse her. Her smile sickened me, but not as much as the words she was about to say. "The only one we need to kill tonight, to assure that this ends, is Vlad Tepes. And you can't kill him, can you? Too weak physically. And your little sputter of moonlight power has done all it could possibly to him. I'm willing to bet." All my righteous indignation withered. She knew. She knew. Number he gave me the maker's bite. My power can hurt him, but not kill him. Neither will Caleb's. Beside me, Caleb huffed. "What are you talking about?" "The maker's bite," I said, wondering if he wasn't aware. "You know, the one that makes them immune from a slayer's power? Don't tell me they let you linger in their harem that long without it." Of course, they drank from me, but it doesn't matter. The actual slayer before me grimaced. That trick only works on chick slayers. Even if that was such an obviously bad analogy, the overlaying premise began to worm into my thoughts and untie my understandings. Vague memories came back, of Alexa telling me something along those lines, but something still didn't add up. But Vlad never bit my mother. Why did her attack only flay them, not slay them? Because her powers aren't concentrated enough, duh. Interesting. I turned back on Maggie. But that's not the problem you see, is it? She glared at me, daring me with that intense scrutiny to figure it out on my own. God, she could be so much like Brunhild when she wanted to be. "I won't be able to kill him because I care too much," I said. "Because he'll convince me that if I go along with him, he'll spare the others, just like he's done before." Maggie grinned. "The Dracula is like that. Told me if I stayed quiet and content in my little cage, they'd let my family be. When I go back to England, I'll take those words to the graves of my son and my mate and see if it resurrects their bones." She turned back again, and this time, I didn't stop her. "Stay here, Jerry. Your head could win this battle, but your heart will cost us it. Mine won't. Your mother's won't. Your mate's won't. My Toby loves you and will kill anything that threatens a single hair on your head." Her shoulders cycled as she looked off into the distance. But if the Slayer wishes to fight... Caleb looked at the ground, nodded once, then turned his eyes up to me. Sorry, Gary. Sorry about what... He moved so fast, I spun in the wake. Even supernatural eyes couldn't track how quickly Caleb crossed to Maggie to be clutched in her hold and lifted from the ground. No. Wait. Running after them was useless, but that didn't mean I didn't try. I'd barely gotten 6 steps when they'd disappeared from sight. And with nowhere else to direct my frustration, I spun on the forest at large and began to yell at no one. God darn wolves! Freaking slayers! What am I supposed to do here? Knit socks? Doubtful. I taught you many things, Gervalta Klein. Clutching my chest, I turned to find the last person I'd expect to see away from the front, with attack imminent. But knitting was not one. Brynhild pushed herself off the tree she'd been leaning against. Besides, she's wrong. I, for one, know the lengths a mother will go to protect her daughter against overwhelming odds. Mother? I looked through the trees, like I expected some kind of explanation to be on a neon sign just past the maples. What are you doing here? Her eyebrow arched. I thought you wanted a way to the battlefield. What? I mean, I do. I did. Even in the middle of a battle, I wouldn't put it past my mother to leave the field just to show me up. I thought you said my being there was too much of a risk, that I should stay out of the way. I did say that, but it doesn't mean I meant it. Confusion froze my expression. But you made me stay behind at the house. I never expected you to listen, though. She crossed her arms, her silver-lined black eyes twinkling. Don't tell me you finally decided to start obeying me now. I hedged forward. So, I can come to the front. What better way to draw out Tepes than wave you in front of his nose? Crestfallen, I crumbled. So, it's just a tactic to you then. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. But at the same time, don't you feel like we both owe him a butt-kicking? Having my English wolf around these last few months had clearly had an impact on my mother's sensibilities. Come, Brynhild said without further ado, taking a few steps in the direction Maggie had flown just a few moments before. If you face Vlad, you'll do what must be done, like the Red Hood, like the mother that you are. I did everything in my power to protect you, as long as I could. And now you'll do the same for Mina. 30. The lighthouse near the shore, downstream from where the river met Superior, grew on the horizon as my mother started our descent. My hands woven behind Brynhild's neck, I held on for dear life as she cradled me in her arms. Superman to my Lois Lane. As we crested the slope, came out of the woods, and approached the state park, it was to see that news of the vampire's approach had reached the lines. It was the biggest game of Red Rover I'd ever seen, the front and rear flanks reversing position, those in the middle trying their best to stay out of their way. Maggie was nowhere to be seen, but near the tree line. My eyes landed on a brilliant glow. At first, I wondered who had brought a spotlight to the field, and how they were powering it without a generator. Only after my eyes adjusted did I realize the truth. It wasn't a light at all. It was Caleb, his power, crawling over not just his hands, but the entirety of his being. If what I did was silver flame, then this was a solar flare, a brilliant burst of sunlight that would toast any vamp that dared touch him. Later, I'd have to ask him how he managed it, without burning off his clothes. My mother skirted the hoods shifting below, as alpha and beta wolves yipped and barked, repositioning their own ranks. I tried to find my mate among them, but the moving mass of fur and legs made it impossible. Brynhild slowed, approaching one of the small piles of silver bar reserves positioned for hood use. "Get ready." I nodded, calling on the silver as my feet fell beneath me. I landed with a grunt, the dual swords already formed, hilts hot in my hand. I let my concentration lean just long enough to summon my cloak. And then I stood. A furry, wet nose brushed against my wrist. I looked down, and there he was. My mate, my life, my heart, my wolf. I spared a moment to pat his maw. "Couldn't sit this one out, sweetheart. Hope you understand." He smiled, both fear and joy radiating from him in waves. "You're afraid?" My chin ticked up, as did my anger. "Don't be. Be angry like I am. I mean, aren't you tired of this arrogant vamp coming after us and the people we love? We're ending this tonight, and whatever Dracula survive, they do so on as tight a leash as the hoods can make for them. It was about time we turned our considerable skills on the true enemy. Vampires afoot." I didn't recognize the lone voice that shouted out, but it didn't stay solitary for long. The commanders of each line barked out orders in a dozen languages: Spanish, Persian, Russian. I looked to my left to catch the swirl of my mother's hood as she lifted above the crowds, trying to gauge the enemy. It wasn't necessary. Where moments ago there had been only snow and forest, forms twisted and writhed. Shadows solidified, 100 haunted faces framed by dripping hair, quickly turning to ice from the bitter wind. Every color and creed formed their ranks. Light-skinned, dark-skinned, tall, short, but all of them fierce. Their eyes lit up when they spotted the human torch at the front of our ranks. I reminded myself that most of these vamps were young, few of them being turned before the Second World War. They'd been reborn to a world where slayers were either presumed extinct or secretly kept as cattle by elite members of the Dracula. To see one here, fronting the battle line, ready to fight, through them. A legendary creature in turn saw one of its own legends made flesh. In that kind of state, anything, including defeat, may seem possible. The enemy's confusion was a powerful ally. My mother touched down beside Caleb, putting a hand on his arm, encouraging restraint. It didn't escape my notice that his powers had no visible effect on her. And suddenly I understood how I'd survived a direct solarium blast, back in Istanbul. A full-blooded hood might not have been so lucky. "I demand parley with your commander," Brunhild said, regal as she was righteous. "Let he or she be known." A few vamps at the front exchanged amused looks, before a slender bearded one belly laughed. "Who are you to assume you have any right to—" But before Skinny Vamp could finish, the sea of fangs behind him parted. As terrifying as he was in my memory, he was 5 times worse in person. Whatever damage the other ravens had suffered, Vlad's was worse. A sickly, oily, slick-covered exposed veins and bones, some still blackened by the silver flame. One eye looked like it was about to pop right out of its socket as his onyx peepers rolled to survey my mother. Darted to me, then back to my mother. In his hand, a long wooden staff embellished with silver plating at the top, scroll work whose beauty distracted from the sharpened tip. It wasn't merely utilitarian, though he did lean on in it as he walked. In a battle that included werewolves, what better weapon to have than the one they'd find the deadliest? Vlad came to a stop and steadied himself on his staff. "Grand Matron." "Sultan." My mother bowed her head. "So, it's finally come to this. We always knew it would." Tepes's face inked into a repulsive smile, his back teeth showing through an absence of cheek. "You only have yourself to blame, though perhaps I can understand a mother's tender mercies. But if you'd let Inga kill the Inceptor all those years ago, like she suggested, I'd have never learned of Gervalta's existence. How many more of your clan in my clutches would still walk this earth today? If you're trying to weaken my resolve through shame, then you should know this. It didn't work when my mother did it, and it won't work for you either. Brunhild whipped out a hand and splayed her fingers. On her palm, a tiny spark of silver caught a glint of moonlight and then consumed it. White hot energy coalesced into an orb, coronas of silver and gold striking out to connect with her fingertips. And as for your clutches, there'll be fewer of them come sunrise. Such a thirst for bloodshed. A shame that we cannot claim your kind. You'd have made an exquisite vampire. Vlad cocked his head to the side. But it needn't come to fighting. I have no desire to strike down these. His hand rolled through the air. Lesser dark ones. All I desire is the key to everlasting life. Then motioning to the gathering as a whole, Vlad grinned. And the lock to deny it. I assume she's nearby, of course, Alexander's child. Brunhild bristled. I told you in Spain, the Illustrian died. Yes, you did tell me that, Vlad agreed. But why then do I smell its blood here, on this battlefield? Instinctively, my hand went for my jeans pocket, pressing against the fabric, looking for signs that the vial had broken. The tiny cylinder shape seemed intact, but when I looked back up, Vlad's eyes glowed with delight. Darn it. Yes, there you are. Vlad licked his lips, a sore-laden black tongue over thin crimson flesh. As I said, the Illustrian lives, and Gervalta has brought proof. Command her to come with me now, matron, and I will protect her from harm while my troops destroy your kin. Lashing her free hand to the side, silver streams ran down Brunhild's arm, curling themselves into solidity in her hand. At first, I thought it might be a club, but as the object took on definition, I was shocked to see it wasn't a weapon at all. It was a lantern. As the Hueys are so keen of saying, my mother said, over my dead body. It all happened so fast. Brunhild raised the lantern high, crossing a hand over to place her lunarium in its chambers, and sending beams of her power shooting into the eyes of the mesmerized vampire forces, blinding them. They wailed, cursed, covered their eyes, but their flesh remained intact, their clothing undamaged. Caleb must have been right. My mother's power wasn't nearly as strong as his, especially when spread across such a large area. Caleb marched forward. Time to die, Vlad. The flames rippling over his body gathered, tendrils of fire and light pulling from his limbs and combining into a solar missile. The Slayer threw his power forward, taking down 3 vamps who'd been standing nearby. The unfortunate trio had a split second of terror before, in a snap, they were dust swirling away on the breeze. Through the cloud of the departed, I saw it. A pillar of black smoke I knew must be Vlad, zipping away to shelter. My feet moved of their own volition, chasing through the mass of shrieking undead. Footfalls behind me pelted a 4-2 rhythm. Tobias flanked my right as Caleb overtook me on the left, his solarium no longer an aura, but a stream of concentrated sunlight, clearing a path before us. My lungs worked, forcing a miasma of ash and carbon to coat my throat and invade my tongue. The taste would haunt me, but I'd swallow the wine of death if it meant I could catch him. Our pace made Caleb's aim poor, and the vaporous vampire we pursued managed to outmaneuver it. The river came into view, and still, vampires crawled from its depths, primordial creatures who raced forward toward the battle. My mother's strategy had been brilliant, but it was only a first strike, He's heading for the water, I shouted, as I sent a lunarium flying, disabling a dripping vamp moments before he intercepted Caleb. Caleb sent a blast going to the right, clearing a path. I step in there. I'm dead. I'll be powerless if my feet submerge. Just keep the vampires from coming in on us from behind, I said. Tobias, jump him the moment he's flesh. I'll wrap him in silver as best I can with what I have left, and Caleb can... Beside me, Tobias came to a screeching halt, losing his fur and throwing his arms around me. Jerry, wait! For a sliver of a second, I turned disbelieving eyes on my mate, working myself out of his hold. Tobias grimaced and picked me up off my feet, turning me at just the right angle to see Vlad reform on the edge of the river. Maggie's head peeked above the surface, just long enough for me to see her eyes. Bindings around her mouth kept her from screaming as two vamps held her in place. Vampires couldn't smoke across water, but they were just as strong in it as out. How had he gotten her? Maggie could outfly vampires. I'd seen her do it. Now that her secret was out of the closet, there would be no reason for her to stay on the ground. Unless he hadn't gotten to her at all. Maggie must have been trying to get to him. Vlad cackled. Every time we meet, Miss Klein, someone new for me to hold over you wiggles their way out of the woodwork. If you were wise, you'd stop making new allies, particularly ones so ready to throw themselves up in exchange for the lives of others. Caleb ground to a halt beside us. Let her go, Vlad. You could take her place, Mr. Helsing, the vampire countered. It's an exchange I'd make. Once I have the Solari, the other slayers will have no one to protect them, will they? Alrighty then. The slayer's hand glowed with a golden hue. I'll just kill you now and get it over with. A clap made by meaty hands produced an upsetting squish, like someone hitting two raw steaks together. The result, however, was far more disturbing. The vampires who had been crawling from the river, only attacking in passing, turned on their heel. Each of them focused on where the three of us drew together, back to back to back. Go ahead and try, Vlad invited. The moment I'm dead, my lineage will rend you limb from limb. Take me in my mother's place, then. Tobias stepped forward, even as I attempted to claw him back. We're old friends, Vlad, now. My blood did you lot well enough while you had me, made your cheeks blush and your privates excited. Take me again. Let my mum go. In the water, Maggie thrashed, giving the vamps on either side a fair fight. That was, until she lost her footing and disappeared beneath the surface. Only the working muscles of the vampire's arms testified that she hadn't been carried away by the currents. Her panic washed over me like the water washing over her, and neither of us could stand either for long. Vlad clicked his tongue, even as Maggie resurfaced, coughing out the Tukwamenon. Oh, come now, Mr. Sumfield. How does that help your side? You'd only give me more leverage over Miss Klein. You haven't been around for as long as I have. And perhaps you've never served in battle at all until now. But one should never negotiate their only advantage. Nonetheless, I'm afraid I must decline. You see, in this emaciated state, he opened his arms out wide, inviting us to examine the tissue and sinew that clung to each bone. The only thing that can heal me is her blood. And you think she won't come easier if I'm part of the package? Tobias crossed his arms, shaking with silent laughter. Who's negotiating like a git now? Come on, Gramps. What is an old, used-up Asenaic to you? Remember that pitch you made Jerry back in Spain, when she kicked your hindside the last time? Me and her and baby makes 3, all under your loving embrace? Anger emboldened my step as I pushed Tobias back. Hey, idiot, you do this, and there won't ever be a 3. because I will cut your thing off. Tobias caught my arms, swinging me, putting Vlad at my back. He leaned in, smirking. Calm down, love. We don't want another blow-up, do we? Remember what happened to Ryland last time you got carried away? The glimmer in his eye wasn't a wink. Vlad would have seen that. And maybe it was because his emotional grid was suddenly so bouncy and bright, but the message got through to me. Besides, Tobias continued, moving me to the side, you won't have to wait long, old Drac. Jerry's pregnant. My whole world turned on its head, and the fact that my immortal mortal enemy was a few steps away, soaking up my mate's lies like dry bread in hot soup, didn't seem as important. What? I said, spinning him around. What are you talking about? Your preggers, sweet, Tobias repeated. Only seems fair to bring it up, since our pups would be part of the deal. You gotta be kidding me, Sumfield, Helsing cursed. You're seriously going to offer up your wife and your child to this blood-sucking pus sack? The Slayer shifted his hands, pointing his cocked palms at Tobias. I knew she was too good for you, so I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill this jacker. His shoulder nudged in Vlad's direction. And then I'm going to kill you. And then I'm going to take your mate as my wife. Like I should have done, back in Istanbul. Okay, now I was confused. Was Caleb really going to pick this moment to try and make a "it should have been me" speech? A cocky grin lifted one corner of Tobias's mouth. Maybe you're right, Helsing. Maybe you should be with her. Yeah? Yeah. And maybe I should... No sooner had Vlad caught on that something was going on, and lunged forward, than Tobias hit the ground. And Caleb leaped over him, hitting the two vamps in the river through their heads with twin Celeria. All as I summoned all the silver on my body, and let it rage into flame, before directing it all at the last surviving raven. The impact took him from his feet, sending Vlad racing back, his figure disappearing across the expanse of the river, and landing him on the wooded islet beyond. Tobias, hurry, get your mom. I focused my fire back to the vampires closing in on us from all sides, even as my mate dove into the river, paddling toward his mother. Caleb? Coming. The Slayer retook a position at my back, sending Celeria flying in every direction, withering the unlucky victims to ash. I didn't hesitate to send silver flames in the gaps opened by vacating bodies, even if it couldn't kill them. Vampires, accustomed to enduring youth and vitality, were hesitant to give it up. Suddenly, it was as though a line had been drawn in the frozen banks of the river, the enemy hesitant to advance lest they fall victim to death or desiccation. Caleb's hands glowed with imminent power, while mine stayed up in a defensive posture. We couldn't afford to fund ignorance. They would advance. Even now, a dozen heads turned left and right, looking for a vantage of attack. A splash of water made me look back over my shoulder for the slimmest of moments. Maggie spluttered as Tobias braced her arms, pulling her toward shore. True to her nature, she pushed on despite her condition. How... Cough. Are you going to... Cough. Get out of this? A good question. An excellent question. She could simply fly away. Maybe she could carry one of us, but not all three. And with Tobias present, there'd be no doubt about who she'd choose. Tobias picked up Vlad's staff, cautiously avoiding its silver embellishment. Jerry. I'm thinking. My mother's voice played in my ears, years of training dancing on the head of a needle. What are your assets? Use them. A slayer, 2 Asenaics who tended wolf, and whatever the hell I was. If Tobias and Maggie took their fur, we'd have their maws. Celeria and Lunaria would be enough to keep up our defensive perimeter, and the vamps would be foolish to come around behind us and push us away from the river. If they managed to get Caleb and I to step in, our Slayer abilities would be neutralized. Can you exploit the weaknesses of your opponent? Doubtful. Not unless I could make the sun suddenly rise hours before it was due, or get the vampires to call me and collectively queue, while Caleb knocked them off in an orderly fashion. If only I had a dozen Calebs, or even one really, really big one. And then it hit me. My mom's lantern was a version of something Caleb had showed me back in Istanbul. Only, where my mother's powers had been too weak, a Helsing's wouldn't be. I spun on Caleb. Remember Hagia Sophia? He grimaced, even as he kept his eyes trained and his hands up. Jesus, Jerry. How many times do I have to say I'm sorry for that? I was aiming my solarium at the vampires who were coming to kidnap us. You just got stuck in between. No, not that. Remember what you told me about why the dome used to be plated in gold tiles? His arms slackened, but his glowing hands kept the vamps orbiting. Yeah. But what good is that here? Is there a Byzantine cathedral nearby I didn't see in the travel guides? This whole forest is our cathedral, and our dome is just up the river. The lighthouse. Caleb's eyes met mine, a singular moment in which we both knew what the other needed to do. Maggie, take Caleb and fly north as fast as you can. It's only a quarter mile away. You'll see it as soon as you're above the tree line. Maggie marched to face me, toe to toe. I'm not some jet you get to scramble, Hood, and I'm not going to leave my son behind to die. And I won't leave without my mate, Tobias said, his chest pushing between us, forcing his mother back. So do what Jerry says and don't kill us all by arguing. It was clear to me, as it seemed to be to Maggie, that where stubbornness was concerned, her son had taken after his mother. All the fight left the she-wolf in an exhale. Maggie's jaw tightened as she leaned over, focusing on Caleb. Can you send out more of them big blasts like you did on the battlefield, boyo? Give them a little head time as I carry you away. Caleb's eyes moved, even as his posture remained attack-ready. Of course, I can. I'm a Helsing. With a nod, Maggie crossed to Caleb, hooking her arms around the Slayer. Then in 3, 2... Wait! Caleb squealed so suddenly, even a few of the hovering vamps jolted. What about Jerry and Tobias? I turned toward the river, wading in as fast as I could, and Tobias following in my wake. Even with a head start, we were going to have to book it. We're going after Vlad.
31. Caleb. Comic books way oversold this stuff. There was nothing beautiful or relaxing about being carried by a person who could fly. The feeling of being one sweaty palm away from the mother of all emergency exits failed to make the experience less thrilling. At least Maggie didn't hold me in front of her like I was a Stepford wife. At the get-go, she'd told me we'd be handling this piggyback style. If your legs keep squeezing me that hard, boyo, I'm going to turn around so I can at least get something out of it. She was making jokes now? If you don't want me to be so panicky, stop panicking me, i.e. NEG, slow the feck down. I looked over her shoulder, tears streaming from the corner of my eyes and freezing on the cleft of my ear, to find her smirking. This was fun for her. What a sick old woman. I mean, not that old, but out of my window of targets. The lighthouse grew larger with every passing second. A brick cylinder painted like a freaking candy cane in stripes of red and white, little square windows buttoning up its front. Even 20 yards out, I could see the windows surrounding its, whatever the top part of a lighthouse was called, were caked in frost and dirt. The frost wasn't a concern. My solarium would vaporize it on contact. The dirt? Not so much. I pointed to an exterior catwalk platform that surrounded what I decided we were going to call the cupola. Land there. We need to bust out the windows. Destroy public property? You really know how to show a girl a good time? You have no idea. No sooner had my feet gotten a solid surface beneath them again, or frozen over iron grate surface as it was, than I lashed off my coat and wrapped it around my elbow. Luckily, the hatch door on the copula wasn't locked. I guessed the designers of the lighthouse figured if you got this far from the outside, you deserved to get in. Maggie landed and trailed me inside. What are we doing up here anyway? A bit of history. Once upon a time, slayers figured out that the domes covered in reflective tiles could be used to take out a group of vamps. The glass panes broke easy enough, each one bursting out and landing in shards on the catwalk outside. And although a lighthouse lens isn't quite the same, it should let me broadcast my solarium down there. Maggie gave a preemptive nod. You're going to be like a twat kid taking out ants with a magnifying glass. I grinned as another window, then another, fell away, opening the entire side facing the state park. Actually, you will. The Asinaic turned wide eyes on me. What? It'll be easy, I assured her. Just point and shoot. The blank stare rolled on forever. I cocked a hip. So, you didn't have any access to digital cameras while you were the Dracula's prisoner. I was more concerned about access to food and a working loo. Fair enough, I clapped my hand. Yes, so, your analogy then. This, I tapped the edge of the cylindrical lens, is the magnifying glass. You are the little kid, and the ants, aka vampires, are on the ground below. Only instead of angling the magnifying glass, you're going to be angling the sun. She turned, looking toward the inky eastern horizon. Won't be coming up for a few hours, though. No, Mags, I'm the sun. This is a lighthouse, not a searchlight. We can't angle the lens down, but we can change the projection of the light source. What I need you to do is to tell me which direction to point because I'm going to be inside this thing pumping, and I won't know where the heck things are going. I recall that's a problem for most men. You're a woman after my own heart, Maggie Somfield. Images of Mrs. Robinson played in my mind for the briefest of moments. Another thing. It's going to be very important that I don't blast out the pillars holding the roof up over us or, we'll be pancakes. If you do, I can fly away easy enough. I let out a chuckle. Yeah, but I can't. Her deadpan expression told me that didn't really matter a bit to her.
32. Jerry. The Taquamenon River includes two sets of waterfalls. The upper falls tall, the lower falls wide. The river forks at the second, creating a mini delta system in which several branches twist around a handful of islands. Vlad had landed on the biggest one, a piece of land that could take someone more than an hour to thoroughly explore. We don't have much time, I sputtered as I crawled onto the shore. Even if that blast did knock him down, he's got to be back up by now. We need to find him and kill him. Tobias stumbled out of the icy water, the unfortunate side effects evident thanks to his nudity. Brought this, he said, holding up Vlad's staff as he bent over, recovering his breath. Big, pointy stick, but it only will matter if Helsing manages to. No sooner had my mate started to utter the words than a beam ignited from the lighthouse at the mouth of the river. A ray of sunlight pierced the night, hitting the woods, setting off a cacophony of agony. Shrieks and screams carried on the wind as vampires fried up the river. I closed my eyes and said a prayer that the hoods and wolves were able to regroup in the wake of the dispersed solarium to turn the battle to their advantage. Even from a distance, however, suffering reached me. I knew that it wouldn't be a war without casualties on our side. But God willing, those lost would be few, and not perish in vain. What if Vlad smokes again? Tobias asked. He can't get back across the water like that, but he can zip around this island and sneak past us easily. I shook my head. He won't. He doesn't have fangs when he's not solid, and he's going to want to bite me first and ask questions later. I bet he can hear his side getting toasted over there. Even for Vlad, that's gotta be making him nervous. I reached out a hand. Here. Give me the staff. We need a lupine nose right now more than your bulging biceps. You go south, I'll go north. Sweep him into the middle, coming at him from both sides. Tobias arched an eyebrow. You sure splitting up is the best idea? It's the last thing I want to do, but it's the tactically wise thing. Tobias lowered the stick into my palm, but he didn't let go. Instead, he used it as leverage, pulling me to him, locking his lips to mine, sucking on my bottom lip as he pulled away. For Mina, he said. Mina. We'd been away from her longer now than we'd been with her, but the anchor held. There were many reasons I wanted Vlad Tepes dead, the least of which was for my own sake. I owed it to my father, to Igor, to Kara. But I owed it most to our little Mina, who Vlad would never stop hunting just because her blood could. My eyes went wide as I froze in place. Tobias pulled back. What is it? My tongue froze. How did you tell the person you love that you figured out how to win, and all it would take was letting your enemy get exactly what they wanted? I shook the surprise from my face and conjured up my most convincing lie. I just realized that if we manage to pull this off, then we get to see Mina again. My mate ate the poison and grinned from its sweetness. We pull this off. In 24 hours from now, we could also be making our next daughter. His chin nested into his chest. You do know that bit about you being preggers was a lie, right? Of course I do. I'd know if I was pregnant. And please, never use the word preggers again. Why, Jerry Sumfield, I do believe I have placed a bee in your bonnet. Tobias smirked. Now I do want to get you up the duff, just so I can annoy the hell out of you. I'm going to assume that means pregnant, Tobias Klein. But maybe first we should, I don't know, kill our mortal enemy. If that's your idea of foreplay, lamb, I'm happy to oblige. The form beside me vanished as my mate took his fur. Tobias's bushy gray and black tail brushed tree trunks as he rounded the shore and slipped from sight. Alone, I counted to 5, giving Tobias a head start, allowing his distance. If he caught on to what I was about to do before Vlad did, then we both were doomed. I pulled the tiny vial of Mina's blood from my pocket and tucked it between my jaw and my cheek. The width of a cigarette, but only half the length, I hoped it would be enough to cover the scent. If Vlad could smell it from several feet away, on a crowded battlefield, then he might be able to trace it here as well. The staff would be too big to carry, but I still needed something. The wood, worn with age, might be smooth on the surface, but I was willing to bet it had a weak point. Holding it perpendicular to the earth, I gave all my effort into landing a sidekick about a quarter way up its length. I didn't need something as high as my shoulder to slay a vampire. I just needed something I could wrap my hands around. It broke, just as I'd hoped it might, with a jagged, splintery edge and short enough that I could tuck it up my jacket sleeve to carry it. Wolves traveled on the ground. Hoods maneuvered the trees. I had a theory that one reason lupines were afraid of heights was because it was where a hood would attack from. With a leap, I hooked my free hands around a meaty branch of a young maple, tall enough to be a platform to the oak beside it. From there, I bobbed and wove, jumping from branch to branch, making my way to the center of the island. With each tree, Tobias's presence grew more distant, but it wasn't long before I felt the presence of another. Whether it was because he'd partaken of my blood before, or because my inner slayer had awoken and sensed its natural foe, I didn't know. All I knew was that Vlad awaited me in the clearing ahead. He grinned from ear to cartilage-spindled ear as I landed on the ground before him. I would have heard you all the way from Istanbul. If you were trying to be stealthy, I'm afraid your mother hasn't trained you as well as she thinks she has. I'm not the best at making her proud. I hoped what I was about to do, however, would go against that trend. I wasn't trying to run away from you, Vlad. I was trying to run to you. You really think you can defeat me in a one-to-one battle? Don't let my lack of flesh fool you, young one. I have centuries of experience and superior strength. I know you do, which is why I shook my head, holding my empty hands out. I'm here to surrender. He blinked rapidly, shifting his weight from one side to the other. Sorry? Aye, sir. Ren. Door, I said again, mindful to separate each syllable. Now call off your forces. I'll ask my mother to draw up a truce and a contract recognizing your claim over me, Tobias, and Mina. The tiny tuft of remaining hair that served as his eyebrow quirked. You know, Mina, what had they called her? Illustrian. He grinned. Ah, so she does live. Of course she lives, I admitted, and I'd like to keep it that way. If it means becoming your blood slave. Haseki, he amended, using the same word for me that he had for the female slayers he'd kept in his harem. Yeah, that, I said. Then you uphold your end of the bargain. You let us live, and you let the hoods go in peace. Shivers raced down my spine as he stepped toward me, his corpulent hand lifting to stroke my cheek. If only you had agreed earlier, little lamb. Then so many would not have died trying in vain to change the unchangeable. Ask my mother, I deadpanned. I'm difficult that way. When he laughed under his breath, his eyes lit up, then softened. Accepted. Then, moving his hand to the back of my neck, he coaxed me closer, even as I crossed my arms over my chest and hugged myself. We stood in a clearing, virgin snow beneath our feet and bare branches clacking in a breeze above. My body shook. Not with fear, though I couldn't deny I was afraid, but from the fact that I was freezing my butt off. I'd taken an ice bath and come out the other side into the cold night. Supernatural though I was also still mortal. You tremble, though I cannot tell if it is from fear or from exposure. Do not fret, my pet. The sooner I drink you, the sooner I'll be restored. His breath tickled the hairs on my neck as he leaned in, scenting my skin. Once I'm whole again, I will warm you. His cracked lips caressed a patch of flesh beneath my ear. Yes, warm you and make you whole. I take good care of those things which I value. I laughed beneath my breath, the shrieks of the battlefield carrying to us on the breeze. Like how you led all your bloodline here to be toasted by a slayer. Vlad laughed into my neck. I can always make more vampires, but recreating you... Now, that's a harder task. The death mask grinned as Vlad pulled back to look at me. Not with loathing. Not even arrogance. No. He was looking at me with adoration, with longing, not for my blood, but for my understanding, for my reverence. Vlad was a vampire who wanted power, but not for power's sake. He wanted revenge. Revenge for what the werewolves had done to his country and his family. Revenge for what hoods had done to his freedom. Revenge for being denied by an immortal father and daughter. He wanted to be understood, lauded, idolized, not because of who he was, but because of what he could do. He'd kept a whole harem, indulging the women whose blood kept him alive with luxury, attention, comfort. He'd treated Alex as a queen. He wanted to be loved, but more than that, He wanted to love something. And suddenly, my plan changed. Yeah, so you say, I snapped. So everyone says I'm different. Different in a way that Inga Rosethorn told my mother to kill me as a kid. Different in a way that you're willing to throw your whole bloodline on the sword just to get me. How about we stop this stupid, ongoing, just what is she suspense and freaking tell me the truth? Huh? Because, obviously, someone that wanted to be loved, wanted to prove themselves worthy. How better to do that than sharing a dangerous truth about them that only you knew? And if I accepted whatever bull he was about to say, then Vlad might drop his defenses a bit. All I needed was a few moments of trust and weakness. Corpulent lips pulled back over gleaming fangs. He liked it, both being taunted and having his ego stroked. Vlad ran a finger over my cheek. What you are is a thing nearly unheard of. The trinity of Slayer, Wolf, and Hood. Even if circumstance allows such creatures to bond and mate, to conceive a child of such divergent lineage requires the strongest of pedigrees. In you, that has been realized. Red, Helsing, and Asana blood runs in your veins. No other amalgamation would have made you possible. You are the chalice of immortality, an inceptor. I meant to feign surprise, no matter what he said. Turned out I didn't need to pretend. Did he just say I was descended from a Helsing? Did that make Caleb my... I shook off the thought and held to the moment. An inceptor? But what in the hell does that mean? His smile turned to snarl. Vlad grabbed my wrist, pulled it between us, and sliced into my forearm. Blood, hot and free, flowed from the wound, steaming the air around us. This, he said, running a free finger in a smear past my elbow. More valuable than 1,000 Dracula, 10,000 Slayers, and 1,000,000 Hoods combined. Your blood renews us. Yes, that you know. But more than that, feed it to a layman, a Huey. It makes makers. New vampire bloodlines can be made with your blood, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Together, you and I will birth 1,000 new fathers and mothers, all loyal to me, their sultan. He dropped my wrist. Both his hands pressed my cheeks. And then, 3 things happened all at once. First, I pressed my lips to Vlad's, kissing him into silence. Second, I bit down on the vial, breaking it and letting Mina's blood fill my mouth. Third, I plunged the end of the broken staff through his frozen shirt and into his side. The trees blurred around me as Vlad grabbed me by the shoulders and sent me flying. Panic seized me, and I couldn't contain the shockwave that went rippling across the island. A howl rang out even before I'd landed, luckily on a snowbank that absorbed the brunt of the fall. I looked up, not knowing what to expect. Wide, white eyes stood out against a background of crimson and bone. Vlad's chest worked. His hands went to his throat, clutching like he could stop the poison from trickling down. If I had just kissed him, he might have stood a chance. But by burying the shard in his side, I'd forced him to gasp, to pull back, to close his mouth, all at once. I'd forced him to drink Mina's blood. What have you done? His voice was a howl, a screech, a cacophony of anguish. You, Hood, what have you done? His hands wrapped around my improvised weapon, even as blood began to trickle from the wound. The vampire's jaw clenched. His eyes flew up, then down, then up again. Animalistic, guttural hefts rumbled in his chest before clawing up at the throat. Pain, torment, torture, betrayal. But no sooner had I started to believe that my plan had worked than Vlad's lips turned up, and the infamous Dracula laughed. Oh, Miss Klein." He straightened, all torment washing away, taking my hopes with it. Vlad only winced when he pulled the wood from his side before holding it up for me to see, like a magician showing you your card pulled miraculously from the deck. And then, Vlad the Impaler proceeded to tisk me. "Come now, my dear. Certainly you know that wood is only lethal to a vampire if it touches the heart or brain," he said, shaking his head. "And again, the moment I let down my walls with you, you turn on me. No matter. I drank your blood just now. Or did you think I didn't taste it on your tongue?" "I knew you would," I said. "But that ain't all you just drank." Suddenly, his smile withered, his laughing ceased, and Dracula faltered. Vlad held one hand out at length, then another, gawking at fingers firming and wrists growing supple. He spun, taking all the parts of his body in turn. When he rounded again, it was no longer the face of a monster, of my nightmares, that met me. His chin, his forehead, his cheeks, his neck. Everywhere not covered by the folds of his clothes knitted together, a blossom of flesh and fat and structure. "I don't understand. His panicked eyes flashed up to me. "I drank your blood. You are an inceptor. Your blood should make me anew." "Yeah. Funny thing about that. I beamed with a victory won after years of battle. It wasn't my blood you drank. Jerry." Tobias broke through the trees, at my side, as soon as he spotted me, pulling me to my feet. "It's okay, Tobias. I'm okay. My mate caught me as one of my legs gave out under me. Broken ankle? Maybe even a cracked tibia. Such a small price to pay. Help me. Take me to him." Tobias's eyes went wide, but he's renewing. He'll do nothing," I said, cutting off my mate. "Now please." The werewolf dropped the argument. One of my arms stretched over Tobias's massive shoulders as he leaned down, becoming my foundation. We hobbled then, me on one foot, Tobias off-kilter with my weight on him. Vlad fell to his knees, Nianamur throat, closed by convulsion, his eyes fighting to stay trained on us. "You know, I worried the smell would give it away," I said to him. "But the taste of your own hubris must have masked it. You wanted my blood. You expected it. You tasted blood in my kiss and assumed it, like me, was yours to consume. Only it wasn't my blood at all, Vlad." "In your kiss?" Tobias said. "What in the—" I sent a wave of submission out, and thank God the tactic worked. Tobias's words stilled in a moment. That could come in handy in the future. Vlad's eyes begged for answers when his mouth could only gape. I reached into my mouth, pulling the tiny shards of glass from my cheeks. Did it hurt? It should have. But there wasn't any pain. The euphoria of victory made me both feel electrified and numb at the same time. But Vlad's chest pumped as luxurious black hair sprouted from his remade scalp. A full black beard popped like mushrooms growing in moss after a storm. But when his hand crossed over his muscular chest and flattened against the place where once his humanity had resided, I knew he understood what had actually just happened. As did Tobias, it seemed. His heart. The werewolf jolted as the sound echoed about us, turning wide eyes on me. "His heart is beating." "Of course it is," I said, grunting as I leaned over to swoop up the bloody shard. "He drank Mina's blood, and that means he's human." Vlad reached out to me. To attack me? To ask me for help? To offer his surrender? Who cared? He lifted hands to take something from me. Whether it was my life, my pity, or my forgiveness, it didn't matter. I would give him nothing. I'd learned to forget the sound of the shard piercing his skull. but I'd never let go of the look in his eyes when he died, or how quickly it faded when I took his life and claimed back my own. 33. To expect that Caleb would have been able to destroy all the Dracula and let none escape wasn't practical. I wasn't worried. We'd killed hundreds, and those that were left would carry on the story for centuries. Slayers were no longer extinct, and vampires, immortality, and love of gossip would work in our favor to protect our mortality. It also would have been ridiculous to think we'd lose no one on our side. 16 hoods, 2 of them my cousins. 17 wolves, including one from the Paradise Pack. I still had no idea how Kim's mate would ever recover from her loss, and all that remained was their memories. We bore our dead in our retreat. The bodies of the vampires had turned to ash under Caleb's assault, or were claimed by the fire it triggered. Even in a winter wonderland, trees could burn. By the time the Huey authorities showed up to battle the blaze, only the mundane remained to be covered by the footfalls and tire treads of their advance. A news story in the local press the following day suggested the blaze might have been connected to some local kids breaking into the old North Shore lighthouse and managing to fire her up for a few minutes. 6 ships out on Lake Superior radioed to report seeing the light. Luckily, the supposed shenanigans of some teenage youpers wasn't interesting enough to gather attention beyond Marquette, and the fire, quickly contained and extinguished, was written off as a freak occurrence. Luckily, the fire also wiped out the cameras that might have shown the world the truth. Working technical muscles I hadn't known he had, Marcus went all CSI on the park's surveillance system. There was only one user, who happened upon the live stream of the battlefield during the few minutes it was public. If they understood what they were seeing, they hadn't tried to tell anyone about it yet. Not as far as we could tell. Anyway, I prayed they never would. It didn't hurt that some of Yan's family stayed around long enough to make sure everyone was in agreement on that point. Unfortunately, vampire enthrallment and its ability to manipulate were powerless to quell my mother's anger. As it seemed, was I. You drank an illustrian's blood? She sat in our living room, her jaw hanging, while Marcus, Yan, Rick, and Caleb did everything they could to look away. Gerwalta, what a foolish thing, she continued, when no one rose to second her motion. You had no idea what that would do to you. I shrugged, hoping an air of dismissiveness would be inspirational to the matron. I already had werewolf and slayer blood in me, so what could have happened? Besides, I didn't drink it. I broke the vial in my mouth and forced it into Vlad's when I pretended to kiss him. Well, actually kissed him. Good thing for us that Dracula was still a man at the end of the day. He was either too stupid or too arrogant to question why a woman who hated him would want to kiss him. He just accepted it as obvious. Take that. Anyone who thought I'd never learned anything from living with Amy Popowitz for 2 years. I'm still not happy about that, Tobias mumbled from the kitchen as he grabbed a beer from the refrigerator. I can understand why you didn't want me there. I don't agree with it, but I understand. Coming back into the living room, he carried several unhatched bottles in his massive hands. Tobias began to disperse them like an orderly handing out medicine. I was surprised when my mother accepted one without hesitation. When did she start drinking? Tobias collapsed onto the couch beside me, handing me his last spare. I still think there was another solution to this that didn't involve snogging the enemy. I took the bottle and readied it at my lips. Sorry, but I didn't exactly have a syringe and needle on me at the time to covertly inject him with our daughter's blood. It only took one long draw for me to remember that I hated beer. I improvised. Tobias's eyes drilled into me as he tipped his own bottle back. Oh, he'd stop huffing and puffing soon. A wolf couldn't stay mad at his mate for long, but the next time we were in danger, I wasn't sure he'd be as trusting with the whole, you go that way and I'll go this way routine. You know, Jan paused, stitching a gash over Marcus's eye. It does make sense. In fact, some Varanasi scholars speculated that the whole reason slayers, wolves, and hoods came to be was because vampires were looking for a way to cure themselves. That is, not each kind of soup individually, but each an ingredient that would return one to a human state. Tobias and I exchanged a look, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. My mother, it seemed, was as well. She set the bottle aside and leaned forward, taking turns glaring at each of us. The fact that Mina's blood reverses vampirism is a fact that must never leave this room. Now, even as matron, I don't have the power to demand that of most of you. But as a grandmother, I swear to you that if I find out this has fallen into enemy hands, and one of you is to blame, I will hunt you to the end of this life, and well into the next. Is that understood? Caleb removed the cold compress from his forehead and sat up in the threadbare armchair at the far end of the room. One problem with that. Vlad used the rumor of Mina's existence to get all his children to line up behind him. I'm afraid the Dracula are going to continue to be a problem as long as that rumor's out there. But Brunhild Klein was not a woman easily intimidated. I guess it's a good thing, then, that they think she's in Chicago under the protection of the Slayers. And after the way a single Slayer was able to decimate their ranks, they won't be quick to make any attempt upon her. Will they? It wasn't a question for which she expected an answer, and for once, Caleb was smart enough to keep his lips clipped. You needn't worry, Brenny. Maggie came walking into the room carrying a bowl of hot water and a cloth. I think after what happened last night, no one's going to ask you two ways on nothing. If they do, just use that glare of yours. That'll kill 'em dead. Speaking of what happened last night, my mother leaned forward. Maggie? My mate's mother, dabbing the cloth in the bowl, froze. Deny it. Deny it? Brunhild cackled. There were 1,000 witnesses. They might have looked the other way because of the threat of imminent death, but they still saw you. Rick Ryland hissed as Maggie took to tending wounds, one defending my mother, of all people. If someone had told me 5 years ago that the beta of the Paradise Pack would risk his life to save the Red Matron, I'd have called them crazy. Come on, Hilda. You can cover up the existence of a cure for vampirism, but you can't pull the curtain over a hood who can fly? A hood? Yes. She leaned back into the cushions, looking at her beer bottle with captive interest. But Maggie has lived most her life as a wolf, and a wolf who can fly is something beyond my abilities to suppress. I can cast shadows, but I cannot deflect light. Maggie, there will be ramifications. There must be. I sank down into the cushions and under the weight of my own guilt. Oh my God. Maggie, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. No need, Jerry. She looked at me over Rick's massive form. You did what you had to do to protect your family. I understand that. I'm thankful for it, even. She exchanged a quick look with Tobias, and a flash of motherly love shot an ear through the air. Nothing to be done for it now. I spent most of the last 2 decades imprisoned by vampires. It won't change my lot much to be hunted now by hoods. Hunted by hoods? Brynhild took to her feet. Do you think I'm looking to punish you? That I would accept the radicals among my kind who would want to harm you because of what you are? You're the Grand Matron. What else would I expect? You're right. What else would you expect? My mother planted her hands on her hips. But that's not how it has to be. You may be without clan and pack, but you aren't without options. Maggie let the crimson-flocked rag fall into the dish and glared across the room. "What are you talking about, Klein?" "I'm talking about—" My mother's hands kneaded an invisible ball of dough in the air. "Look, I know northern Michigan is remote and difficult, and not where you ever thought you'd end up. In the winter, it's colder than a witch's teat, and in the summer you'll find out why we say the mosquito is our unofficial state bird. But Maggie, it could also be home." "Home?" Maggie scoffed the word like a curse. "Those houses that denied your call, who walked out on your council of matrons, they'll be gunning for you as it is. Take in something like me. They'll not only question your leadership, Bruni, they'll question your sanity." Brunhild's jaw tightened. Her eyes narrowed. She turned back to grab her beer, more to fill space than to take a drink, though she managed to do both. Finally, she put it down and pushed her index finger into the air. "You know what? Feck them." Of all the things that had happened in the last 24 hours, my mother's F-bomb was the most unbelievable and shocking of all, but she wasn't done yet. All my life, I tried to force myself, force my daughter to be the perfect hood. And it almost cost me everything. It almost cost you everything, she said, pointing at Maggie. "We're not hoods. We're not wolves. We're not slayers. We're unique. We find our places, but we're never really part of any group. And now, my daughter and your son are going to attempt to raise a child who is just going to be not only out of place, but might be the target of some delusional vampires who think she's the solution to their problem. And you know what, Maggie? I think Gerwalta and Tobias need us to get through this. If for no other reason than to be a living reminder that you shouldn't ever try to be anything else than you are, or you'll make yourself and the people who love you suffer. Now, what do you say to that?" I pulled myself to the edge of my seat. "Who are you, and what did you do with my mother?" But she didn't cower, or even laugh. Instead, my mother's chin went up in the air, as she owned it all. "I am the woman who is going to try to be a better grandmother than she was a mother, and hope it's enough to make up for some small measure of all the terrible things that she did to you." All eyes fell to Maggie as she put the bowl of water on the table and sat back on her heels on the floor, mulling. Seconds felt like hours, and only in the weight of her deliberation did I realize how much I wanted her to stay. If not for my sake, or even for Mina's, then for Tobias's. I was finally going to get a chance to know the woman my mother actually was, and I wanted the same thing for him. Finally, Maggie's expression cracked, a tiny tick of a smile daring to show itself. She looked up, and she couldn't hide the shine of her eyes. "Then I guess, for now, I'll stay." And so would we. After all we'd been through, after all we'd lost, we'd finally won something back. We were pack. We were a clan. Soon our daughter would be with us, and at last, all of us would be a family.
Epilogue. There was nothing special about the reunion. Certainly the baby was adorable, and the young couple who rushed forward to snatch her from the arms of a leggy blonde, attractive, but not exceptionally so. Of course, the Hueys who witnessed the event couldn't know the black-haired man was a werewolf and his olive-skinned wife, a descendant of the real Little Red Riding Hood. Tell them the baby's blood had the power to cure the undead, and they'd probably call you crazy. But as for the man in the finest suit any shop in Marquette could possibly offer who followed in the leggy blonde's wake, there was something about him that just caught the eye, turned the head, and yes, made the women flush. Hollywood good looks didn't begin to describe it. Anyone with the right genetics could pull that off. Maybe it was his swagger, how he walked with a little tilt in his step, how he flashed all the pretty girls a half-cocked grin. Maybe it was the black Amex he'd flashed at the ticket counter to book a first-class seat to Chicago, or how his fingertips danced down the back of the leggy blonde, drawing circles on the small of her back. Maybe it was the fact that the air around him looked just a little bit brighter than it did anywhere else in the terminal, almost like he glowed. Or maybe that was just everyone's imagination. The four of them, plus the baby, took some seats at the coffee shop just outside the exit gate, laughing and pointing, regaling each other with stories. The blonde's mouth dropped open more than once. Soon enough, they just became another part of the scenery. That was, until you saw how the couple holding the baby looked at each other. Newlyweds, obviously. Probably couldn't keep their hands off each other when they were alone. The way that man looked at that woman was the way every woman wanted to be looked at. With reverence, with appreciation. God, he loved her. You wouldn't have to ask him to know it. He adored her. It was clear by the way she beamed at him that she felt just the same. The leggy blonde and the suit? At ease with each other for sure, though she made sure he got a number of admonishing glares. The hint would be taken. An apology would come in the form of a nod or a smirk, and the four would go on chatting. Only the keenest observer saw it happen. The suited man pulled a cup of coffee to his lips, and the happy couple across the table laughed and looked into each other's eyes like no one else in the world existed. He'd sigh, and for a moment, for the slightest moment, the suited man's eyes turned to the blonde's face, she, in turn, looking at the baby and totally oblivious to the pedestal onto which she'd been raised. The longing, the desire that burned in that look, the disappointment that crumbled away whatever hope had sparked on his side alone. The baby squealed, everyone laughed, and just like that, the moment was gone. But that didn't mean it hadn't happened. The end.
Amy and Caleb's story continues in Slayers, Inc., coming soon to wherever you shop for books. If you'd like to keep up on it and the author's other future projects, join her mail list by clicking in the description below. Thank you for listening to this presentation. Author's Acknowledgements. To editors Rebecca and Chantel, for helping to craft the final copy and make sure my random writing didn't go down rabbit holes. To the friends in the book community who give support and love, Laura and Dan Martone, Audrey Sharp, Elizabeth Hunter, Julia V., Jamie Davis, Gary Jonas, and R.L. King. To my daughters, who've spent weeks hearing how I was so behind and please, could they just order a pizza or make a sandwich? To my father, who never read any of my books, but stood by me with pride for every one I published. To all my mothers in their various incarnations, Annie, Molly, and Willeen, who all let me read books on family vacations and on quiet afternoons after school. To Erin Parker and Emma Lacey, for their fabulous work in lifting the Red Chronicles off the page and putting them into the sky. To the members of the Keep, who listened to me constantly apologize and rationalize why releases were delayed. Again, thank you. Righteous. Red Chronicles. Book 5. Written by Kendre Meeks. Copyright 2019. Tulip. Noir Press and Kendre Meeks. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means. Electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording or otherwise without the prior permission of the publisher or in accordance with the provisions of the Copyright, Designs and Patents Act. 1988, or under the terms of any license permitting limited copying issued by the Copyright Licensing Agency. Published by Kendre Meeks. Cover design by MIBL. Edited by Rebecca Hodgkins and Chantel Ried.